I'm Scott Al Miller. It's the 12th of September, 2024. We are live here in the studios in Barrio Sutiaba, León, Nicaragua, and welcome to Nicaragua Live. It has been 2 weeks off because my wife and I have been in Buenos Aires, Argentina, for the wedding of Valentina, who also does our thumbnails, produces the show. And a lot of you know her. She also was on the show with Yvonne and I when we did the show from Guatemala 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, really. So we are here in León, back in Nicaragua. I'm excited to be back home and getting the show back underway and doing the live stream again. It has been, I notice not doing the live stream. I sense it. I feel it. It is, I really enjoy doing the live stream. I think it is a lot of fun, and it gives me a chance to decompress and connect and see where you guys are and what you're doing. Just it kind of centers me right for the week. This is kind of my time to decompress, right? I just kind of get some time. I have nothing. I can't focus on anything else, I say, as I'm sending out my links for the show, but all very straightforward things. Just letting people know that the show has started. But this is my big moment of the week. I really look forward to this, right? Every week. It's just so nice to sit down and connect with you guys and hear from you, see what's going on, but also just it really does give me a chance to not be so bouncing all over the place. I got to move this just a little bit. I can't see you guys talking. Okay, they're giving me a moderation message. That's new. Tusk the Ripper's here already. Hey, how you doing? Desmond says, watching from Ciudad Sandino. Very nice. We need to get a tour of some places down there. Wink, wink. Jillian is on. Hey, Jillian, how you doing? We haven't talked since we talked about Nawat, and we need to I'm going to push you on that because I think we can still make it happen. But I'm back from Argentina, so I'm starting to refocus on things and getting all the things everywhere back on track, and ready for the week, ready for the everything. This is the week of the Patria here in Central America. So if anyone is going to be in the area or could get to the area, this is parades and all kinds of things. Everybody's off work doing stuff, so be aware that is happening. But it also means there's a lot to come and do. So what is up with all of you? What have you guys been doing? What's happening? What have I missed in the last 2 weeks that we've been off? We've only missed 2 live streams. Like, it's not that bad, but it is. It is. I don't like going 2 weeks without it. I feel that we lose touch. We don't know what's happening. We don't. It's a lot. How many people watch the videos of my restaurant in Las Pinitas being on TV today? Who was there for that? Who watched? I did have a fun trip. I'm really hoping. Oh, hey, Scott. Yeah, Jillian, it was a cool trip. It really was neat. It was my first time in no, not my first time. It was my wife's first time in South America. It was my first time in Argentina, and it was really cool. We, it was almost 2 weeks there, and I'm hoping to get my wife on a little bit later because sometimes she comes on and does the live stream. She's unsure. She's very peopled out and traveled out. She's very exhausted because we spent the last 2 days getting back here. So that's a lot, right? But we are back, and I've had several hours to relax, but this is an important part of my relaxation. So I do have a little bit of a cough yet. It's way better since I've been back, but I've been talking a lot the last little bit. I didn't make an episode today. I mean, there's an episode. For those who haven't watched it yet, get on and watch the Barrio walk today. But I didn't record one today. I only just did work, and I did some videos for my daily vlog, which most of you don't watch. But that is where I posted the video from Desperados being on Channel 8 today. Boy, that's a lot of information to convey quickly. Boy, other than that, it's good to hear from you guys. Glad to see everybody here. What do we got going on? I'm trying to make sure that I've told everyone who needs to know that the show is on. It's tough. There's so many people to announce it to on any given moment. I have a lot of messages I have to get back. I'm still working on getting through all my emails. But a lot of people looking at moving down very, very soon. So my guys are on it. I'm going pizza and wine. Oh. So he says, say hi, I can't stay long, just want to check in. I have smelly black smudge bursting out of my kitchen pipes. Your guys are on it, but you're going to make pizza and wine. I see. Well, that really sucks. I'm sorry that is happening. You can leave this playing in the background, though, so that everybody has something to watch while they work on the smelly black sludge. Wow, I have had leaky roof, not nearly as bad, leaky roof leaking into Luciana's room. While we're waiting for people to get on, I'm going to tell a quick story of something that happened at work this week. So we have a customer stories. My gosh. So we have a customer who we were, good partners with for a really long time, years and years. And we'd had a great relationship with them. Everything was great. And then COVID hit. And then during COVID, just before COVID, they had sold to a private equity firm. So that's the first thing. But we knew the private equity guys. They loved us. The transition went well. And the old owners negotiated with us because they were in a really tough spot because of COVID, that they didn't want to have the business evaporate. So they got us to basically loan them money to get through COVID, with the understanding that we would be a long-term partner with them and a stronger relationship because we were helping get them through and keeping them up and running even though they couldn't afford their traditional bills. So we're like, okay, we understand. We're getting crushed by COVID too, so this is not, we're really going through a lot of effort. And we bailed them out and kept them afloat during COVID. And then during that time, they brought in a new CEO who's a crook, and who actually owns property here in Nicaragua, which is really sad. And his friends live right behind me, which really sucks. But he needed to launder money. He was stealing money from the private equity investors because they're idiots. They were kids of rich parents. They're nepo babies, and so they were like, I want to own a business. And so they bought several businesses, and then literally said, oh, I can't be bothered to run them or look in on them or even be sure what they do. And so they weren't. I met them. They were perfectly nice, but they weren't very bright. They just had a lot of money. They just bought businesses, flew in, bought a business, flew out, had no idea what to do. So they hired some guy who clearly was not an actual business owner or runner, right? They hired him as a CEO. The guy was like a stock boy from Home Depot, and just not bright, but also not a nice person. Very argumentative and very angry and really embarrassed because every time he would say anything, he'd be like, oh, we hired this company to do this thing that's going to be great. We're like, you already pay for that. And he'd be really embarrassed because people found out he was laundering money. And just over and over again, everything he said. And he didn't know the products he was using. He didn't know anything about how the business would run. He'd get into arguments. We don't have this product. And we're like, trust us. We've been managing this for you for years. You definitely have this product. And he'd swear up and down he doesn't have it. Then it turns out he doesn't even know what the product is. He was just a liar, right? Compulsive liar. And so once it was obvious that he was laundering money everywhere, he was just stealing from the investors and handing it to his buddies, we had to be gone, right? So they fired us. They didn't pay their final bills. They owed us a ton because we had loaned them all this money in good faith, and they had breached that, so they owed us that. Can't really sue for it, but, we can be upset about it. But then they didn't pay their bills for a really long time. Finally, a year later, paid some of their bills, and some of them they never paid. So they have outstanding debts. Anyway, so they had gotten rid of us. They had hired these friends to do all this stuff. 3.5 years later, I get a note from one of his friends, from his head of IT, the guy that specifically replaced us. And he's like, hey, how you doing? Our phone system needs some updates and stuff. Could you guys hop in and help? And we're like, yeah, sure. It's not a huge thing. And he's like, oh, should I message the engineers directly? I'm like, no, I'll put in a ticket, a real request. It was a little bit of what do you need, trying to understand what was going on. And then I'm like, I don't even think you guys are in the billing system anymore. We'll have to set that up. And he's like, billing? Well, what's the billing for? I'm like, you're hiring us to work on your servers, and it's a major update. We have to build new IT infrastructure. We have to build all new, which is not a big deal. You can hire us to do this every day, but you're hiring us to build a system that you're telling me you can't do. And so this is important, right? We do IT outsourcing. So this is the CIO who should be able to do all this blindfolded. And he should have a team that can do all this blindfolded. And he was hired to replace us because in theory he could do all this blindfolded. And he said he had hired an MSP, another company that does IT. And what he was hoping for is that we would do this work and train the people he hired on how to do it. And we're like, you want us to teach another firm to do the job you hired them to do, that you should be able to do as well, and you should be able to teach them. Like, the layers of wrong here. And we're like, and you're not only looking to not pay us now, you didn't pay us in the past and still owe us money. And he got like really angry. I didn't explain all this. I'm just like, well, yeah, you want us to do work. And he got really angry. And the final thing I said was, so did you also get angry when the people you hired asked you to pay them and they didn't do the work that you're now asking us to do for free? Like, Mia, stop. Like, it was just, we were flabbergasted. But the thing that we realized after all this was we had this conversation, and what I realized is he was now stuck in a position where he is going to have to go to the CEO and admit that he's not qualified to hire someone to do his job. He not only can he not do it, not only can his team that he assembled not do it, but the vendor he hired to do his job for him can't do it. And he had to beg someone who he knew could do it, and they said no. So that's the first piece. He's got to go admit that he's been funneling money to someone to do his job, and they're not doing it. But in doing this, he found out that the CEO hadn't been paying his bills and had stolen from vendors. So they have a really embarrassing conversation that they're about to have with each other about that. And at the end of the day, we're like, we're not doing this work for you. Like, too bad. 3.5 years later, you want free, like, and this is work we had never done for them. We didn't build their system in the first place. We just maintained it. We would never, it was a bad idea. This is why, right? They don't know how to maintain it. They don't know how to hire people to maintain it. They shouldn't have a system they don't know how to maintain in-house. We would never have put that in. And so that's where they are. So that was a fun story from the week. That happened. I was in Argentina when that happened. And I'm just like, yeah. I don't know how he was expecting that conversation to go. Like, that made no sense. Like, they treated us so badly, and then they're just like, hey, you want to be our free IT department? No, we don't. And they were, like, pressuring us for time. When can you get to this? Like, when we feel like it, dude. Like, even if you were paying, you're low priority. Like, we have existing work to do. People. Scott says, was excellent. How would you rate the Barrio on today's video? Safety, cost, and ambiance. Okay, so cost, low. This is going to be super cheap. Like crazy cheap. Safety. I mean, it's Nicaragua, right? It's always safe. But as Nicaragua goes, as León goes, this is going to be the probably most dangerous corner of the city. Maybe someone will correct me on that. Janet might know better. But I would call the northwest corner of downtown. Not the northwest corner where like El Vivero is. Some people will think of that as the northwest corner, but there's the river. This is the northwest of that. You cross the river, then the other side. That area, being there, you definitely feel less safe. And people come up to you on the street are like, this is less safe, you idiot. So it's clear that it is not as safe. Is someone going to walk up and shiv you on the street? No, that is not going to happen. Is someone going to walk up behind you and hack you up with a machete? No, that is not going to happen. But is someone going to run up, knock into you, and try to get your wallet? That could happen, right? So it's not the absolute safest. You would if safety was your priority, you've got so much crazy safe to choose from in the León area. You probably wouldn't choose La Providencia. That said, it's kind of in a decent spot. It's not the worst. If you obviously saw the video, Scott, there's a bit of trash. Boy, a little bit of community projects to clean up the trash would go a long way up there. The area right around the school, probably quite a bit safer. That's a really nice school. And there's another one down here in Sutiava proper of another campus of the same school. I have no idea what the logic of that is, why there's two walking distance from each other, but there is. As far as ambiance, I think Providencia is on the lower end of ambiance, partially because of the amount of trash, right? Like you can see it. That is a very low income, lots of litter area. Would I be okay living there? Yeah, I'd be fine. I wouldn't be worried about it personally. There's an opportunity for an interesting barrio. It has some nice bits for sure. It is really close to a lot of things. It is crazy cheap. You would not be surrounded by expats. Plenty of things that would make it positives. A lot of pros. But the cons, I think, for 99% of you guys are going to be overwhelming compared to the pros. Like, it's not that much cheaper than really safe areas. It is not as convenient as some safer areas that are just a little bit more expensive. It is definitely, in my mind, the highest litter of the city. That may not be true, but it's definitely how I picture it. Having walked basically everywhere in the city, if you said who has the worst litter, I'm going to go straight to that. There's some places that have like garbage dumps. Obviously, they have a lot of trash. That's not litter. It's not great, but it's not litter, right? It's a little bit different. This is litter. This is just stuff thrown everywhere. So that's extreme, and you would notice. Now, not every street is like that. Can you find nice little corners? Yes, you can. And it is in the middle of pretty decent areas. Now, if you go just a couple streets east, so Scott, this may be where it's worth internalizing a little bit. Providencia, I would lean towards, and I know people, Marcella, who you guys know from the show, she has considered Providencia, and we were kind of like, spend a little bit more, be in San Mateo, and that's where she has a house. But Providencia was on her list, and it was fine, right? We're like, it would be okay. But Mateo is much closer. Much nicer, doesn't have the trash problem, doesn't have the safety problem, super safe, but you do pay more, right? Easily 30% more, right? And they're walking distance from each other. So that's a fact. If you really need to save money, Providencia shouldn't be ruled out. But if you go just a couple blocks east, like 2 blocks east of Providencia, you get into what's Heroes and Martyrs of Zaragoza, which I've done some videos on not too long ago, but not super recent. I love that zone. It is like so much more quaint than Providencia and so much safer than Providencia and just 1 or 2 streets closer to most things than Providencia. It's amazing how fast it becomes a nicer zone. It's still not perfect, but it does have 1 or 2 expats. It is a little bit more expensive, and it's noticeably just better. If you like Providencia, I would definitely look. 1 or 2 streets might make all the difference. Patricia says, welcome back. Thank you, Patricia. Don is here. He says, hey, Scott, it's good to see you. FYI, your soft box is about 2 stops too hot. Oh, wait, this one? That one's too hot. This one I've turned down. Both of them I've turned down a ton. I keep turning them down. This one's way down. I will. All right. Hold on for Don. By the way, Don, you're in my list to get back to. I've been in Argentina. It's been so busy. We gotta hook up and do some podcasting, and I think you're gonna see Eric real soon, or maybe he hasn't connected. He's going to be connecting with you. He just got to Quito, I think. I can't see the sensor to know what I'm setting it to. Oh, no, it's way too low. All right, guys. What do we think? Feedback. It feels less hot. Janice says, sadly, I have a class, but I'll keep checking back. Patricia says, it's crazy how many incompetent people there are getting a nice big paycheck for nothing. No kidding. Working for years and years in business consulting, one of the things I found everywhere that I worked is that the most money for most people working in America is the money to be made is defrauding investors, not making good products. There's so much money in the blind investment system that you can basically make so much money, so much more money, and so much more easily by stealing from the investors, from the stock purchasers, or the people purchasing shares of investment groups, right? People who go to a mutual fund and buy the mutual fund, then the mutual fund buys the shares. Well, it's so many steps removed that it's really hard to identify the shareholder you're defrauding. Now, in the case of the example I gave, that's a private equity. I know the guy he's stealing from, but I also know he doesn't care. So, like, whatever. Like, I don't care. Not my problem. He had access to resources. He didn't have to be that stupid. He chose to be that stupid, and he's got millions, right? So, not my problem. But the in a big firm, right? And you see this all the time. How do you know when they're defrauding investors? Look for places that say you got to be back in the office, right? Places that could let you work from home, but they want you to sit in the office. Why do they want that? Because sitting in the office creates middle management jobs, right? So they become corporate welfare. And of course, the government is going to promote that because, well, it keeps those people off the street and it's easier to, the government really wants just an even paycheck across the board with people thinking that they're doing something valuable. So they create incentives for companies to incentivize employment sprawl. And so who pays the bill for that at the end of the day? The investors, of course, but people aren't investing across the board, and there's all these government subsidies that make it keep making sense to do the system. So it's designed that way from quite a bit of, intentional design. But if you want to get not the richest, right? You don't want to be a billionaire, but you want to be a well-paid cog in the machine, then doing a good job and making good products for customers has almost nothing to incentivize it. But wasting company resources and doing things that should logically get you fired because they're clearly not healthy for the business are the things that are almost always going to get you raises and a guaranteed long-term paycheck. And, I used to work as a restaurant manager, and at one point we figured out that the restaurant ran best with an entire staff. Not just a momentary team, but an entire staff of 3 people. We could produce more than twice as much of the food at the highest possible quality with the lowest possible waste. Not possible, but within the group of people that we had, that combination produced the best, highest volume of food with the lowest waste. It was a win in every measurement we had. There was no negative to it. But they wouldn't let us do it because it would make other shops look bad. It would give up tax incentives that we were given for hiring people who were just in the way. We were literally being used by the state to provide a welfare program and hide it from the voters. And so that kind of stuff is very widespread. And one of the reasons why I don't like doing business or having business in the U.S. because there's so much, in reality, anti-capitalism, right? Like, it's so anti-capitalist, but it's all hidden. It's very frustrating and disheartening. If you love what you do, like if you like doing work, if you like having successful businesses, if you just like being rewarded for your efforts, then that system is tuned as far from that as you can reasonably be. Patricia says the lighting does look better. Maybe Grumpy Gringo knows what he's talking about. You never know. It does. It feels better. I can see it a little bit on the monitor, but it's hard for me to really judge until I see it later because the monitor is very hot anyway. Patricia says, speaking of Ecuador, I was just reading about a Canadian who died during an ayahuasca ceremony in Vilcabamba. Do they do those in San Juan del Sur? I'm not aware of them in San Juan del Sur, but I do believe they do them on Ometepe. But I do know of people who've traveled from Nicaragua to do them other places, but I do believe that they do them here. But mostly on the island. San Juan del Sur is pretty high profile, and Nicaragua is very anti-drug. So doing that in San Juan del Sur would be a bit obvious. I think people would lean away from that. But you never know. A lot of things go down in San Juan del Sur, but a lot of people get caught down there too. Yes, Patricia, this is not a drug-friendly country. This is the absolute fewest drugs that you could imagine anywhere on the continent. Like, nobody comes close to how few there are. And of course there are drugs, right? Like, that goes without saying. There's always going to be some amount of drugs, but the overall amount, not just flowing through and transiting, which is also low, but the number that people actually get access to is quite low. And there is, a high expectation and a lot of talk that marijuana is going to be legalized. And that'll be federal. Like, it'll just be overnight. Like, they'll just make a decision. So it's not like in some places that are bigger where you're like, oh, piecemeal, and it comes together, and over time we figure out what's going to happen. It'll be like they come up with a plan and it's done. But that's a little bit different. Like, that's marginally not even a drug. I mean, it is, but you know what I mean. It's really less of a drug than tobacco. Now, in Panama's defense, Panama really pushed for no tobacco, so they take it. They take it pretty low. It's not a drug; it's an all-natural plant. Yep. Dale says, we just had one in Ometepe, ayahuasca, $165. I object to the commercialization of spirituality, I think he's saying. Yep. Ometepe has a lot of hippies, and hippies, in my experience, are highly commercialized. Like, being a hippie is like the ultimate in capitalism, I feel like. That's so California. To me, that's like San Francisco, right? That zone, to me, is, so I'm from New York, right? So we think of California as just way more commercialized. New York is much more, farmland and down home. And Sean says, hey, Scott, we have made it. Congratulations, Sean. Been in San Juan del Sur for 3 weeks now. Ooh, probably made it just before our last live stream or just after. Looks like you had a good time. Thanks for answering the lawyer question on the video the other day. Was kind of what I thought. Oh, excellent. Oh, no, I just jumped around. That was Dale. We'll come back to Dale. We have Dale and Dale. So that's going to be confusing. Found an apartment for the next 6 months. Day by day, things are coming together. Congratulations, Sean. That is awesome. Welcome to Nicaragua. Dale Kurtz says, hey, Scott, good to see you guys back home. Looks like you had a good time. Yes, we did. Thanks for answering the lawyer question on the video the other day. That was kind of what I thought. That was the one yesterday. That was yesterday's video. So a lot of people were like, oh, that video is about something else, and it was literally answering Dale, had no connection to the other event that was going on that people imagined it was. I understand why people imagined that. The timing was of the release within hours of another major video from someone else that really seemed like they tied in. However, I had posted that one to Dale 2 weeks ahead of time, right? All my videos that were filmed in Nicaragua were filmed before Argentina. That one came out when I was already back in Nicaragua after Argentina. Good to see you guys back home. Looks like you had a good time. Gooch says, is organized religion not commercialized? Well, of course it's commercialized, right? Dale says, with this volcanic soil? Did you mean to say soil? You could grow the best medical weed. Maybe you did mean soil, because it's like, yeah. Dale says, 2 Dales? Oh, noes. It's like the 2 releases of the Dungeons and Dragons video game universe, Icewind Dale 1 and Icewind Dale 2. That was a stretch. I didn't have anything to go on. 2 Dales. You could have Chip and Dale. No, there's only 1 Dale in that. There's 2 chipmunks, but only 1. I don't know. Tito says, did you miss Nicaragua besides your family knowing Argentina is beautiful? Yeah, Argentina was great. Like, it's really cool, but we definitely missed Nicaragua. We missed food and everything. Although once you get back to Costa Rica, the food is amazing. So once you're in Costa Rica, you're kind of okay on the food. You're like, okay, whew, got back to good food. But Argentina was super cool. We really enjoyed a bunch of stuff. But it was cold, so cold. So a few of the days were pretty nice. Most of it, we were dying. We had to run the heater almost the entire time we were there, even at night when we were sleeping. Like, it was cold. Dale says, Ometepe here, they are not hippies. They call them that. They are new age gypsies here in Ometepe, please. They don't even play rock and roll, just new age folky stuff. And apparently they don't eat bacon, which there was quite the upset post about, since there are hippies, there must be bacon. I was unaware that anybody calling themselves a hippie or as a new age gypsy, you're required to eat bacon. That threw me for a loop. My understanding was they tended towards vegetarian, which is why there's a bunch of vegetarian restaurants right by where they are. What do I know? I was told that everything was a lie because all Americans, wherever they are, only eat bacon, and they only buy from the local corner store, never from the carniceria and never from the supermarket. It was the weirdest rant since the ice cream thing. I don't know. It was weird. This is my my guide. I wish I had a really good way to like capture the really, really wild, crazy posts and like have them play as like a meme or something, because I think that's the guide, right? Like how entertaining is it? Like, did you just rant about things? Do we want to listen to it over and over again because it's so funny? That probably means your rant wasn't very good. Like, I want to record this. When I used to do a lot of social media stuff with Spiceworks, a few of you are aware of my history there. There used to be people who would all the time be like, you're going to regret saying this publicly, and like really go off on like, oh, you forgot you were posting in public. I'm like, you think I forgot I was in public? I assure you I did not. And they'd be like, you're going to delete your post and you're going to blah, blah, blah. And I would actually put into the threads, I'm like, moderators, please do not. And they would like say things that are like really offensive at me. And I would say, as long as they're only trying to offend me, please refrain from deleting this. I want it on the record. And that was one of the most powerful things, is constantly being like, I'm not just saying I'm willing to say it publicly and maybe then we'll delete it or hope this gets deleted or hope it gets escalated and the whole thing gets wiped out. I will make a point of being like, we're going to screenshot it, we're going to copy it to another community. So we would do that all the time. It would get really bad before the moderators could clean up, because they would actually find people who were like super toxic and clean up the worst stuff that they did, so that later those people would claim they never said those things. And people would be like, where's your proof? So we started going to other social media communities and posting screenshots. And people got really angry, but it was like they were censoring them in a way to make them look far more intelligent and kind than they actually were. So it's a habit that I got into, one, of always knowing what was being said publicly and what the context was, but also this idea of, like, capture people. That's the power. When you're the one who wants to be on the record, it works. Dale says it was weird but unforgettable. That must be the ice cream rant. But the bacon is just as good. Ron says, this is why no one likes backpackers. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to be down on backpackers, because backpacking has so many good elements to it, and there's so many nice backpackers. But let me tell you, you're on the bus coming in from Costa Rica, and more often than not, there's not a single backpacker on that bus. It is Nicaraguans and Costa Ricans seeing family, going to work, once in a while taking vacation. It is not much of expats at all, of any sort, of travelers or anything. I don't know why. It's the greatest way to get around. Like, it makes so much sense. I think most of them are already closer to the border and they don't want to take the bus from the farther locations or something, which, okay, that can make sense. I get that. But but like, when on the not rare but less common occasion you get backpackers on the bus, I just immediately am like, ugh. And of course, I know where they're going to go. They're all going to get off at the same place and go the same place and not go explore Nicaragua. They're not going to learn anything about the country. They're not going to. And, you know, I need to really step back and be like, no, they're kids. They're here to party. At least they will see that it's safe, you know. But, and you know, they're always nice. It's not like they're not nice. It's not like it's just, I'm just so, I don't know. Yeah. Sean says, looking forward to the festivities this weekend. The drum practicing has been very interesting. There's going to be a lot of drums, for the next several days. Larry says, hey, Larry's here. It's like Christmas miracle you're back live tonight. I would never watch Buffalo versus Dolphins. Wait, why would you never watch Buffalo versus Dolphins? That's the big rivalry. Can't get this 5-star entertainment anywhere. Woohoo! That is true. This is the only spot. And hopefully Dominica joins us later, but I did start a little bit early, so we will see. And she is very, very worn out. No question there. And I have 2 huge cups of water with me tonight. I am not drinking because I have been sick for weeks and I need to get better. So I'm trying to just have a lot of water. I've been on For those who don't know, I was on a plane for one entire day and then in a bus for one entire day. It wears you out. However, we did record a lot of good information about exactly how to take the bus and what it costs and what you have to do. Because we've done it a number of times, so like we have it down. But we've got it down now to where like we know exactly the right hostel to take and how to like. I could get blindfolded from the hostel door into the terminal for the bus. Like we've got it down now. We know exactly what times things go, how much it should cost, where you should stay, you know. And now we even know about, this is amazing, late night pure vegetarian Burger King. Yes, Costa Rica has a late night Burger King veggie. Not a Burger King that sells veggies. A vegetarian Burger King. I've never heard of such a thing, and we just stumbled on it in Costa Rica. So, and we tried to order Pedidos Ya, right? Home delivery, hostel delivery, of Burger King. We got the order all in, and they closed while we were doing the order, which I hate. I wish they would give you a guide that's like you have 3 seconds to order or something, right? Because then you would like move on and not look at it or rush and try to get it done. Because we went like 3 minutes over. And it's like, seriously? There's definitely a way you could have warned us that we were starting to look at the menu 1 minute before it closed. Like, don't even show it to me, or at least let me know that I'm making this reckless decision to look at their menu instead of something else that's going to stay open for 30 minutes or whatever. But, so our order got canceled and we're like bummed, and my wife is just like, just order a pizza and be done with it. And I'm like, no, I'm going to find something more interesting, because we don't have a Burger King here in Leon, and the one in Managua, while we like it, generally has not been great the last few times we've been there, and they don't have the veggie products, even though they advertise them. Like, their advertising for it is everywhere. It's so, like, 60 to 70% of their advertising is their vegetarian stuff, but they don't have any. And one time they slipped us chicken to try to get us to go away, which we were not happy about. So we're very wary of them at that location. But so we were in Costa Rica, and we were bummed because Costa Rica had vegetarian Burger King a year and a half ago. And then the last time we were there, it had been a trial and they got rid of it. Well, it turns out they brought it back with even more options, which is fantastic. We were so excited, and then it closed. But then we found the all veggie one, and that's the most amazing thing ever. So huge, awesome vote there for San Jose, Costa Rica. In general, San Jose is one of my favorite food cities. I don't know why. San Jose is rocking on food. Like, that's, when people talk about why Costa Rica, I think that's what people miss the most, is the food scene, while expensive, is on point to a level I'm not sure I've found anywhere else in Central America. Larry says, we'll never watch Bills versus Dolphins instead of this show. Thank you, Larry. That makes more sense. Yeah, not a big football fan myself, even though Buffalo's my hometown. Milton says, Scottzilla. You don't tear down buildings, you tear down all the bad Nicaragua takes. Woo! How you been, man? Glad Argentina was good. Hey, Milton, glad to see you here. Yeah, it was a fun trip. It was really nice. One, that we got to go see Valentina. I haven't seen Valentina in person, even though we talk every day, since Guatemala in 2022. And in many ways, like, it's this really interesting thing for us because she works on the show with me. It's the two of us making this show. She does some of the behind-the-scenes stuff and has been on once or twice. And then I do this stuff. But so she's, like, really in tune with the show, knows everything that's going on. She has access to the show itself. So she sees all the graphs, all the comments, all the stuff. She's there, even though she's not responding. And so we never get to see each other in person, even though we used to live pretty close to each other, which is funny. I'll mention that in a second. But so we got to go to her wedding, and we got to hang out a bit, and that was really, really cool. So it was great getting to see her, and I got to meet her wife. Obviously, she wasn't her wife before because we were there for their wedding, but I'd never actually met her, which is weird because her little brother actually works for us. But I'd never met him either in person. We'd just spoken online. And so I got to meet him. I met him before I saw them, and then I got to meet her wife, and we got to hang out some, and so it was really cool. And we got to meet a bunch of her wife's family and hang out, so we had this really cool time. And then my wife and I have not gotten to take a trip together of any significant length of our own in a long time. We did do, I realized, the Mexico trip earlier this year, but when we did the Florida portion of it, we had our kids there, and that was exhausting because it was the death march of the Disney Universal stuff. And the time that we were in Mexico together, we got a total of one night to ourselves in Mazatlan. That was awesome. We had a really good time, had a lot of fun, but we were at another wedding, and it was all wedding stuff the whole time because my wife was in that wedding. And so she was crazy busy with that, and I was pretty busy with, I was the filmographer for the wedding. So we were just busy, and it was just with people all the time. So while we did take a trip together, it was not like we got a trip together. But in Buenos Aires, we actually had the bulk of the time, like 9 days of the time, was just us doing our own thing, which we were kind of tired. So we didn't do a ton of stuff, but we did a bit. And it was just really nice because we just so rarely have an opportunity to travel, the two of us. Even the two of us with our kids is hard enough. But just the two of us, extremely rare to be able to pull that off. So that was really cool that we had some time to do that. So so that, it was cool from that perspective for sure. TJ's here. Hey, Scott. Hey, TJ. Good to see you. And see what do we got going on here. I'm just checking all the different sites. Vince says, hello from Florida. I would love to see Ometepe. I hope to get back and do some Ometepe videos. I hate to put time frames on it, but maybe in the next 6 months. But Vince, if you haven't seen them, I do have some Ometepe videos. If you go to my channel, not now during the live stream, after the live stream, keep watching the live stream. But if you go to the channel and do the inner channel search, for those who've never done this, actually go to my channel page, just youtube.com/@ScottAlanMillerVlog, and it only shows my videos, obviously. There's another search, not the main YouTube search, but there's a channel search. You can do this for any channel. There, just pop in Ometepe, and all of my videos about Ometepe will just come right up, and you can watch it. There's probably 4. It's not a ton, but I go a couple places. I talk about a couple different things, and I definitely want to do a lot more. Ometepe is very special. I have been there before when I didn't film. I've had very few opportunities when I was filming to hang out there, so I would like to get a lot more. I'd like to see more of the islands. I've seen a lot more than the average person has seen, but there's bits I've never done, and there's places I've never spent time. I'd like to wander like Altagracia and really get a feel for that village, not just like, oh, here's the coast, right? Everybody sees the coast. Here's the volcano, yeah, everybody sees that. I actually want to like go around and some dog is making a bunch of noise. Give me just a second. I'm going to go check on the dog situation. What still do we have? Is this? Oh, there we got that. Is there a storm outside, little dog? Is that what's going on? Is there a dog? There's no one out here. Come here. You guys stay out there? You gotta come here. Okay. Sorry, guys. It appears there is a thunderstorm here, as there often is at this time of year, and so the dog, I guess, is nervous or something. I'm not sure what's going on. But I really do. I want to go down to Ometepe and do a ton more walking. I want to check out the different municipalities and really explore those. Last time I was there was with my wife and some friends, and we're just busy doing like group stuff and didn't have this huge amount of time to like do my own filming. I want to go when it's like a filming trip. But I like doing both, obviously. But I want to go on a filming trip and really hit the island and try to collect like really good information and get like a ton of restaurant reviews, show a bunch of things, because there really is a lot of good stuff on Ometepe, but it is very separated both by just distance and by communications, and there is a lot of kind of crap there too, because it's a popular place for people to just go set up shop and be like, haha, captive audience, I'll try to make it. And then of course those businesses don't last, but there's a lot of them, and so they just cycle through. Speaking of, I just found out yet another business that everyone is like, haha, yeah, Scott was wrong. Another foreigner came in, started a business, and they did well. I'm not going to say what place it is already much faster than we anticipated trying to sell. I've actually had, I think, a record number of places that we thought were at least not doing so badly try to sell to us in the last 2 weeks, which is seems like an odd time for people to be in that position. I mean, it's always rough, right? I tell people business here is rough, and when places have a hard time, they reach out to us because they know, we're in for the long haul. This is home. We're invested, like emotionally, familiarly. Wow. As a family, like we expect our kids to be here long term. Like this is where we are. So people know that we're a bit different. We're not someone who's just coming in, buying a place because we're like, we want to sell margaritas like every tourist. And so people look at us differently once they've been here. So we tend to find out about things first. So we're always getting told about businesses that are suffering or people who want to bail and they're looking for a way out. And that's how we've gotten everything that we've ever gotten, right? Is from someone coming to us with that. And I'm just surprised how many suddenly are in that position that they're like, I'm not gonna make it. And I've heard about some more that maybe like a domino effect. Like we're looking at a lot potentially. Down to Sean. I've run into quite a few people in San Juan del Sur that are from Canada, USA, that have been in Costa Rica but are considering coming here due to price increases there. Oh yeah, Sean, that's huge. Yeah, I talk to those people all the time too. So Costa Rica is beautiful. Costa Rica is awesome. I have nothing against Costa Rica. It's not at the top of my to live in list. That said, I do like San Jose a lot. Really do. Every time I'm in San Jose, I'm like, this is nice. It's not Guatemala City, but it's nice. Could I live in Costa Rica? Yeah, obviously. But would I choose it over Nicaragua? No, obviously not, or I would have. But I also wouldn't choose it over Guatemala. I don't think over El Salvador. Probably not over Honduras. Maybe over Honduras. I haven't spent time in San Pedro Sula yet. That's the place I think is most interesting in Honduras. I really want to go film that and am looking at a thing that may let me do that sooner than later. So we'll see. Different people have different mixes of things that they want. For me, that mix doesn't make Costa Rica, never did, very high on my list. And in the videos we do, you're going to find out that it also makes Argentina not high on my list. But Argentina probably should be pretty high on a lot of your lists. It just isn't the right mix for us in any way, which we found a lot more surprising than I think we were expecting. I think we were, a lot of people are like, you're going to go to Argentina and you're just going to move. And of course, that's always a risk, I suppose, right? But I think that the amount that we were tempted to do that was so much less than we were expecting with Argentina. But there are definitely things about it that I think are going to make a lot of people really, really interested. I think it's going to pique a lot of interest there. Nicaragua is definitely getting a major surge of people who went to Costa Rica and are now like, what have we done? Or they've been there for a long time and like it's changed. Or people are investigating and someone is like, if you like this, there's kind of like this, but really cheap, really, and much safer right around the corner. What's driving you here? And there are things that would drive you to Costa Rica. Food is one of them, right? Like, I really want good Asian food. Well, Nicaragua's going to be tough. Costa Rica is going to be easy. So, right, that could be the factor for you. But if you don't have one of those factors drawing you to Costa Rica, Nicaragua's like a slam dunk over Costa Rica short of those factors. And like based on the basics, safety, proximity to things, and cost of living, Nicaragua is the winner by a landslide. But Costa Rica, way better restaurant scene, more activities to do, and way better airport connections. As just a few of the things. Larry says, did you lovebirds visit the wine country you were talking about? We did not. We really wanted to, and at the last minute, we decided that we just didn't have enough time in Buenos Aires to do other things. And we were tired, right? Like, remember, I'm sick. I think I have COVID. So we're just like, you know what? I don't want to push and be unhappy. I don't want to waste all of our time. I don't want to like go to Mendoza and be like, I wanted to see more in Buenos Aires. Like that would have been stupid. So we decided not to do it. But Argentina is on our we have to go right back list. We're not going back like this week or anything. But my kids basically regretted not going with us about 5 minutes after we were out the door. And so they're like, so when can we go? So we specifically saved a bunch of things that we want to do with them. Specifically, a trip to Uruguay. I know that sounds funny. We're not going to go to Argentina with them. until we can go to Uruguay and go to a different country. But it's right there, right? So we want to do Uruguay with our kids, so we didn't do that. We're going to go to a still image because of the data upload. I think the storm caused a little bit of network traffic. I act like coughing can be done on a still screen. You won't know. Like the audio is not there. The Salta in the north, supposed to be a beautiful city. Well, my kids are going to want to see that. Cordoba, I think we want to see. We'll see if we can pull that off when we're there. I really want to see Rosario. Some people were raving about it. I used to be an IT advisor for the city of Rosario, so I really want to see that and just be like, hey, I used to, work remotely for this city. And of course, Mendoza, I don't think my kids hate wine, right? They don't want to go to the wine country, but I think they're going to find it a beautiful spot. And I think they'll be happy to just chill in a hotel. I mean, they're older, right? Like, they're way old enough. They could go on a trip on their own, right? They don't need us, but they like going with us. So going with the kids to Mendoza, they can just do their own thing in Mendoza. We can go do wine for a few days, have plenty of time, not be in any hurry. And then we want to go on. Well, we also want to do Patagonia while we're there, not connected to Mendoza. And then we want to go on to Santiago in Chile and probably come home from there. And so we want to do like a big trip with our kids and really see a bunch of stuff. So we're like, you know what? Let's just get to know Buenos Aires so we have the most knowledge to share with them for when they come, rather than trying to squeeze in a bunch of things. And just, we've learned from years of travel that we are happiest when we do less, because both my wife and I have a very strong tendency to want to do everything and push really hard. And we did this in 2012, and it took her to the breaking point. Like, she had a breakdown from how hard we pushed trying to make it from one thing to another. It was just pack and go and pack and go. And we saw so much stuff. Like, I'm not sure we regret it, but the next time we came back, we're like, we want to do as far from this as possible. And we started doing like base in one place 90 days at a time, go see different things, but only on the weekends or once a week kind of thing. Completely changed our approach and timing. And since we've done that, now obviously we're older and we have kids, so those are big factors as to why we need to do that. We could do less of it when we were younger, but we've just matured and realized, the things that are great about a place is often the things you only get to do when you put in the time at a place. And if you don't have a routine and start going to the grocery store and stuff, you miss a lot of the best stuff. And so, like, even in Buenos Aires, we were there long enough that we, like, the cashier at the grocery store recognized us. We had cafes we liked to go to. We had, we were only doing a tiny bit on repeat, but we were doing a little bit on repeat. And we found some places that we are absolutely going back to as soon as we get there. So that's why we skipped it, and that was a long time for you guys to make more comments and questions. Sean says, looking forward to venturing out on the chicken buses, trying to integrate as best as possible. Nice. You kind of have to from there. That's one thing that sucks about San Juan del Sur. There's no UCA bus. There's only a chicken bus up to Rivas. Then you can catch better stuff. Rivas actually has one of the big luxury buses up to the capital. No idea why. Dale says, I've been wondering how to do channel searches, so I'll check that out later. Oh yeah, the intra-channel searches. It took me a while. It's amazing how few things on YouTube I knew how to do until I had to do a bunch of research. Like, people will say, hey, Scott, did you ever record a video on Ometepe? And I'd be like, yeah, how do I tell you what it is? And I'd be like, I can't find it. How are you going to find it? And then I figured out there's like these channel search things. I'm like, oh, I can do this, and it like so easy to find. But if you don't know that's there, it's like there's a second search bar. Is that actually useful? Yeah, super useful. So that's and people don't go to the channel pages. So all the time I get people who are like, what's your email? I'm like, seriously? I couldn't put it any more places, but people can't find it. So there's a lot in YouTube that I think just feels hidden to people, for sure. Tim says, hey, Tim. Hey, Scott finally made it to Nicaragua outside of Esteli. Congratulations, Tim. Welcome. We're actually we're planning on a trip to Esteli in as short as like 2 weeks, I think. I was just talking to my person in Esteli just before I hopped on the live stream. Sean says, Claro phone was easier to set up. Tried Tigo, but was being told I needed to go to Rivas to set up. Couldn't be done here. Oh, yeah. I live in a city, so when I went to Tigo, it was right there. That's so weird. Like, how many customers do they lose because you can't do it in the place that you are? That's wild. Neither of them can you set up at the corner pulperias, but that's good to know that Claro can be done in San Juan del Sur and Tigo can't. Not, they're exactly the same. Scott says, Radpad, that's got to be reasons to live in Costa Rica. I mean, for sure, at the top of my list. I didn't think I needed to mention it because, I mean, so many people live in Costa Rica because of access to the Radpad, which is just so rad and pad-like in Costa Rica. When I was just there in San Jose, they've actually torn down a bunch of the skyscrapers, and they're now just stacks of rad pads all throughout downtown. It blows your mind. Restaurants are being built in them now, and not just like street food, like actual full sit-down restaurants built inside a connected matrix of rad pads. It's crazy. They've reinvented urban design in Costa Rica from that. I hope I am not. My wife would be like, you realize you're way too dry and sarcastic, and people are going to start wondering if you're being real about that. Vince says, have I been to Brazil? I have not. I've been very close to the Brazilian border in several different places, but I've never been in Brazil. Really want to go. It is much harder because I'm an American passport carrier. I mean, it's my passport. I don't just carry someone's American passport. And Brazil has made that a bit more difficult. So you have to have a pre-approval and a visa. It's not a big deal. You have to pay a bit to get in. It just makes it, you don't just like get a hankering one day and cross in. But that said, like I said about Argentina, we're going to Iguazu Falls. So we're in Buenos Aires. If you don't have a map up, Buenos Aires is quite a ways from the Brazilian border, but Iguazu actually shares the border. So we're going to have our visas and everything lined up. So when we go to Iguazu, I plan to go into Brazil at that time. In the future, I plan to get back to Bolivia because I already have my visa. So that $160 fee is waived or already paid. I'm going to go into Cochabamba, eat amazing food because Cochabamba is the secondary food capital of South America, which is the food capital continent of the world. And we're planning on road tripping, Ozzy and I, to Brazil, to Paraguay and Brazil from there and exploring that region. So that is the plan. I really want to hit like Florianopolis and Porto Alegre and a lot of the really cool stuff. So hoping to get to do that sometime in the next year, but I have a lot of stuff on my docket this year. So fingers crossed, things are always in flux. Gisela Jimenez says, pueden ver las cataratas también y los glaciares. Down south in Argentina. Yeah, we really want to do that, but we got to make a special trip. Those things we want to take the kids for. Really would be great. That stuff they're going to find really amazing. They love that kind of like adventure stuff and nature stuff, and they like cafes and cafe culture and that kind of stuff. That is their thing. Patricia says Radpad office cubicles would be amazing. Yeah, I mean that's Costa Rica right there. You just summed it up, right? Amazing Radpad everything's, right? People are making their homes out of them. Offices are being built in them. Manufacturing plants built inside Radpads. It's mind blowing. What is a rat? Vince, it is. There's a couple of videos on the channel about it. So those of us who are here in Nicaragua or who have been watching Nicaragua stuff for a while, Radpad was a scam here in Nicaragua that it became like a brand name. Literally, it was a brand name of scams in Nicaragua. It was a scam against expats specifically. So the kind of people, like the people who tend to be on my channel are the ones targeted by the Radpad scam. And it was just the most ridiculous. Like, it wasn't even close to making sense. It was so insane. And they had a video channel where they acted like they were making real products, and they filmed it all in like other people's businesses, and like it was 3D mock-ups instead of the real thing. Like it was insane. And this went on for years. And everyone in the country who's actually here, and anyone who's like paying attention to the country online, you would say Radpad, and everyone would go, "Wait, I've seen that guy." It was so well known. But nobody ever talked about it because it was so obviously a scam. They never sold one. They never really did anything. It was complete smoke and mirrors. But we had people. The reason I got involved, some people from my channel directly had him try to scam them. That's how I found out about it. They came to me and they're like, "Look, this seems too good to be true." And I'm like, "No, it doesn't seem too good to be true. It seems awful. Like, read what he actually put in this thing. It says you will donate money, he will keep it, and he will do nothing. That's what it says." And they're like, "No, but it's..." I'm like, "You're imagining what it says. The words on this paper say you are donating money to him. That's it. There's nothing else." And they were like, "What?" And like, it was just this unbelievable thing. Well, they did a video from the Radpad people that basically accidentally bragged about tax evasion and stealing from Nicaraguans. And some people sent it to me and said, because nobody watches this stuff. And they sent it to me and they're like, "Hey, can you take a look at this? Something seems off," right? And I watch this video and I'm like, oh gosh, no. Because he did it as like a recommendation video. He was basically like, "You should scam Nicaraguans. This is how you make a business function," right? And it's not quite what he said, but he was definitely bragging about stealing from people, from poor people, right? And so I made a video that did not tear him apart, but did explain, because he'd say, "My lawyer said this." I'm like, "Well, your lawyer lied because this is this." And he would say, "I had to pay a bonus." I say, "No, that was their paycheck. You didn't pay them their salary." And then he'd say, "Oh, well, they agreed to something and then they reported me anyway." I'm like, "That's because you extorted them, and under duress, they had to agree, because what else could they do? That's not a valid contract. They didn't actually agree. You extorted them. That's a crime. They were able to report you because you extorted them over a crime you had already committed. It was 2 crimes against them, not including the tax evasion, which is pretty big." From the time I made that video, he had been run out of the country within 2 days, is what I heard. He's now running the same scam in Costa Rica. I don't know why Costa Rica let him over the border, let alone lets it still go. But that is the Radpad thing. And Courtney just said, "Tony, yes, that Radpad." Gooch says, "Vince, it's like a maxi pad but different." Less exorbitant. Exorbitant, but more exorbitant. Janet says, "I was in Brazil, but in like 1972 or so, and everything is different now everywhere." Yes, Brazil 1972 is a bit different than Brazil today. Gooch says, "I just ordered the new Radpad coffin." Oh my gosh, a Radpad coffin would be interesting. That is like what they have in Argentina. They have all these like, oh my gosh, the cemeteries in Buenos Aires. First of all, super interesting, but also perfect for Radpads. That's so weird, but that's what they're like. Imagine Radpads, but with like high-end marble facades. That's sort of what it's like, and the size that they are. Super weird, but also really interesting. I have a Duolingo notification. What could this possibly be? I definitely did all my Duolingos before doing this. Okay, it was just a extra thing. I made sure my Duolingo was done for today. Not just my base streak, but also all of my quest points for the day. So I've been trying to be very good about that. Yes, yeah, Courtney. So if you want to see anything on the Radpad, we've got a couple of videos on that. That is good. Dominical, be careful about. Not interesting. It would be rad. Yep. So that is the Radpad thing. So you will hear a lot of people in Nicaragua joking about the Radpad thing. Mostly it was a scam only in San Juan del Sur. So the rest of the country, you all heard about it. But, you know, expat scams really generally only fly in San Juan del Sur. So you get a ton of it down there. They refer to it as the expat pyramid scheme because there's just so many expats taking advantage of other expats. You just have to be careful in that area. You have to be careful anywhere even if you're not an expat. But some places just, you have a lot of expats in one spot, and it's kind of like having a retirement community. People who run scams target retirement communities because there's just a lot of people in one place. So it's just, you get a lot more bang for the buck of your effort, but also really commonly you end up with people who've been scammed but haven't realized it yet, who will vouch for you. And so there was a lot of that going on, as it always is in San Juan del Sur, is that there will be people vouching for people that either they haven't figured out were scamming them, or they knew and now they're in on it because, well, now they're stuck and they're part of the system. So that's really common. Obviously, it's not everybody. That would be crazy. But it's enough of a percentage that it creates risk. So it's something to just be aware of. TJ said, went to PriceSmart. I bought Alfredo sauce there, came back and found it in La Colonia. Yeah, TJ, but what's the price difference? Because I bet La Colonia is buying it at PriceSmart. That's what everyone does. There's actually here in Leon a new PriceSmart reseller that basically just buys everything that PriceSmart has and resells it in Leon at twice the price, which is really great when you just need one or two things. It's fine. But if you need any amount of groceries, like, go to Managua. It's not that far. Get a membership, buy your stuff. I know if you're only buying Alfredo sauce, like, that doesn't make sense. But it's really rare, not unheard of, but it's really rare as an expat that you're not going to buy enough groceries to make, or other things, toilet paper, dog food, to make PriceSmart just a slam dunk. For those who don't know, PriceSmart is Costco, just the Latin American version of it. It's actually the parent company that then sold off Costco. Dale says, just did a channel search for rentals, and a few I've seen, but now I have a whole bunch more to watch. Yay! All right, awesome, Dale. Give them thumbs up, leave them comments. Every time you do that, when you watch an old one and you thumbs up and you comment, it actually makes other people see it. And so it gets the ball rolling again on the videos. So that's extra awesome. TJ says, I already bought a membership and went. Woohoo! Yeah, PriceSmart's awesome. And they're back to cards again. They tried doing cardless for a little while, and I don't know how they didn't realize this, but their app on the phone required a card. So every single time you'd go, you'd show them the app, and it would say, please show your card. And I'm like, but I have the app because they wouldn't give me a card. I wouldn't use this app. It's stupid. I want a card. And so for a while, they're like, you can't have a card. We don't do those anymore. I'm like, but your app says you can't use the app without a card. You have to show it the card for the app to work. What's the purpose of the app? You already have the card in your hand. Just show the card, right? And now you, the app kind of works, but now I have a card. I don't need the app anymore. It was so weird. I don't know what they were thinking. It did not work. Do Costco memberships in America work at PriceSmart? No, two separate companies. PriceSmart was the original company, and then Costco split off, and they have the same supply chain, but they are two separate companies. One is North America, one is Latin America and the Caribbean, and they don't overlap, but they both have Kirkland's Best is the joint product that makes for both of them. Gooch Gooch says, some of the people who are scammed end up getting Stockholm Syndrome. That is true. That is definitely true. And that comes from, they feel like people should have warned them. But, how much more warning can we give? Come on. We try hard. And we're practically shaking people. Don't listen to the scams. And people are like, but they're my friends. And they said I'm the only one they would trust to invest in this. And it's a sure thing. It's 50% return year over year, guaranteed. And you're like, what? What? You can't save people from themselves. TJ says, I signed up for the membership and then went in there and got a card. Yeah, that's what they started doing once they just universally realized the app didn't have the intention of functioning. Whoever made the app was like, well, they'll never not have a card. And then whoever deployed the app was like, I don't know what this is, but we don't need cards anymore. Larry says, FYI, the pulperia across from the church in Guadalupe sells PriceSmart buttercream cakes and vanilla and chocolate muffins. The prices are not double. They sell a lot of volume. There's a ton of places that do that with the cakes. Those are all over. Is it Cacique Ariac? The hotel downtown next to Casamangos, they sell the cakes too. There's a bunch of places that sell the cakes. I don't know about the muffins. I know the muffins are all over the country. Every stand everywhere sells the PriceSmart muffins. That is such a thing. That's one thing. PriceSmart makes really good cakes and muffins, but it wouldn't hurt to have some variety in the country. That everybody in the country uses the same bakery is just like, come on. It's not bad, but we'd like for you're like in the airport and you're like, everything's from PriceSmart at every stand. Come on. It is tough, but as a restaurant, it's very hard to do anything without getting it all from PriceSmart. And if you go into PriceSmart, you see just restaurant after restaurant, just truckload after truckload after truckload of food going out of there. I imagine it must be the busiest of the PriceSmart Costco chain worldwide. It has to be, because the entire country runs on those two stores. It is mind-boggling how much passes through there. And you go anywhere in the country, and you're just like, this all came from PriceSmart. I recognize it. It is crazy. It's just one of those, and it's one of those secrets. Like, so many people are here for so long, and they're like, I don't know if I'm going to get a PriceSmart membership, and then they get it, and then they're like, how did I function before? We're just like, I have no idea. Like, you have to have it. It's how things work. And you can't use credit cards there unless you have American Express. So make sure you have American Express. You can use cash, obviously. You can use debit cards. They have ATM machines in there, but it's pretty nice to be in there and have a credit card and be like, I can just get everything. Let's see. What else we got going on? Nobody? There we go. You should order from the link I sent you for bagels and cakes. Better quality than most bakeries in the country. Yeah, I need to get some. That would be good. We just got back, Larry. There hasn't been time to order things. I do have new gear for the channel arriving from Managua tomorrow on the shuttle. TJ said, somebody said I couldn't find Q-tips here, but I found some not name brand in a local store. You can definitely get Q-tips here. We have boxes of Q-tips here. That's not a problem. I think you get them in, I think PriceSmart has real Q-tips. Not that it matters. But definitely there. Yeah. People say weird things aren't available here, and we're like, have you been to the grocery store? Like, it's so weird. Someone told me just recently, they're like, there's no tampons in Nicaragua, and I'm like, nope, definitely have bought those, and there's like a whole selection, and they're everywhere. It's not like, well, there's this one place and you have to know where to go. It's like you'll just randomly come across them all the time because they're just a normal item. And people are like, no, we've heard that they don't exist in Central America or something. You're like, what? Dale says, in a previous live stream, Dominica mentioned that the bakeries use a weird vanilla substitute. That is true. Do the grocery stores sell actual vanilla extract? They do, but it's more expensive. You really got to hunt it down. I do some baking, so I'd like real vanilla. Yeah, you can get real vanilla, and this may come as a shock to you, but the best place to get it would be PriceSmart. Vince says, there is a Nika fellow that lived in Tampa for several years that I believe is in Granada now and owns an ice cream business. His name is Victor. A whole Nika family. I bet that was an old Nika family. We'll go with that. Does anyone know him? Victor, who does ice cream in Granada. I know of an ice cream place in Granada, but I do not know the owner. So, not me. Someone might know him. I have not lived in Granada in a number of years, so I don't have the best local knowledge of people around town these days. If Josie Marr is on the live stream, he might know. Gooch Gooch says, Dale, I saw a woman selling tampons a while ago on Facebook. I think she believed that old story that they didn't exist here. She ended up going through menopause before she went through all of them. Oh, she was selling them. I get it. That is, so she brought tons and tons with her. I get it. That's interesting. I am looking at a map of Granada to see if I can find this ice cream place. Like, yeah. I don't know what I'm expecting to come across. There is no way I'm going to just find the ice cream place in question. I can't even find downtown. What am I doing wrong? There it is. There it is. You know, actually, from the air, Granada is very hard to figure out. Like, I don't know why. It's a confusing city. And like downtown isn't where you expect it to be. And there's a lot of fields right downtown. Has anyone ever noticed? Granada's actually quite small. And there is a lot of agriculture coming right into the city. It's pretty weird. And it's so close to Laguna de Apoyo. One afternoon, I just walked from my house in downtown Granada to the lagoon. And then it got dark, and I had to walk back in the dark. That was a bad idea. Patricia says, is it real ice cream? I'm waiting for someone to come on and explain to us that it's actually frozen yogurt, and that all frozen yogurt in the world comes from Granada. Janet says, it's the name brands that are hard to get. Some things is all. Yeah, the name brands can be tough. TJ says, can't find sesame seed oil. I swear that... Oh, Vince says, wait. He owns an ice business. I made up ice cream. My brain went to that because that's what I was hoping. He owns an ice business, just Yalo. Just selling Yalo. Wow. No, I do not know. But that's really boring, Vince. Do you know anyone who makes ice cream? That's much more exciting. Well, that answers it for Patricia. No, it's real ice, but not real ice cream. TJ, I'm shocked that we can't find sesame seed oil because sesame seed production is in downtown Leon. Leon brand sesame is in the city. So all that stuff should be made here. I swear, there's definitely... we have a sesame oil in the cupboard. I don't know where it came from. I'll have to... Maybe when Dominica's on, we can find out. And we also have tahine. Is that right? The sesame oil-ish stuff. It's like ground sesame that you use for hummus, because we make hummus at home. So we definitely have that. But it is hard to find. And TJ says, I'm in Granada. Well, TJ, do you know the ice people? But not the ice cream people. We were on a tangent there. Tahini. Oh, I said tahine. Tahini, yeah, exactly. I can't seem to find sesame seed oil at any local stores here in the USA. I had to order from Amazon. Oh, wow. That's weird. What is that about? Is there like a sesame oil shortage? I swear I can walk into the kitchen and pull sesame oil right now. You must be drinking more... I have to wait for it to scroll. Oh, canned wine. Can't read your screen. No, I only have water. I'm just old, Larry. My eyes are going. That and my glasses broke. You guys won't be able to see this, I'm sure. But one of my nose guards fell off. Luckily, can you see that? Oh, you can. Look at that. Boom. Go Fuji. This is what I look like without glasses, for those who are wondering. I can't tell you how I look. I just have you guys will have to tell me because I can't see anything. I actually have a replacement pair of glasses sitting here somewhere. I had to look for them all day, and this actually doesn't bother me much. But I made it the whole trip worried because it was starting to get wonky, and then it fell off as soon as I got home, and I'm like, oh, well, there we go. Gooch says, Janet, biggest thing to do is find a locally available brand that you like or pay more. Yeah, learning the local brands or the locally available brands is the secret to life here. Once you adjust to most things, you're just better off. And especially if anyone's wondering, the thing that you want to get locally is the Doritos. Like, Doritos are like whatever. They changed the flavor from when they were good. They're not the great thing that they used to be. Here we have Ranchitos. They're so much better. So much better. They're made in Honduras by Yummy, and they live up to their name. They're very, very good. TJ says, I did find some real yogurt. I think it says in Messiah. You should be able to get real yogurt anywhere. Are you saying real yogurt made in Messiah? I get real yogurt, but I get real yogurt from Costa Rica and El Salvador. Guchu says the Asian grocery stores carry sesame oil. That makes sense, but I don't think that's where we got it because we've had it for a while. I look like you have said that before, Larry. Thank you. Oh, without the glasses. If Robert Redford was bald and not really that young. I mean, young compared to now, I suppose. I look like a older, middle-aged Robert Redford at best. Yeah, I feel like we get sesame oil at La Colonia. Hold on, I will WhatsApp my wife and ask. Boy, you guys are quiet tonight. What's going on? It's kind of a slow night. We took a couple weeks off. This is anytime we take a couple weeks off, we lose a few people. We're also on early tonight. You guys are very quiet. Also, I just noticed that the road shows up. That's like I should get product placement for this. I have my first road interface system coming tomorrow. Does that make sense? I have the Streamer X, which is not for this channel and not for the live stream, because I use the Atom for this, but for my the stuff I'm going to do with Dawn, hopefully. Going to do with Zencastr for podcasting. I want to be able to capture myself in a better way with the microphones and stuff, and so it allows me to use the gear that I'm using here for professional broadcast as like webcam kind of stuff. So I managed to get it on a really amazing sale, and so I was testing out a new shipper, and I want to test out this Rode gear, and it gives me an XLR interface so I can get like a really good pro mic that I can have mounted on my desk and like really up the audio. I mean, obviously I've got this awesome Rode Boom here, so it's not going to be like completely different, but it's a better mic than this that I can have even closer on a stand with XLR and like just do it all up, right? So I wanted to try some of this stuff out. So I got this great deal. So I ordered that, and it should be here tomorrow. I'm looking forward to playing with that. That should be pretty cool. La Marcelita is here, or here in spirit. Not sure why she's on there only. The only Asian grocery store near me is this is in the U.S., not here. Is in a very sketchy neighborhood, so I haven't been there. You know those Asians and their sketchy neighborhoods. Sorry, that was very pro-racist against Asian communities. No. I lived next to K-Town in Dallas. It was like the safest place. Like you could always go there. You could wander through there at night, not a problem. And great grocery stores. So many cafes. It was excellent. That was great. I lived in Little Salvador. So Salvadorans everywhere, and a few Nicaraguans, lots of Guatemalans, a lot of Hondurans, few Mexicans, but very few. You had to really seek out Mexican restaurants. And then we lived right next to K-Town. I could be there in minutes. And then across the highway from us was Little Pakistan. That was a great place to live in Dallas, let me tell you. So I haven't been there. I want to get some weird animal parts for my dogs. Boy, Patricia, that really makes it sound like you're getting some extra parts and you're going to like go Dr. Frankenstein on them and like sew other animal parts onto your dogs. That's where my brain went from that. Everyone says, hola, Marcelita. Janet says, Gooch, yeah, of course. I've been here 10 years and the Q-tip brand used to be available, and even Ramon prefers them. The Mexican brand sticks bend and have less cotton. The Chinese made wooden ones? Wooden? I've not seen that. Gooch says, gotcha, I don't use them myself. Janet says, sticks don't bend. Well, yeah, the wood stick you jam in your ear doesn't bend. Wow. I can also say there are metal ones. Yeah, brace yourself. They sell metal ones at the Chinese stores in the Galleria that are, you use them and clean them because the whole thing's metal. Larry says, Buffalo 10, Miami 7. Go Bills. 12 minus something left in the first half. Whatever is the last thing always has that extra heart over it, so I can't quite see. Patricia says my brain went to Frankenstein dogs too right after I posted it. You're scaring my dog. She's right here behind me. She's like, what are you talking about? Well, there's a little bit of a storm, so she's kind of panting, but she's being good. You're being good. You're such a good dog. She missed me while I was gone. That's the biggest problem. Look who's here in person. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, no, I wanna see ya. What? Pues. Oh, the dog hit the... Look who's here. It's La Marcelita. She was hiding in the other room.
¿Dónde estamos?
Aquí. Mensajes. Oh, see, there's a camera with a microphone sitting on my desk, and she's like, "Is this the camera?" Because I'm gonna pick it up so you guys can see this is what she saw, right? It's like a whole thing, but there's a lens cap on it, so it's very confusing because the actual camera's up there, but you can't really see the screen on the camera up there because there's all these cables in front of it, so you kind of don't notice it. And then you look at the monitors over here, and it's like, I'm on. Where's the camera? So here she is, in one of the latest Nicaragua shirts. My brain went to Frankenstein. Oh, Tim says, what's your favorite weather app in Nicaragua? Honestly, Tim, so first of all, the weather's predictable here. You don't need much of a weather app. I'm lazy about this stuff, and I'm on Apple. I just use the Apple weather that's built in. Someone who's not on Apple will probably have lots of recommendations on weather apps, but that's all I do. And Dale says, "Hola." Vince is mortified by our communities here. Gooch says, speaking of pets, isn't it horrible what is going on in Ohio? Yes, I've heard about that. They've actually started collecting street dogs from Nicaragua, packaging them in Radpads, and sending them to Ohio now. It's awful. It's oh, Ohio. My family's from Ohio, so if my dad is watching, he's probably like, what are they talking about? Joe is here. Hey, Joe. Hello, Scott. How are you? I'm from Argentina. Saludos. Wow, Joe. That's awesome. Did you just find our channel because I was in Argentina, or is it a coincidence? La Marcelita is right here leaning down trying to read the screen, but she doesn't want to be on the camera so much, so she's hiding over here.
Aquí estoy mejor.
Oh, Esta?
No.
Oh, okay. Nope. She's just reading the messages. And the dog is here. My wife responded, and she said that sesame seed oil is in La Colonia. It is not in the baking section. It is in the what she refers to as the foreign food shelves. It's not really what it is, but so La Colonia here in León, when you walk in the door, all the way to your left, but towards the front, not towards the back, all the way in the front left corner, is a expensive fancy food section. It's where things are just outrageously uncommon for normal palates. There is where you find tahini. That's where you find sesame seed oil. Now that she says it, I can picture them there. I've picked them up many times where the kids they needed something and we're like, is this it? And then we're reading it. We're like, nope, that's sesame seed oil. So they have a lot of it. I know that they do. So that's easy. La Colonia, they have sesame oil and plenty of it. Patricia says, Apple Weather used to be the Dark Sky app. It was the best weather app. When Apple bought it, it was no longer available on Android. Very sad. Oh, well, that's sad. But it works great here. I also use, I don't have my Apple Watch on. I have an Apple Watch that I wear most of the time, but I've been traveling, so I took it off. And, esta noche? Oh. Vas a ir? No? Oh, okay. Solo es nuevo. For those who are in León tonight, you're looking for a concert. Oh, ¿dónde?
En Puyo. Donde Oscar.
¿Dónde? Oh, Pub York. See. So there's a new place called Pub York, and Mad Heavier from Esteli is playing there tonight. They're very good. So it's a nice little bar right across from Via Via, but on the other side of the road. Anyone who wants to go tonight, Mad Heavier, I would leave within the next hour, probably, to get up there. Dale says, luckily you don't have to use much sesame oil for most recipes. That is true, unless you're me and just want to drink sesame oil, because I love sesame oil and butter. And olive oil, in my defense. I keep it healthy, too. So normally I use an Apple Watch. So I've mentioned this before. Because of all the stuff I do, I'm just in on the Apple ecosystem. So I have an Apple desktop, laptop, phone, and watch, and I'm getting the iPad Pro when I pass through the US next time. Once you invest into the system, it just makes sense to stick with it. That's their whole business model, obviously. And that's what my whole family uses now. So my kids don't use computers really. So they're on iPads, iPhones, no watches. My wife does not use an Apple computer or an iPad, but she doesn't use either really at all. But she has an iPhone and an Apple Watch. And we have Apple TV, but we no longer have an Apple TV device, but I may pick one up at some point just because. And I have the Apple HomePods, because once you have everything else, they're actually a really good deal and they work great. So, yeah. But it's mostly just because I use Final Cut Pro and a bunch of stuff. So I'm so into the ecosystem that it just makes sense. But I've been very happy with it since switching and since the Apple Silicon came out. It's actually been really good. Even though you can't buy it here in Nicaragua, if you have access to get it in the U.S., it really does give you a better experience for a lot of things here because it's just the way it works and getting things fixed and whatever. Gooch says Trump on the debate was claiming that the immigrants are eating the pets. I think everyone understood that. Patricia says immigrants in the U.S. will never have to eat pets. The government gives them EBT cards for food. It's the Americans that might have to start eating their own pets soon. It's true. Kevin is here. Hey, Kevin. And Kevin with him. Hey, everyone. Kevin and Kevin in the house. In the doghouse. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know that she knew what the joke was, but she knew I was being funny. ¿Entiendes? Yeah, okay. Oh, she's going to move to... Come here, Mia. Come over here. Es vacío. Puedes poner en el piso. Y yo encontré mis lentes.
Para mucho tiempo, seguro.
Mucho tiempo, sí. Hay 3 años, casi. Necesito porque es rota. Sí. Está rota. Pero todavía no encontré mis lentes del sol plata. Pienso que robaron. Yes. All right. Oh, Patricia says, sheep. Scott on his way to the Apple Store. Yes. You know what? I was very non-Apple guy for a really long time, and then I had to switch. I was forced to because of T-Mobile and Android. Literally, the T-Mobile store is like, if you want a working phone, you have to move to Apple. We cannot help you on Android. And they're like, only the Apple Store has the power to get past problems with the provisioning system. And so it's not the Apple devices. It's Apple's acumen in navigating the phone provisioning systems that forced us onto Apple. But then once we got on Apple Silicon, it's so much better that it just is what it is. Brent says, the art for the thumbnail is cool. Dueling capybaras by your artist daughter. Welcome back. Thanks, Brent. And no one ever mentions them. Every time she's like, did they mention my artwork? And I'm like, they don't see it that much. She's like, I don't believe you. But I will let her know right away that you mentioned it. It is really cool. I really like it. So La Marcelita is right here, just hiding, inches away. I just hit her phone. So one thing I need like a stick to the camera so I can be like and move it because it's out of arm reach. Like this is I can't grab the see. And Luciana gave a big smiley face that her artwork was noticed. But I like with the Apple Watch, so I just bothered changing the face, but I found a really nice multi-time zone face that I really like, that shows a map and a bunch of different cities' times and lets you put the cities that you're in like on it so that you can just look and be like, here's the one I'm going to, here's the one I'm coming from, and see what it is. That was really nice. I was really happy with that, being in Argentina, because it's 3 hours from here, so it'd be like, what time? And as you pass through Costa Rica and Panama, the time would change. I guess not in Costa Rica, but in Panama. So you wouldn't be completely sure if it had adjusted to Panama or to Costa Rica. And then you'd just be off potentially by an hour. And I had that happen at one point. I'm like, so having all of it in one spot was really nice. Dale says, very talented artist. Thank you. She is, both of my daughters do so much artwork. It's one of the advantages of being homeschooled is they have a lot of time that they're able to devote to like art stuff, because they both want to work in artistic spaces, and so it's an important part of it. It's basically like school, but they're able to focus so much more on it. They do an amazing amount of stuff. Like, it's really the volume of stuff that they do is really amazing. We'll like go out for coffee, because my kids love going to coffee, and we'll be at the coffee shop, and they'll have iPads, and they'll just be sitting there, and you think, right, teenagers, they're on their iPads, they're on Facebook, they're like doing all the social media stuff. Absolutely not. They're on what's it called? Procreate. And at the end of having coffee, they'll be like, here's like the 5 digital paintings that I made while we were having coffee. And they'll have like, they've been honing their craft while we're having coffee, like while we're talking, while we're doing stuff, they're like doing that. And then once this live stream is done, right, we're going to go and try to play video games together, because that's something that we do, because their goal is to open a video game studio, and which is especially good now because of the collapse of the video game industry going on. Like, the timing is perfect for them to get in, except for the whole AI thing. AI is going to create a big problem in the video game space for semi-obvious reasons. And not that that's a bad thing, but it is going to shake things up a lot. So it's an interesting time for a lot of industries to see how it's going to play out, what the future of different career paths are going to be. And so it's a tough time to be making long-term decisions, but it's a good time to be at the forefront of things. So one of the reasons that we like homeschooling, it gives them a lot more flexibility to adjust and adapt and make new decisions, try things out, and really dig in deep. That's one of my favorite things is when I was around about their age, so my eldest is about to turn 16. When I was 13, the same age as Luciana, who made the drawings for this, I was working as a programmer. And at 17, so just a little bit older than my eldest, I started my first professional band that actually like toured and had tour shirts and tickets, and like we did stuff. We weren't awesome, but we like really did stuff. And then shortly thereafter, I joined professional bands of other things. I got to do studio recordings. I got to work with Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Greg Lake, and a bunch of stuff. I got to work as a studio engineer and a producer and a promoter, and I got to do really cool stuff in different spaces, because I had been a classical guitarist from age 7, and I put in my 10,000 hours and ended up with a career as a musician. And they're not doing that in music, but they are doing that in art, and both of them are really close, if haven't passed, their 10,000 hour mark. And so it's kind of amazing. And as a parent, you always think your kids are talented, right? But that's not the thing that's amazing that I'm speaking of. It's that they've had the opportunity to put in the time to see how putting in time pays off. And so that's, to me, this incredibly important part of their education that was super important for me too. I had this really strong understanding that at, I think I was 17. I've told the story before. I went to my guitar teacher and I'm like, I want to compete in state competition. And he's like, oh yeah, you're like the worst student I've ever had, but you've put in so many hours that like, yeah, you can do state competition. Like, you're better than people who don't practice, but you're terrible for someone who does, was kind of the thing. And this is something I was incredibly bad at, and I'd put so much time into it that I was able to sight read a perfect score for top level state competition. And it was like, like this huge, like, you can just brute force your way through being good enough at things. You'll never be the best, right? Just from you have to also be talented, but loving something, putting in the time, putting in the effort intentionally, and that 10,000 hour thing is real. I don't know what the exact number is, right? We all say 10,000 hours. No one knows what the exact number is, and it's different for every person. But there really is this barrier that you push through, and one day you're just like, boom, I got this. Like, it's a totally different thing. And working in the field that I ended up in for the majority of my career, was similar. Like, I started older, but not that much older. Put in the time, and then at a reasonably young age, because I'd put in so many hours in the field, worked so many multiple jobs, and accumulated the hours faster than most people did, I hit those hours and was able to be like, oh, I'm able to do, and I remember when it was like, oh, I know how to do this job, but I'm really scared, and I get it wrong sometimes, and I mean, everybody gets it wrong sometimes, but like, it was a struggle, and I remember coming through this barrier and being like, oh, I don't worry about things, like, now it's been a long time, but I get called about big problems in the industry, and it's like, oh, it's this terrible thing. We don't know what to do. Everyone's looked at it, and it's like, yeah, I got this. But you don't know what's wrong yet. I know, but it's not going to be a big thing. And it's like, consistently, you just walk in with this confidence, and then that confidence actually makes you better because you're calm. And you're like, I'm not panicking because I've done this a bunch. Oh, sure, it may not be this thing, but it's something like it. And it just... right, but learning that you can do that and that it's achievable even in areas that you're not good. My kids are, kind of talented. I was not talented in the things I did. I was like really bad at those things, and I just pushed. And so that was a really important life lesson. Tim says, are you still playing guitar? I do not. I stopped playing at 22. Really 23. I had carpal tunnel for a number of years, and I'm not the most talented guitarist ever, for sure. And so the number of hours that I had to play, I was playing 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, for years and years and years. And it just took its toll. And so I knew that I had kind of apexed within my career, and I was doing great. I was making good money, which at the time was like $40,000 a year as a classical guitarist on salary for a corporation. So that's the equivalent today of, I think, about $90,000, which is not amazing, but imagine being a 22-year-old bringing in $90K playing music at like jazz clubs. It was a nice gig, pun intended. It really was good, but I knew that I couldn't advance from there. There's nothing I could do because, no tengo mucho algo. Si hay vino o cerveza, quizás, seltzer, algo. I knew that that was it. Maybe I could maintain what I was doing, but I was never going to make more, and I was always at risk that I wasn't going to be able to keep playing. And I knew that that was getting worse and worse. So, it was in my mind that it couldn't be a forever answer. And I love that I did it. If I could go back, I wouldn't have. I think it was a complete waste of my time. But having done it, I got my degree in music performance. I was a triple major. I put in the work. It was very encouraging to me in other areas of life. But at 22, I started my own firm in business consulting, and I had to switch to get my 10,000 hours there, and I just needed to focus. And the guitar was great while I was starting the business. It gave me the ability to start the business while having a great job that just allowed my brain to move into something else. But there was no way for me to maintain it. I did play on and off after that point in early, at age 23, early in it. Well, yeah. When I was barely 23, I would say, I had to move for my company, and at that point I had to give up the work that I was doing to be able to pursue full-time growing the company. And so I had to give up all the professional aspects of playing guitar, and my guitar broke from storage, just humidity and stuff. Not broke, but it needed repaired, and I didn't have the time or the money because I was really focused on the business, so it just went by the wayside. After a little while, not real long, I played a couple of weddings, and the last one being 1 week before I met my wife. So my wife actually went 10 years of us being together having never heard me play guitar. And, people would say, yeah, Scott plays guitar. And she's like, yeah, everyone I know plays guitar. They'd be like, no, like he really plays guitar. And of course she'd be like, so he was in like a high school rock band? And they'd be like, well, he was. I was terrible at it. The band was terrible, right? That's not what I did. I played classical guitar. Like I had this like whole thing. I beat out my professor. I beat out the head of my university for a gig. So she just never understood. And then one day we got my guitar fixed and I pulled it out. I had kids at that point. So my eldest remembers. I pulled out the guitar. When we found the guitar, we got it fixed. We found my music. I pulled it out and I started playing. And my wife was just like, what? Like I started playing like a concert. And she's like, what is happening? She had no idea. And I hadn't played for 10 years. I didn't know if I could play. And we started playing and she's like, what is going on? She's like, I didn't understand you could play guitar. I'm like, what did you people told you? She's like, no, they didn't. Not like this. I had no idea that you actually played guitar. Like you play. She's like, no one I've ever met who said they played guitar. They just, strum a few chords or whatever. I'm like, well, I told you I played for like 20 years. And she's like, yeah, no. But no, I don't even have a guitar here. I still have one in storage. At some point, I will bring it down. I don't know if I will ever play again. It is one of those things that there's a part of me that's like, I would love to do that. And I'd like to do it for my kids so they can hear it now that they're older. And I'd love to play it for my record a little bit and be like, see, yeah, it's been 30 years. Yeah, by the time I do it, it'll be 30 years with only having played for 30 minutes in 30 years. But there's a little bit that's like, I'd kind of, it was so much of my life for so long. But I know I'll never play like I did 30 years ago, so it's a tough thing to convince yourself to go back to, right? Like it's just, I know that it's something I've lost, and so I moved on a long time ago. Same thing with trombone. I was a professional trombone player. I played in multiple orchestras. I've played on multiple recordings. I toured for a decade playing professional trombone. And before I was more than a decade, 11 or 12 years on pro trombone. And before that, I played in high school multiple first chairs across multiple districts because places couldn't get enough trombone players. So I would travel to different districts and play first trombone. And I was first percussion in my high school as well. And I also then did a piano minor and a voice major in university as well. And at one point could play mandolin and banjo and euphonium and trumpet and a few other things. I never sit. So Dale, I played classical. So the important thing is I'm a technical player. I cannot hear music. I don't play with bands. Like I can play with a band, obviously, but like it has to be written music, and that's not how people play in most places. So any place that's like improv and like like jazz, rock, none of those things. No, I don't play that. I can't play that. I cannot hear music in the way that normal people do, and so my ability to do what those people do is zero. Like I cannot do it. And people who don't have it's a mental issue, and it took a really long time to discover. But I have a severe difference in my ability to hear sound from normal people. And because of that, it forced me, even though I loved guitar, to put in an amount of effort to be able to even produce a song to a degree that it made me able to be a completely different type of professional than most people had ever seen. And so I was able to get jobs and do things that other people couldn't do, but I can't do any of the things that other people can do. So I don't do anything. Like me sitting in with a band, it would be like someone who had never played guitar before trying to play in a band. Like it would be ridiculous. Edwin says, I miss you making these Thursday streams. Me too, Edwin. I love doing these, and it sucks that it's so hard to do when we're on the road and things. Para mí, gracias. Tonya has arrived. Ooh, there we go. They're so hard to do when I'm not in the studio, and so often things come up on a Thursday night, but I don't know what night to move it to because this is the night that works and people are used to it, sort of, and every other night there's something. So I don't know. This still seems like the best night, but it's It's hard to maintain it. Kevin says, question. Dale says, that's a great story. Thank you. Kevin says, question for the experts in the room. I need a solid recommendation for a taxi travel, especially in the north. I have some out-of-the-way places I might visit, and buses are difficult. Any suggestions? Really just hire a driver. Don't even... So if you know you're going to be in the north, let's just say you're going to be in Esteli. We can grab someone from Esteli who'll just know somebody and tell us a driver to use. Do you know what city you're going to be around, Kevin? The Domino says, I'm in Managua now. Kevin says, everyone I call is no longer in business. The Domino says, Granada tomorrow, Leon on Monday. Hey, Domino, we'll see you on Monday. I am here, and I can hear the thunder. Who's on and can hear the thunder going on in western Nicaragua right now? Is it thunder in Managua? Kevin, that question was for you. What city in the north are you going to be based out of? Like, where will you go on a bus and then go from? I managed to not cough all day, but now that I'm on, I'm coughing a lot. Every time it rumbles, my dog gets silent and is like, oh, it's getting closer and louder. Ella tiene miedo.
Sí, yo sé.
Aw. Kevin says, Esteli heading to Kuali and possibly Jalapa. That is out there. Jalapa. Toda la gente quiere ir a Jalapa. Es muy popular. No entiendo, pero... All right. I asked someone in Esteli if they have a driver. Let's see if we can track someone down. Tim says, I'm watching the storm over Leon from my location. Wait, where did you say you are, Tim? Aren't you farther away than that? Lots of tobacco and very clean. Is that a description of why you like the area or how you like your driver? That probably wasn't as funny as it was in my head, but it seemed funny. I like my drivers, like I like my cities in the north. Lots of tobacco and very clean. Sometimes she gets the English, and sometimes she pretends she doesn't. Oh, you're west of Esteli. You must be really west. Are you around Asauce? Because Esteli has a hard time seeing Leon. It's pretty far. You're probably seeing the storms over Chinandega. Because they're more in line. And they always get the storms. If we have a storm, they've got a storm. They get twice as many storms as we do. No good drivers in Esteli, I'm told. Oh. Marcella has been summoned away from the live stream. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you're very close to El Sauce. Okay, Sauce is actually in Leon, just not in the city. From there, in theory, the Sauce is kind of low. It's got all the mountains around it. Janet says, I laughed at the joke the first time. Oh, I made it twice? Yes, when I repeated it to make sure that everybody caught that it was a joke. Kevin, you can hire a driver out of Leon. Obviously, that's a lot more expensive, but then they can take you all the way. Like, we have someone that you can definitely use here. I can't believe that there isn't anyone up there. This is where Patricia says, business idea, private drivers in Esteli. We're waiting, Patricia. And if they don't do a good job, she can sew animal parts onto them. Seriously, you guys are so quiet tonight. You're killing me, Smalls. I have to have... topic, while we're here. I'm going to be turning on community membership here on YouTube. So I need you guys to help me with this because I don't have a clue what to do with the memberships to make them good. So first of all, I want to explain why we're doing it because I hate the membership thing. So why am I doing it? Oh, Kevin says it's like everyone made a Facebook page like 12 years ago and now sells bow instead of driving. Yes, that's probably the case. Well, there was a need for a lot more drivers in the past. That's a real thing. Oh, the rain's here. I can hear it. Membership. So the reason that I'm doing it, right, is because YouTube is paying me to do it, and it would be stupid not to. Like, this is just one of those weird things. YouTube is like, here's some money if you turn on this feature. I'm like, I don't want that feature. And they're like, yes, but we're going to pay you. I'm like, so I don't get paid if I don't turn on this feature I don't like. Exactly. And I'm like, but I don't like this feature. So I'm trying to come up with a way to make this feature make sense. And so I understand the value to the membership thing for my community here is that there are many of you who would like to support the channel in some meaningful way, and would like a way to do it that's not crazy but kind of works. So what I'm doing, and I don't want anyone to feel obligated to do this in any way. I'm not pressuring anyone to do it. I hate the whole thing, but we do get paid. Not only does it allow you to donate to the channel, but we get a bonus for every person who signs up for it. And we get paid just for turning it on whether anyone signs up or not. So if no one does it, I'm still okay. In fact, if no one does it, eventually we can turn it off. But someone's going to do it, so it's going to be, then we're going to be like, now we're stuck with it. So I am currently setting this. I'm going to make one level. I don't have any good way. So I was talking to my daughter, Luciana, who did the artwork, about this today, because she's like me. She's like, well, what's the value you're going to provide? I'm like, I can't come up with a good value with this because I want to make sure that people can get all the stuff for free because I'm really passionate about that, and she is too. But I'm like, but some people really do want to support the channel and can, right? So anyone who can't afford to do it, absolutely don't do it. But if you can afford and you want to support the channel, we're making it $4.99. That's very American. Obviously, that's $5 per month. And it's just automatic. And it helps support the channel. And if we get a bunch of people that do that, it will make a huge difference for sure. And if we don't, well, people who want to do it can do it, and it'll be beneficial. So we're trying to come up with what exactly it gives you. The real thing it gives you is the peace of mind that you're supporting the channel. That's the actual value. But beyond that, what are we doing to make it at least have something? Well, we're going to put in loyalty badges. I'm looking at the screen, and this is what it says, right? I've never done this, so we're all learning together, guys. Loyalty badges, it says members get a special badge next to their usernames, and we can customize it later. So that could be cool. I don't know what it's going to look like. But okay, cool. I mean, I don't know that... obviously, no one's going to pay $5 for that. But knowing that you're sponsoring the channel, and then you get this cool badge, well, that's cool. There's going to be some kind of emoji thing. No idea what that means. We'll find out. It's going to let me do special photos and status updates. Not sure how much this is going to be anything. No one should do this for this purpose, but I'm going to try to have these members only like extra pictures of like food and just stuff because I have more things to post than I post. And sometimes I save them and I'm like, maybe someone will want to see this, and then no one does. So I'm going to try to put some there. Obviously, you can sort through my Flickr feed and see the stuff. Everything goes there too. But people don't want to do that. So this will give you a spot to like follow a little bit more of what I'm doing for people who care. Member shout outs. Seriously, I'm a little bit unclear as to exactly what this is, but this is what it says. I'm literally just reading the YouTube stuff. Make members feel special. It's terrible. Make members feel special by giving them regular shout-outs in videos or live streams. You can welcome new members when they join during the live streams. For regular videos, thank your members collectively for their support, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Like, yeah, we'll do that. Like, these are really minor things, but we're going to do what we can. I think we're going to put in polls that only the members get to vote on stuff you want filmed in Nicaragua, or if I'm going somewhere, things you want filmed where I'm going. We can't do polls of like, where do you want me to go? Like, oh, we really want you to go to El Salvador. Those things are way too big of decisions, and no matter what you guys vote on, I got to go where I'm able to go, like based on family stuff or whatever. But there's a lot of, I'm going to have a car, access to a car. I'm going to be able to go around Nicaragua a lot more. So if people are like, oh, all the members say we want to see Ometepe, we can do a poll and have that as a way to say, okay, people want to see more Ometepe. People want to see more fast food. People want to see grocery stores, whatever. You can vote on the thing with some frequency and have some input as to extra stuff that we're making for people. The other thing that I think that was the thing we wanted to add. So those are the things. I'm not going to do member only videos because I make so many videos, and if it's worth putting into a video, I mean, if you guys have some thing that isn't like the information that I need to get out on the show that you want in a member-only video, let me know. Like, that could work, but I can't imagine how that would work that makes any sense. And then it's going to be $4.99 a month, and that'll be it. So that is the plan. And so the reason is not because I think it's a great idea, not because I think it's going to add a lot of value for you guys, but I would like to make it as valuable as possible within reason. And we did kick around a few ideas, and I've got some big ideas for the future in case like the show blows up. Okay, a group of people, this will be a very small subset, want to make big donations, and we're going to do some unbelievable community projects like, and I mean this, if we got 100 people that wanted to do $100. So first of all, 100 people is a lot of people for membership. A lot. And $100 a month is an insane amount of money. But if we got 100 people that wanted to do that, I will do a project where we go into the barrios all over the country, and every 1 to 2 months buy a property and turn it into something and film everything and do like all this community development, and then either sell them into the community at reasonable prices or rent them and make them available for members to rent as like Airbnbs. That would be a no-brainer. That would be amazing. But who has that kind of money to throw at a cool project like that? Okay, somebody. Like, it's not an impossible amount of money. And we could get 200 people to do it at $50. Like, yeah, we could come up with something. Once you make the levels, you're locked in, though. So that's important to know. They're not flexible. So like, there's some cool stuff like that I would totally do. That's different. Right now, this is just, we have to turn this on. We have to turn it on quickly. I have no way to do it a lot of research. I might change the level before people join. Okay. If you have ideas for it, please let me know quickly. But that is why and what we're going to do. And so anyone who'd like to participate in it, that would be awesome for sure. Kevin says, I'd like everyone... Oh, no, I already said that. Domino says, are InDrive people allowed in Managua? InDrive is what you use in Managua. It is only new that they could go other places. So yeah, InDrive in Managua for sure. Domino, airport, my driver had problems picking me up. That's super weird. InDrive just calls the taxis. They're supposed to be normal taxis. So that's like the taxi couldn't pick you up. I've never had InDrive have a problem getting into the airport before. But if you ever do have a problem, just walk across the street to the Best Western. Anyone can pick you up there, no problem. Tom says, Scott is back. Yes, how was BA? I bet you would buy a home there. I bet you would buy a home there if it was closer. It was awesome, Tom. We had a really good time. And honestly, so there's going to be a bit of videos on this. No, not tempted to buy a home in BA. There's a lot of good stuff about it. There really is. But if it was where Costa Rica is, I wouldn't be buying a house there, I don't think. I do love the big city. And one reason I don't need to buy a house there, a really nice Airbnb for $25 a night. Like, it was great. Domino says, Petitos, yeah, it's great though. InDrive as well. Yep, they're good. Kevin says, can you pay in Cordoba? Yes, you can pay local because it's Google, YouTube. So when you pay into that, you pay locally in whatever you want, whatever your card is, and then it just comes to me in whatever I want. Like, it doesn't, I have to set the amount in US dollars. That's how they set the number. But what you pay in and what I get are not connected to the rate that they state. That's just for setting a standard so that everyone pays the same amount. Edwin says, I heard on the news and the Alcaldía de Managua Facebook page about the update in sections 1 and 4 of the new highway and overpass in Carretera Norte. In Carretera Norte, about the update in sections 1 and 4. I just drove the Norte yesterday. I don't know where sections 1 and 4 are. Is that like in the city? Where did I see? Oh, wait, nope. I don't know where it is. What's the update, Edwin? I don't know. Scott retracted something. Janet says, is it a one-time payment? No, that you can do now with like super likes or something. I forget what it's called. But let's see if I can figure it out. Super thanks. So that's if you, I think on the live stream. No, I know on the live stream. Look below, I think it's below here. Straight down, I think. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It must be, anyway, somewhere right about here, I think here, there is a heart with a dollar sign in it, and it says thanks. That's for one-time thanks. And you'll see on most live streams, 1 or 2 people at least do that, and it pops up. And it'll happen in regular videos too. And once in a while in the chat, you'll see that in there that someone gave $10. That was like yesterday. I saw one that popped up in the lawyer video, I think. And so that's the super thanks. Memberships are memberships. It's a subscription, so it's monthly. So just be real clear. It is a monthly subscription. Scott says Patreon is similar. Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee both have membership options where it's recurring and one-time payment ones. So what Google has done is they're recreating stuff that Patreon did, that Buy Me a Coffee recreated. And I found out, I believe this is right, in Argentina, instead of Buy Me a Coffee, they use something called like Buy Me a Cafecita, because that's what they say. Cafecito. Dale says, maybe one video a month for members only that will then be released to everyone a couple of months later. That's not a bad idea, Dale. I could do that, and we could put in the poll what it would be. I'm okay with that. And that is a specific feature, is earlier access to videos. My only fear of making all videos available early is that I do them sometimes in huge batches. Sometimes I release them right as they come out. So sometimes you'd be like, I got 30 videos and then nothing for a long time. Other times you'd be like, I didn't get things more than 2 minutes early. What's going on? And I can't, because I release every day, it's not a consistent thing. But if we did like once a month and we did a specific video, as long as it wasn't super timely information that then could come out a few months or a month later or 2 months later for everyone else, I'd be okay with that. I'm not sure what content would make sense to do that way, but if you guys have ideas, let me know. I can definitely put that in. Still have not shaken this cough. Canal Nicaragüense. I started doing this. I was wondering what the value is. Now I know, I suppose. Yeah, everyone is suddenly turning it on because it's not a trivial amount of money that they're offering. It's $1,000 just to turn it on. Like, that's huge. YouTube pays so little. Like, that is so much more than you make from months of doing YouTube. That's like gonna buy microphones and a new camera and like cover a lot of expenses, all for turning on a feature. If we can then make it somehow useful for people, awesome. But turning that down, like that's noticeable new equipment. That's gonna be a new soundboard. It's gonna be a couple new mics. Like it's gonna, it's gonna be noticeable. I gotta get the GoPro 13 now. Yeah. Tusk the Ripper says, Scott, what website do you recommend using to book flights? You book flights with rare exception. You just book them on the airline website. Don't use a third party. Same as you would with anything else. If you think about it, and this is actually something I learned recently in the photography space, I don't use Amazon for buying my camera gear anymore. I get better deals, better shipping, better everything going directly to the vendors. Whether it's TT Artisans, 7 Artisans, Suri, Fuji, GoPro, DJI, all of them, you get as good or better prices, more features, points, all kinds of things by going directly to the vendor. It is rare that going to Amazon actually gives you the best deal. Same thing with flights. Spirit, Avianca, whoever, chances are their best deals are going to be directly through their site. And just like with hotels, you can go, now there's exceptions. If you're talking about little places, right? Like we like staying at Soy Local in Costa Rica, right? Really great hostel chain that like borders on a full hotel, restaurant, 24-hour desk, like air conditioning. It might as well be a hotel. They are on Booking, and they don't have their own thing that I know of. It's not like a Hilton or a Hyatt. So in that case, something like Booking makes sense. If you had an airline that only had one plane, yeah, you go to something else, don't go to them directly, I understand. But when you're talking about major airlines that have this entire mechanism with points and bonuses and communications, they have to, then going through a third party means there's a salesman making money on top. And while in theory they can give an even better deal to the salesman to the point where it's actually cheaper for you, I've never heard of that actually happening in real life. Some people who are salesmen claim that that's just how it works, but I've never met a person who went through a third party making money and got a better deal than they would go if they went directly. And the same thing, like all my hotels, if I'm staying at a Hilton, which I stay at a lot, I do 100% through the Hilton app. Sometimes I pay a little bit more, but I get a lot of points, a lot of points, because I use the Hilton Amex. I get 12 times point multiplier. If I go through Booking, I can save like $3 and get 0 points. When I'm a gold member because of my Amex and I'm working my way towards platinum, I'm never going to make it, I get free extra bottled water. I get free breakfast. I get 12 times points. If I don't eat my breakfast, I get a couple hundred extra points tossed in as well because to make up for the breakfast I didn't eat. I get automatic upgrades on my room. I get floor upgrades. I get automatic stuff in my app that other people don't get. I can check in without ever going to the desk. All kinds of little soft perks that are worth way more than $3. So, and many times I get cheaper prices through the app. Like I'm not always paying more. Sometimes I pay quite a bit less. So that's how I do that. When I'm Spirit, I'm always on Spirit.com. Avianca, I'm always on Avianca.com. I get the best searches, and it just consistently gives me more options, and I know the options it's giving me are real. If I go through like Google Flights, I have a literally 100% failure of booking through Google Flights that what I found in Google Flights when I actually went to book it, like you're on Google Flights, you say book this flight, and then it goes, oh, no, the flight doesn't exist. Okay, let me look for the next one. Next flight. Nope, that flight doesn't actually exist. They show fake flights. And I have a whole explanation as to why this is. Their system for showing you what flights there are and their system for booking flights are not the same system. The one's information is just an approximation, but it means there's a chance that you'll never find a real flight. Now, other people tell me they use it and they have no problem, but coming from where I do, going where I do, and the way that I use it and how aggressively I look for low prices, it shows completely fake information. And the thing that bothers me is that, not that it does that, I understand their underlying mechanism as to why it is that way, but when I go to book that flight, their system now has the information that the information they had previously was wrong. It does not update it. So I can go do that search 5 minutes later, and it'll tell me that there are things available that don't exist. And so I try to do it, and it's like, oh, no, that's not there. And I'm like, I know you're lying to me now. Like at first it was, well, the data's old, what can we do? But you now have the up-to-date data. Now it's false, right? Now it's lying. So I really don't like those sites very much. I've had very bad luck. And everyone I know, I did a whole video on this. Someone from the LiveStream, right, was trying to book, and they're like, you keep saying there's cheap flights. There's no cheap flights to Nicaragua. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't even know how to find an expensive flight. And it turns out he was calling a travel agent, and the travel agent was lying to him about all the flights that were available because they didn't get paid commission on any good flight. They only got paid commission on overpriced flights. So they were intentionally hiding the good ones and only showing the ones with the good margins. And that's the expectation, right? If you go to a salesman, you will almost always be told what makes them money, not what saves you money. That's their job. Their job is not to save you money. They're a salesman. Their job is to make money by selling you things that you wouldn't have paid for otherwise. What you want to save you money is a consultant. But a consultant in flights doesn't make sense because they don't make enough money. They're not big enough. So if you're paying a qualified consultant, and for example, my wife would be an amazing travel agent. She has traveled everywhere. She knows all the airlines. She knows how to do everything. She has connections to everything. But to use her would cost a whole bunch of money. You're like, oh, I want you to book flights for me. Well, okay, she'll do that for you, but it's going to cost like $200. Is she going to save you $200? Is she going to save you enough of your time to make? No, just go book the flight directly. Yeah, you put in a few minutes of effort, but it's never going to justify $200 to pay her to do it for you, right? So that's not a viable business. Yeah, somewhere there's some super rich person who's like, I would totally pay $200 for every single flight to be booked by someone, right? And I don't want a travel agent who's screwing me over. I want to pay $200 and have someone put in effort to do exactly what's the best thing for me. That's what a consultant's for. Okay. Then that's perfect, right? But unless you're that person, take 15 minutes of your life, look at the website, make the decision, and really, even if you're paying for the best person, there's so much that she can't do that you can. Like when I go look at my own flights, like when I'm flying somewhere without her, I go and I'm just like, well, what if I fly the day after or later in the afternoon or this or that? And I can look at every possible option and go, ooh, that saves $10. Is that worth $10 to me? And I can say, do I want to get in 30 minutes earlier or do I want to save $10? What matters to me? And I know, I'm going to be so tired. I got to get that extra 30 minutes because I got to get up for this meeting. I'm going to need that. She can't tell. She doesn't know when I'm going to be tired or not necessarily. And I can be like, oh, $10, I just want to save the money. I don't care about anything else. Easy, right? There's all these really quick, easy decisions that you can make when you're doing it yourself, and having someone do it for you just isn't going to work. Now, I understand we're talking about websites, but a website is just a travel agent without any of the intelligence, but a little bit faster and cheaper, but they still got to get paid for all that because that's their whole business, is making money selling you the flights. So that's what I do, and I get the best prices of anyone I know, like every time. And I have a video on it. How did you miss that video? You see all my videos. Hold on, I'm going to find it. There we go. I'm going to use that cool search feature. There it is. How to find cheap flights with actual video of me finding the flights in real time. Like I didn't even edit it. It was just me recording my screen of cheap flights. I don't know where Marcella went. She just disappeared. Okay, I got a recommendation from someone who knows someone for for Kevin for driving around. So no one knows this person directly, but someone told my contact about them. And I'm getting the number. It will not let me copy it. All right, hold on. This person is going to suddenly be the busiest driver in Esteli, and we don't even know him. So no one's vouching for him, everyone. Please pay attention. We are not vouching. This is the name of a driver that was given to our person in Esteli. So we have no firsthand knowledge of them. And I don't know if it's going to let me put this. It does. There we go. Let me know if you can see it. That is a business account. That is not a personal account. So just add them to your contact list on your phone and see if he can do your driving. Seriously, you guys are quiet tonight. You're killing me. I need this feedback. I need, like, stuff going on. And there's the thunder. And the thunder rolls. I have to not make it exactly like the real song or I'll get flagged. At least it's not a Disney song. I believe La Marcelita is returning. I don't know if she's watching from somewhere else. I don't know where she went. She got summoned away and disappeared. All right. No, seriously, you guys are super quiet. Even Tusk the Ripper, whose question I was answering. How long is the delay? Are you guys getting commercials? What's going on? Oh. People trying to get us to go to Pub York tonight. Is the live stream still working? It's so silent. I don't understand. What's happening? What's happening? Hold on, I'm going to check on another computer to see if I can see the show. Is everything good? Can you see me? Oh! When I look on a different computer as an end user, as you know, a viewer, just a random, I'm not signed in, you guys are responding to me. On my screen, there are no responses. None. What the heck? I posted that last number, and then it just stopped. But that stuff that I just posted saying it stopped for me weird came up in both places. What is going on? I'm going to try popping this out, see what happens. Pop out chat. There we go. That made it reload. That is weird. Okay, well, I'm glad that I went and checked because I was not about to figure that out. All right. Okay. Now I got to catch up because I was being weird because you guys were responding and I didn't know. Kevin says, I will do a review if I survive. Yes! I don't know what that's yes to. Yes, survival. Patricia says, make a video of the driver in Esteli. Yes! That was my own yes. Kevin says, lots of tobacco and very clean, I hope. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's from Esteli, so it's a clean city and that has lots of tobacco. So there's a chance. Edwin says, the entire day sunny here in Managua. Oh, wow. Dale says, we're not quiet, you're just behind. Apparently, yes. Tim was making a sandwich. Okay, we'll blame Tim. I want a sandwich. That sounds good. Actually, I had fantastic vegetarian shepherd's pie tonight. Really, vegetarian shepherd's pie should be called farmer's pie, right? Because shepherds make it with lamb. Farmers make it with vegetables, right? So that's what it should be called. Anyway, I had that tonight. It was amazing. Ida made that. It was her first time making shepherd's pie ever. It was so buttery. It was so good. Janet says, I got to do a class, but it's but it's only one. Every day is my Saturday. Says it's election time. We're all bombarded by commercials. Oh, that sucks. Is that what's being shown? We're not seeing them down here. That is a huge benefit of living where your IP address detects as another country. I still get some, but rarely get U.S. election commercials. It really shocks me when I do get them because I'm like, who are they showing this to in their minds? Like, what is their game plan of showing this to Nicaraguans? Like, maybe something is detecting me as an American. Like, it's not a secret. So maybe somehow they're putting that information together. But what? And I live in Nicaragua. Do you think that American election commercials are going to sway my opinion? Seems like a weird place to spend your money. I don't know. Gooch, very behind somehow, apparently. Tulsa Arcades, yes. Janet, yes. Tulsa Arcades, you're good. I'm adding a lot of, it's probably not that exciting. Patricia says you need to exit out of the chat and go back in. That's what I did. It worked. However, I can't completely exit. It'll stop the live stream. That's where I was worried because it's all part of one interface. Patricia also says message stop loading after a while. I've never had that happen before. And then I jump back in. Every day is my Saturday. Big Brother is watching, apparently, and stealing the messages. It's one thing to watch, but steal my messages? Come on, Big Brother. Patricia says you missed a lot of great ideas. Oh, my dad's here. Hey, Dad. He says hi from New York. Sorry, the Bills are playing tonight. Well, Dad, Larry also knew the Bills were playing tonight, but he got on the live stream instead of watching the Bills. But that's okay, Dad. You can watch the Bills. Patricia, my COVID cough is going to kill me. Patricia says you need to go back further. Oh, I have to go back further? What? Oh my gosh, it is way back. How much did I miss? Okay, we're working on this. Apparently it was showing what I was typing, but not other stuff, so I was really missing stuff. Wow, okay. There's a website, there's Tuss the Ripper. Edwin, Managua Mayor's Reina Ruida said on TN8, my restaurant was on TN8 this morning, by the way. Just another dropping names there. And Channel 6, not as cool as Channel 8 that had us on this morning, that the new overpass on Carretera Norte will be finished and delivered on Christmas. Same thing as the S1, Section 1 from 7 North to Julio Martinez neighborhood. Okay, cool. The new overpass on the Norte. Edwin, do you know what intersection the new overpass is on? Always interested to know. I use the Norte constantly. Edwin says, at Kevin, yes, I watch every video update and trips to every city and municipalities in Nicaragua. Even is on bike with a 16-year-old friend known as El Chevron on Canal Nicaragua. Oh, cool. Cool. Gooch, what if you offer dog parts to members? Ah, yes. Patricia says, not dog parts, random animal parts, but not dogs. That is true. It is for dogs, not from dogs. It's different. Tuss says, which airline do you recommend? Well, Spirit, but they're not flying until December, which is sad. If you can't fly them, then Avianca. If you can't fly them, Aeromexico. If you can't fly them, southwest to Liberia, and then take the Nica Expresso, which I will be making a video that completely explains how to take the Nica Expresso from San Jose, Costa Rica to Nicaragua, because it is the way to go from Costa Rica to Nicaragua. Dale says, of the $4.99 per month, how much actually comes to you, and about how much does YouTube take? I don't know. I have never actually seen a direct number, but it's a good amount that they get. So I get I think $4.10 to $4.20 of that. I mean, I get the majority of it for sure, but they take a heftier piece. That is why the best thing is Buy Me a Coffee. They take the least. You still notice, but they're providing a big service, so I get it. But they do take a bit. Every day is my Saturday. Hola, mi amigo. Big fan of your channel, and I'm so grateful that your channel is out there. I can't wait to visit Nicaragua. See you March 25th. Hey, I need to abbreviate this. So EDIMS, EDIMS. Every day is my Saturday. EDIMS. That's awesome. What are you doing on March 25th? You coming down for an initial scout? Are you staying in a specific place? What is the game plan? That is super awesome. Sorry that I was so delayed on reading that message. Dale Kurtz, because I'd rather buy you a coffee every month since it all comes to you rather than YouTube money. Nope, that is totally true. The one thing you could do is sign up for a one-time on the membership and then cancel on the YouTube. I can set up memberships on Buy Me a Coffee if that's things that people want, because it's a more reliable mechanism and we can do our own thing with it. I'm cool with that. It's never been something I really thought of before. This is prompting a whole discussion that I was not mentally prepared to have. Like, I had no plans to do this. That does give me the best amount, but the one time if you do it through YouTube, they pay $10. I get the money from you and $10. So, because they want you to learn about the mechanism, so they're basically willing to throw a few dollars at everyone learning how it works. So, just in case anyone's wondering, it only happens in the next little bit of time. Like, I don't mean like hours. I mean like within a very short period of time. I get this $10 bonus. Other than that, like whatever. Gooch Gooch says, "Oh, my dog is starting. The thunder is getting close." So Mia wants Marcella to hold her. Oh, come here, Mia. I hold you. Come here. Come here, baby. They can't quite see you, but I've got her on my lap-ish now, like the front half of her. Gooch Gooch says, could also purchase a Radpad and give to someone in need, then do a video series about how ownership of a Radpad and having to live in it destroys their lives. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. I can't even. Brent says, is there much in the way of street lighting where you guys are in Leon? No. And I hate it. Just noticed on your walkabout vids that I don't think I've really seen any. Maybe people don't walk at night much. People walk at night a lot. If you go out and walk the sidewalks at night, you will slam into people in the pitch darkness. Like, for real. You will also walk into them in the street. And if you drive, you'll drive over them. Because there's people without reflectors in pitch darkness everywhere wearing black and not moving out of the road ever, and they will never face the car. Ever. They will only face away and ignore obvious traffic that might hit them. Okay. There is street lighting, just to be clear. It is not as bright as you're used to in like the US. It is LED almost universally. It is almost all solar powered. It is not as dense, like they're not as often. There will be stretches with nothing. It is a major problem in the country that there is. So on some ways it's good, right? We have less light pollution by a huge amount. But we have a lot of areas where it is very dangerous to even walk because you could fall off the sidewalk, like, twist an ankle or something. And twisting an ankle and falling into a road is very dangerous because if you're laying in a road that has no light, even if you're just there for 30 seconds or if, heaven forbid, you break a leg, that makes you a really easy obstacle to hit that no one's going to know is there until it's way too late. So, and we're very close to the coast for much of the country, so there's a lot of salt in the air. You get dirty windshields with a lot of visibility problems very quickly. Dale says, lol, great idea, Gooch. Patricia says, buying a Radpad would be the best video. It would be such a boring video. We paid all this money. It never showed up. The end. Gooch Gooch says, I think a good first episode would be, is a Radpad a greenhouse? Let's see if they can survive till sundown. Kevin says, you could do a reverse Survivor. 12 clueless Americans in Barrio Jorge Dimitrov with no internet and see who makes it. Tusk says, thank you. Gooch Gooch says, I don't think we should subject Nicaraguans to it, though. We should give it to a needy Canadian in San Juan del Sur. We should pay for Tony to live in it. That would be hilarious. Tulsa says, what's the best bar in Leon to go to? I'm going to be there from January 6th to the 8th. That makes it sound like you're going to drink for 3 days. You can do this. You can't. Don't try to hang with Nicaraguans drinking. You will die. All right, Tulsa. What are you looking for in a bar? That is the question. El bar mejor en Leon. Sí. Bar. No restaurante. So Tulsa, right? Yeah, Tulsa Arcades. Are you looking for... Do you do classic gaming arcades? Is that why the name? Are you just really into them? I'm interested. Because when I lived in Dallas, which is next to Tulsa, in the American context, but we would drive to Tulsa really quickly. We used to go to the classic arcades that had the old 80s stuff in them. We loved that. My daughter was really into that when we lived there. Anyway, just distracted. So what are you looking for in a bar? Live music, just drinking, hanging out with the locals, good food, not going to eat, don't want to listen to music? Need to know. Because obviously that's a big part of the answer. But there's bars everywhere, so there's a lot to go on here. And are you looking to hang with the locals and do local drinking? or are you trying to, try out craft beer? Very, very different places. So we'll get to your question as soon as you get back to us with that. And La Marcelita Disney. Yeah, it's all depends on what you're searching for. All right, now I can get back to where everybody's been talking when they told me that I had to go up. Patricia, you need to go back further. That's where I am. Gooch, he missed all of my hopes and dreams, but I've caught them now. Janet says, I've got rain just now in Saragossa. Yeah, you're 30 seconds ahead of me. Dale says, you've missed a bunch. Janet says, I never get U.S. election commercials here. Yeah, you've been here long enough. You escaped them. Oops, got to run. That was still Janet. Edims, no election commercials, you poor thing. I'll record some for you. Patricia says, do you vote absentee in the American elections? I do. Yeah, normally, anyway. I don't normally do the in-between ones. I know I should, right? But I just do the every 4 years, not the every 2, normally. Unless there's a Texas governor to vote out, then I'm all over that. Gooch says, just put me in the damn Radpad. That's their slogan. That should be on the billboards. Oh, wait, there's no billboards. They don't have advertising. Tulsa says, so what bars do you recommend in Leon? I'll be there on the 6th to the 8th, looking for a good spot for my wife and I to go. That's a little bit more information. Él va a estar con su esposa. We're still waiting for more information, but that's the first piece of the puzzle. Edwin says, Old La Robelo traffic lights intersection. I don't know where that is. I'll look that up on a map later. The Domino says, are volcano tours worth it? Generally, yes. If you're someone who's asking the question, then you will probably enjoy it. They are a major thing here. They're pretty unique. They're different than the ones in Guatemala. So even if you did it in Guatemala and you're like, that was super cool, this will be different. You have a couple different things to do. One is volcano surfing. Contact Bigfoot Hostels here in Leon. Tell them we sent you. For sure, they know us. You can either book at Bigfoot itself, or you can book at the Simple Beach Lodge in Las Pinitas if you're out on the beach, and they'll coordinate traffic and transit for you and everything. My wife and daughter have done that. They say that is actually really fun, and it's very unique. There's also tours in Granada. The volcano there has a cloud forest that you can walk up on Ometepe. It's less unique, but really cool dual volcanoes that you can hike if you just want to hike up volcanoes. Be careful, one erupted a few weeks ago, so it happens. Messiah, if it's open, is a fully active volcano where you can see live lava 24/7, 365 days a year, but it had a caldera collapse just recently, and that makes it unstable, so they're checking things out before they let people back up. It's just when you throw cold rocks into hot rocks, things happen. Add water to acid, not acid to water, right? No, other way around, sorry. I remember chemistry. I can do this. But anyway, you've got a number of different volcanoes that have completely different experiences that you can do, so that's super cool. And pretty much unique to Nicaragua. And then there's lots of other volcanoes that you can just hike up because you can get a view or see or whatever. So there's quite a few that you can do something on. And then there's some that are just super dangerous, so you don't do those. That was Domino. Edwin says, do you watch motorsports events? I watched Formula One. This weekend was the Azerbaijanian Grand Prix. The race is at 5 a.m. local time, 7 a.m. Eastern, and 1 p.m. Central Europe Standard. I used to live in Central Europe Standard, so kind of used to that. I don't really. I do enjoy motorsports. Formula One is something I like. I used to like IMSA back in the day. But I really don't watch much of any sports. If it's not local, I'm kind of not into it. Yemi is here from the sound of the keyboard clanking. I can tell you're lightning quick. I've been typing since I was 5. I went all the way through elementary school typing all my papers. My mother was the town clerk, and so before we had computers, I grew up on mechanical typewriters and electric typewriters. I've always typed. So thank you. But yeah, I'm a pretty fast typer. And then my kids don't even use keyboards. I own Iguana? Oh. Oh, funny story before I get on with other things. So my children, while I was in Argentina, my daughter sends me a photograph of her toilet. Yeah. They had a basilisk. Yes, just like in Harry Potter, in the girls' toilet. I want you to stop and let that sink in. My kids, both of my daughters who share a bathroom, they have a Jack and Jill set up with it, so they each have a room, and in between they share a bathroom. Their bathroom had a basilisk swim up the toilet. It ended up getting flushed because they couldn't catch it. Not them. Paul was here and tried to catch it, couldn't, and they flushed it. For the next week, it kept showing up in different toilets around the house. It would pop up, and eventually Ida was able to capture it and take him outside and let him go. But a basilisk in their toilet. No one has a more authentic Harry Potter story ever. Okay. Every day is my Sunday. No worries, I'm being tardy. I'll be in Nicaragua for a month because it just reads so beautiful. I've always wanted to visit, and I'm considering it for the long-term stays. That's awesome. It is. It's a beautiful country. It's unique. It's not for everyone, for sure, but you will never find anything like it. Like, everything will be different than you're expecting, different than you've experienced. I've lived all over the world. Nothing's Nicaragua. That is very, very true. Tulsa's, oh, here we go. Just some good music, nice place, maybe pool. No hay bar con piscina en la ciudad. Bar con piscina, no. Okay, so there's no bar with a pool in León. There are bars with pools in Las Penitas, pero solo mi ranchito. En es en el Malecón.
¿Y fan de pool?
Oh, bars buenos.
Oh, okay.
There's some terrible ones. So mi rancho at the Malecón has an outdoor big nice pool with a bar. Kind of expensive, very Nica food. That's not my personal opinion. I've never eaten there. I've been told the same thing by everyone. Bertha's also on the Malecón, just put in a pool. I've not been there. Larry will vouch for this. Everybody says best fried fish in Nicaragua Occidental. Bertha's in Las Penitas. They will have a bar. They have a pool on the beach. It is literally the only place I can think of where that combination is going to come together. Somebody else must have one. I can't think of one. And I live on the beach part-time. Ignoring the pool thing and the beach thing. Obviously, if you want to go out to the beach, you want to do craft beers, if you're going to be on the beach, also hit up Desperados. That was on Channel 8 this morning. Has the biggest beer selection in western Nicaragua, right on the beach. No pool, but you've got the ocean. If you're going to be in León proper, Beer and Pallets is run by the Cerro Negro brewery. They've got a whole bunch of good beers on tap of their own, some decent food. But it's going to be like, this cozy little tiny place to try beers. It's not going to be like a bar to go do things. Generally, if you're looking for a place that's authentic, but kind of upscale, that's going to be a great bar, it's going to be good for music, and you want a Nicaraguan experience, I'm going to say En El Vivero. En El Vivero?
¿Qué?
Para un bar con música.
Sí, solo que es más familiar.
Sí, es para él y su esposa. So I'm thinking it's called En El Vivero, which literally means in the nursery, and nursery not meaning like kids, like plants. It's a place where they had a nursery that grew lots of plants, and it ended up becoming a really big venue. They don't have great service. In fact, their service is terrible. But they're friendly. They're just really slow and ignore you. It is a huge place. It is absolutely beautiful. They have one of the best live music venues in town, and it's just cool. And if you like cats, there's always cats.
La terraza de geckos.
Oh, por supuesto. Okay, so En El Vivero is really interesting, and you're still in the, more or less downtown. Not exactly, but pretty close. Walkable, but take a taxi. The iconic place for going out, like if you're in Nicaragua, I don't know why I didn't think of this. Like this is obviously the right answer. If you're going to be in the middle of León, and you want to go to a bar, and you want to experience a place where a Nicaraguan couple who are, say, 35 or older, are going to go out for an evening out, have something to eat, listen to a live band, have a whole bunch of drinks, the place is Gecko's, not Gequitos. That is a karaoke bar owned by the same people. Gecko's, Everybody in the city will know where it is. It is right in the middle of the city. If you're staying anywhere near downtown, you can walk to it. Very safe area, tons of security. The place will be wall-to-wall people anytime you go. And they generally have really good big live bands. And you're going to have like cumbia, which is like traditional Colombian band music. Sometimes you'll have rock, but you're going to have a lot of cumbia. It'll go super late. As late as you want to stay there, it'll be open. And you'll notice lots of like mature not families, but like couples, like easily couples in their 50s will just pop up and start dancing in between the tables. Like very friendly, very happy, very like community. People get together for date night and go out and go dancing. And you'll also see a lot of like friends going out and just getting a bunch of drinks, listening to the music. So it's a really popular place across a wide spectrum. You're not going to find very much of the, unless they're with their families, right? The younger crowd. You're not going to find a lot of like 20-somethings so much. Not going to find the teenagers. It's not like those first date kind of places. This is like people who've been together and families and groups of friends, normally who are a little bit more mature, want to go out for a little bit more mature classic music, right? Like cumbia and that stuff. That's the place to go. That will give you a super authentic experience. You never see foreigners in there unless they're being brought with a group of Nicaraguans. So like you got to go there. So that's really
de la terraza. Es nuevo.
Oh, apparently they have a new additional. ¿Dónde?
Dentro de Geckos.
Oh, it's inside. Oh, they have a new terrace that they've added. Oh, it's a terrace. Oh, they've added a new space. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow, so I missed this. So, I've been in Argentina. So they just opened a new terrace behind. So the place is huge. And now they have air conditioning. This place has always just been wide open. And so there's a whole new section. So you can do like the traditional or go back behind in a more enclosed area. So you can experiment with geckos. There's a front area. I don't like to sit in the front area, but if you want to be a little bit farther from the music, that's fine. Like you could be out on the street. Oh, that's really nice.
Sí.
Wow. Es porque la otra, la avenida, se fue.
Sí.
Mm-hmm. So we had a place like this. They went out of business. They showed up. We filmed a bunch of stuff there, and they're gone. It was really nice for certain things, but anyway. So yeah, geckos, that would be my pick. I think that makes sense. But En El Vivero, we're there all the time, and the service is terrible, but their mozzarella sticks are the best in town. Especially if you eat meat, geckos is supposed to be really good. I don't eat meat, but everything I get there that isn't meat is quite good. So it's a place where it's not going to be fancy, but it's going to be like good, decent quality Nicaraguan standard fare. Nothing's going to be exotic for Nicaraguans, but as a tourist who's checking it out, it'll be all pretty exotic from that perspective. And you'll definitely get a authentic, like this is totally authentic. Most of Nicaragua tends to go to much more barrios type bars on most nights, but when you're getting that upscale crowd who's going out on a date night, this is much more, it's not your local pub where you're meeting up with your buddies, they get drunk every night after work. That would be, there's other places all over the place for that. That's probably not where you're going to go on vacation. We're going to show more of those as we're expanding our, like, going out and showing stuff, like we just had yesterday's episode, I think it was, where Marcella went out and got fried chicken with her kids, and we showed Pio Pio, and people were really into that. Like, I got amazing feedback about that episode, so we're doing more of that. She was a little bit embarrassed by how many people were watching that episode. She's like, that's a popular episode. But we're going to do more of that because she eats meat and knows a lot of these places. So we're going to be going out and filming some of these cool, like, more barrio locations where, like, what if you moved into, as someone asked earlier, Providencia, right? What if you were living there? What would it be like going out to your local bar? Of course, you could go to Gecko's. It wouldn't be very far. But you also would want to leverage your local place. Boy, there's a lot of thunder. This is crazy. Just waiting for the lights to go out again. That is something you probably don't want to do on your first trip, at least not on your first week. But like Gecko's will give you that same super authentic feeling in a little bit more upscale, how people will go out in the city. Hopefully we answered the right things. Just some good music, nice place. Yep, they'll definitely have nice music. When you say pool, maybe you meant billiards and not. That can be found not very often in upscale places. It tends to be a little bit seedier. That was a lot of thunder. Gooch Gooch, I seem to get Viagra and cat food commercials. Weird algorithm. Tulsa says, yeah, we build custom arcades, make them from scratch. My wife lives in Managua. We are working the I-130, so have to come out there a lot. Wow. Custom arcades from scratch. That is so cool. Are you making like commercial ones or like ones that people put in their homes? I'm super curious. As a video gamer, like I was never into like the arcade scene when I was younger, and a lot of the classic games, they're only classic because they're like old, but I love the whole, like my whole family's like big video games. My kids actually like the classic ones more than me, but I love the whole like vibe and stuff, like super cool. Everyday says, FYI, you're running a superb live chat. Well, thank you. When I'm, actually getting the messages. We just built this Beetlejuice arcade a while ago. You should see it. Oh, I'd love to. That is super cool. My whole family's into Beetlejuice too, as well. Gooch Gooch, Tulsa Arcades. Have you thought about doing a Radpad arcade? That's the future right there. You could build an arcade, so you could either go into a Radpad and make an arcade out of a Radpad, or you can make a single arcade machine out of a Radpad because they're that small. Bird is the word. I'm just running in. Gooch Gooch, I really want to see an animatronic Tony. I do. That would be good. Bird is the word says, welcome home. Thank you. Glad to be back. Every day, typewriters for the win. My gosh, it was tough on my finger. That's part of why I have the carpal tunnel, I'm pretty sure. Bird is the word. Oh, dear. I'd be so afraid to drop the kids at the pool after that. Oh, shoot. What was the thing that I said about that would make the pool afraid? I don't know what the context was on that. It's been too long. Every day, different rocks. Oh, Tulsa says pool table. All right, so there's lots of pool tables at billares. No piscina. Es la misma palabra en inglés.
Via.
Oh, sí, Via Via. Okay. So Via Via has a pool table, but it's a little bit expat-y. It's owned by expats. Loads of expats go there. It's a hostel, but you can do that. And then people play pool a lot, shoot pool a lot. There is...
Hay un lugar en León de billares, porque
Hay mucho, pero...
Que sea bueno. Es con aire y todo, pero no recuerdo el nombre. Samir,
oh, okay.
Samir.
Samir? Sí, okay. So a friend of ours knows where there's a billiards place with air conditioning that might be a good place to go. There is a kind of classic billiard place near us in Sutiaba, cerca de es en calle 12, en la esquina, cerca de el gimnasio cerca de Dr. Coffee. Uh-huh. Hay billares.
Sí,
pero es locale.
Sí, voy a buscar.
Yes, Patricia says, probably billiards, not a pool. Yep. So we're thinking we're going to come up with something, but Paul, my business partner, shoots pool a lot, but at seedy places you wouldn't want to go to. Everyday says, I'm thinking pool table. Yep, Gooch. Damn, and I was thinking pool of blood. Glad so many of us have different perspectives. Every day is my Saturday. Just put gecko in my Google Maps. Yeah, geckos will be good. No pool, but it'll be a good place to go. Larry says, I'd love to join if you can sing Al Jolson songs every week. I don't know if I can pull that off. The fried chicken episode. Para tu episodio. Vuestro episodio. I'm working on, so I try to use Voss. So here in Nicaragua, it's a Voss country. And so they speak colonial Spanish and use the word vos instead of tu when saying you informally. And I use it more than most expats do. Uso vos mucho más de extranjeros normalmente.
¿Qué?
Yo uso vos.
Ah, sí.
Sí, mucho más. Yeah. Like, very few people make an effort. My wife speaks way more Spanish than I do, but she can't use or conjugate vos verbs. However, the one thing that I constantly miss traditionally, and I knew that I should do this, but it slipped my mind, is when you're saying your, it's really common to say tus, which is the normal Spanish for your when it's informal. But the correct in Nicaragua is vuestro when it's masculine and vuestra when it is feminine. So it's a gendered possessive instead of a non-gendered possessive, and it's a word that doesn't exist outside of very limited places. It is used in Argentina. Oh, perfecto. ¿Dónde? Okay.
No sé el nombre, pero es con aire.
Sí.
Y es bonito.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we found a place where we're going to get information on a pool table. And so I'm trying to get my vuestros and vuestras into my lexicon fluidly, rather than resorting to the tus, which is super easy because you use tu and tus. Tu when it's your one thing, your table, and tus when it's your plural things, your bottles. With vuestro, you have to use vuestro, vuestros, vuestra, vuestras. And it's hard to say, and it's a lot of things to get your mind to wrap around as you say the sentence. So there's a reason why people resort to tu. So that was that. That was a long explanation of why I corrected what I said. Oh, my dog is under my foot. Tulsa says we make commercial and for home use. That is so cool. Kevin says, signing out here, folks. I look forward to this every week. What a good group of folks we have here. Bye, Kevin. Have a good night. Every day is my Saturday. Do you do the Facebook world? I do not. I do not have Facebook. I'm pretty good on having most things. I do not have Facebook in any way, shape, or form. I do not use X, but I do have an account. Every day is my Saturday. Facebook sucks, but it's so damn handy. Yeah, it's true, but I don't have it. And let me tell you, I'm happier for not having it. Gooch Gooch says, Tulsa arcades, do you build them in Nicaragua? My wife had suggested I ship them there via boat. I thought about opening an arcade bar up there. So we've talked about that. We've talked about doing arcade bars here because we're always talking business ideas. And Patricia is always pushing me for business ideas. So I'm trying to keep my options open. But video games are big here. But I think you would find that it would be extremely hard to make it popular here. And you just said needs a good arcade bar. It would be super popular, I think. So there are arcades in a number of places, modern ones, not classics, and they don't seem to be super popular. And they have bars, like including nice ones. Escape has an arcade. And an amazing bowling alley and laser tag, really nice bar, decent amount of food. Like pizzas, burgers, nothing super fancy, but for what it is, the place is on point at Plaza Natura. And the Gallerias has an arcade, and I've been to other arcades as well. So there's a few. They're never very busy. Some of them are decently large, but the biggest problem is people like a few of the modern things, but mostly they really struggle because there's no history of arcades here. So you have to educate someone as to why nostalgic arcades would be interesting, and then get them to go and spend money. So getting the small, middle-class, excess income revenue of Nicaraguans to be spent on something they don't inherently remember or understand is a very difficult thing. We have definitely thought about it. It would be really interesting. I don't think shipping them from the United States would likely make sense because you can make things cheaper here and you don't have to license anything. So if you were going to do that, you'd build them here at a fraction of the cost, get more functionality out of them, and I think you'd still struggle. There are video game businesses in every barrio. They make very little money. I think you'd have some stiff competition. Would it be cool? It'd be amazing. Do something like an American, would I go with my kids? Yes. Do I know anyone else who would? No. That's where it's tough. So you'd have a customer. I don't drink that much. I'm still on my first Tonya. Do Nicas understand, this is Dale, understand the more common two, or is it just the Voss usage exclusively? No, they absolutely know two. They don't use it, but they know it. If you think about it, they have to, right? They're watching Mexican soap operas. They're watching standard movies, anything dubbed into Spanish. No one's dubbing for Nicaragua. So it's always going to be two that they're getting in books and media. It is only the rare, locally written things that are going to have the Voss form. But in spoken casual Spanish, it's going to be Voss every time. And sometimes on official things, but official things here have a tendency to use usted, the formal. But if you go to Argentina, official things use the informal, vos, on everything. So it's really surprising in Argentina because you're seeing conjugated vos all the time. But in Nicaragua, you basically never see conjugated vos, which makes conjugating vos really hard because you're only ever hearing people say it fast when you're not completely sure what they're saying. Oh, mia, ella quiere vos.
Guadalupe.
Oh, in Guadalupe? ¿En serio?
Sí.
Oh, en la calle Primera, abajo de la iglesia?
Dice. Un momento.
Okay. We're finding this billiards place. We might go film it.
Costado Norte, Iglesia Guadalupe. 3 cuadras al este, 10 varas al norte.
3 cuadras este. En el norte. Este lado, abajo. Es en el barrio. ¿El nombre?
Pienso es este.
Platinum. Billares Platinum Pool León. Necesitamos ir para grabar.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go film this. We're going to mark where it is. Apparently in Guadalupe, one of the poorer barrios on the south side of León, there is a high-end air-conditioned billiard hall that looks very nice. And who the heck knew about this? It is in the barrio. But I like that barrio. We have filmed in there before. It's not bad. It's not dangerous. Right? I get warned about it, but it's not. Yeah. Qué buena. That'll be super interesting. We will go film there. We are also working. Literally, my lawyer today has contacted the casinos to see if we can film in the highest end casino in Western Nicaragua. We're really hoping that we're able to get permission.
Wow.
We're going to have to get permission to go in and film when they're closed. This place gets busy. We're going to, yeah. She's very excited about the billiard place. Muy emocionada. I think using, okay, Dunica, okay. Gooch says, I think using local hardwood would be better because of the termites. I have seen an imported pool table turned to dust. I checked out your website. I might be interested. Yeah, seriously, I would love an arcade machine for my house that has, like, you know, just one of those systems inside where you can play all the different games, but like a beautiful cabinet. I've always wanted to have that as like furniture in my house. That'd be cool. Every day is my Saturday. Making a hard left turn here, so hang on. Should I spend time in Managua or just get in and get out? It depends what you're looking for, Edams. Managua, so here's my thing. Managua's actually a really nice city. It is livable. It is affordable. It has really nice food. It has really good shopping. Well, it has decent shopping. If you live basically anywhere in Western Nicaragua, you're going to use it as your hub. By the way, we have really pounding rain. You probably can hear it on the show now. Managua is going to become, over time, a big part of your ecosystem, almost certainly. When I first came here and lived in Granada, we never went into Managua. We flew into the airport and zipped straight out. We avoided it like the plague, for real. And people would be like, don't even get out of your car. You'll be knifed as soon as you, right? Like, it was crazy dangerous. Don't do that. Now we realize it was all fake. It's just a really difficult city to understand. And so the only thing I would say is, if it's your first time to Nicaragua, beer burps. If it's your first time to Nicaragua, generally I'm going to say avoid Managua, not because it's bad, but because, one, there is no tourist infrastructure. There's nowhere to go do anything. Super confusing. Two, it is very hard to navigate and it is not walkable. I will walk it, but it is not walkable in the normal sense. So while it's safe and pleasant and has nice stuff, you're not going to find that stuff. You're going to get confused and frustrated and be pissed off that you're in Managua. And you're going to be like, what am I doing here? But if you live even for a month or two in León or Masaya or Granada or Buaco or Huicalpa or Diriamba, you're going to go into Managua several times and you're going to start understanding what you're looking at and you're going to start understanding how to get places. And eventually, you're going to be like, wait, oh, okay, I get this. Oh, I kind of like going to Managua. And you're going to be like, okay, now I can go shopping. Oh, now I can go find restaurants. Oh, now I can go Go to the arcade. Go to the laser tag. And you're going to start figuring this stuff out. And then you're going to be like, now I'm starting to appreciate Managua. Maybe I want to live there, maybe I don't. But if you just go in and stay in Managua, I think you're going to be like most of us and be really frustrated and get a really negative opinion of what's actually a pretty nice city. You'll get fixated on barrio areas because you have to transit them, where there's a lot of trash, some amount of danger, not bad, and a lot of poverty. And you're going to be like, this is really shocking, and you're never going to experience downtown because we don't have one. So the lack of downtown means you basically have this bunch of villages that all run together. You kind of need to explore Managua as a collection of villages and say, oh, this village I like, this village I don't, this village has this village is just something I drive through. And eventually you'll be like, I get Managua, now I can enjoy Managua. And then eventually you might be like, you know what, I want to live in Managua. Great, maybe you will. And I would consider living in Managua so much more now than 2 years ago, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, if you said, what would you where would you rank Managua on your likely to live in list? I'd be like, not. Like, no way. Now, I'm like, oh, I would love to have an apartment in Managua. It's a beautiful city with so much good food. I love going in, finding restaurants. It's constantly turning over new restaurants, opening new things, has so much variety and stuff that we don't have in other cities, and so much shopping and just activities. It's just fun to go out and do stuff there. See? She agrees. De acuerdas.
De acuerdo.
Soy de acuerdo. ¿Vos de acuerdas? No? Sí. De acordamos.
Acordarse.
¿Acordarse?
No sé.
No. Un momento.
Sí.
Oh, estamos
Sí,
de acuerdo. Okay.
Ven, que estoy bien.
Mi mente es demasiado cansado. I am too tired. Yes. Estamos de acuerdo. Sí. Okay. Hard left turn. Back on Tulsa. Needs to be free play to be successful. I agree. It would have to be free play. That is something that is missing here. So free play is not something that people do, and I really like that. I like paying by the hour. It need a little bit of explanation, but that'll be easy to explain. Patricia says we need to bring back pinball machines. Yeah, talk to Paul. He loves pinball machines. Tulsa says charge a door fee, and then it's just drinks and food. Yep, for sure. Every day is my Saturday. I'm really excited about spending time in the smaller cities and even smaller towns. Meeting the people and experiencing the culture is my wheelhouse. Is in my wheelhouse house. And there goes the power. Dun, dun, dun. I have no monitor in here to tell me when it's back on. Oh, her kids are out there. She has to go find them. Oh, I hate that beeping. I have this one stupid battery that always has problems. Oh, and the power's back on. I think. No, maybe not. It's hard to tell. Anyway, we're still live here in Nicaragua with no power. Who needs power? This is Nicaragua Live, Who Needs Power edition. Wife suggested hardwood, door fee. Really excited about spending time. Yeah, the small towns, like hanging out at the local bars, doing the local stuff, so much fun. People are so friendly. Places are so safe. You can go so many like quirky places and be like, this is so different than my normal experience, just my everyday. It is. It can be really meaningful and cool. I've really come to appreciate that living in Latin America. That one of the things I like, you can see sometimes there's a flicker from the lightning. Becoming part of a local community here, whether it's my own or just hanging out and exploring a new one, is such a big part of our just daily experience here. It really is a big deal. It's the coolest thing. You can see this is me moving. See that light? That is literally me just moving a window around on my monitors, because 100% of the light you see on me is coming from my computer screens. So I'm trying to get a little bit more even light. I don't want to close the chat window, but I'm trying to get something light colored in the background that will give me more light, but it's really hard because everything goes to dark mode at night. And so, okay, Google Translate does not. I'm going to open Google Translate. If it will open, it does not want to open. Oh, it's because because I'm stupid. That's the problem. There's good. There we go. There. Now, much more even light. We're good. And I'm going to close that. I gotta bring you guys back up somehow. If I can find you. There you are. There you are. Alrighty. Pinball, Dorothy, excited of small town. Larry says, go ahead and turn it on. I'm okay with $5 per month for this priceless entertainment. Well, thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get it on tonight, but I think it'll be tomorrow. Tulsa says, yep, but I already have the machines to build them, so it may... Oh, that's true. Be hard, plus the raw materials might be an issue. Example, melamine. Yeah. No, that's true. Gooch says, that was thunder. Yeah, there's a bit. Milton says, oddly, while it does seem informal today, Voss was used as a formal way to address people of high status, including royalty, during the medieval period in Spain, which is why they use it here, because it's still medieval. Well, not medieval. It's still colonial Spanish, but it's much closer to medieval. Now it's often used in the middle, right? If you're in like El Salvador, they have two, Voss and Usted. Voss is in the middle. It's not completely informal, but not completely formal. Everyday says, thank you. Sounds like navigating any big city after learning about how it runs. That's not exactly true. Like, I've lived in a lot of big cities, and including Manhattan and Dallas, and I've spent a lot of time in Madrid and Rome and Buenos Aires and Guatemala, and Managua is specifically not like other large cities. It is specifically extremely shocking, and experience with other large cities will often make it hard to understand. Like, you'll be like, what am I looking at? This is nothing like other cities. That's where it becomes really difficult, I think. But it really is interesting, and you won't find other things like it, for sure. Kind of liking the mood lighting. I've always gotten good feedback on when it's the monitors doing the lighting. It's so silly that they work so well, but they kind of do. And sometimes I'm like, should I recreate that with like the actual lights? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what shut down what. Apparently we still don't have power. I don't have anything that just comes on to tell me that there's power. So that's why I'm always looking, because the thing was eventually the air conditioning will kick back on when there's power. But who knows? This is a really long time. We never lose power this long. At least not during the show. This is the longest we've ever gone on the show without power, I'm pretty sure. I do like, my shirt is like super colorful in this monitor light. Di Maria A. Milor says, hola guys. Tulsa says, it rains there a lot. Before I build arcades, I used to chase tornadoes. I loved the weather when I was there in July this year. Oh yeah, we don't get tornadoes here, but we do get some pretty cool weather. Everyday says, are there towns in the Caribbean coast that you can recommend? No. So first of all, the Caribbean coast has very few towns. Like, there's just not much to work with. Basically, you've got Bilwi, Laguna de Perla, which the town is one thing, but then it's Pearl Lagoon, and then the village is like Laguna de Perla. It's very confusing. And then you've got Bluefields. That is essentially it. The entire eastern 2/3 of the country has only 800,000 people. So there's hardly any people out there. So the number of settlements is very small. Everybody is super interested in the Caribbean coast until they come here and realize no one goes out there. There's no roads. There is a reason that people don't go out there. And that's not to say that it's bad. It is nothing like you are expecting. It is for Nicaraguans, right? Remember, Nicaragua is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, short of Haiti, and the East Coast to Nicaraguans is where poverty is, right? It is so poor compared to Nicaragua, and it is so remote, And it is, here, you're like, oh, I want to get a cheap little house. I want to save as much money as possible. You're still looking at a 2-bedroom, serious house made of concrete, solid roof. Well, you're talking a thing that can take a hurricane, blindfolded, not even sweating, no problem, gated communities. And you're like, well, I spent nothing on this. And this is just, this is my very humble little thing. You go out to the East Coast, and that would be a mansion, right? You're talking things on stilts made out of old wood and very, very, drafty and just thrown together. That's what you're like. If you've been to Belize, it's just like that, right? So it is a completely different experience than you're going to get in the rest of Nicaragua. So if you're looking at Nicaragua, the chances that you're going to like the Caribbean coast is low. But people really, really, really have a lot of interest in it. I'm hoping once I have a car, I'm going to be able to go out there and do some filming, because certainly it's interesting. Certainly we want to give you guys as much path to choosing it if you want. But I've never had someone be interested in what we do here, then actually go there and be like, oh, yeah, no, this is even more interesting. They're always like, oh, I thought it was going to be just like this, but also with Caribbean. No, it is not that at all. It is a completely different cultural zone, economic zone, everything. Like just a world apart. Yes, Belize 35 years ago was the Wild West. I work in Belize now, and it is super built up and crazy expensive. At least it's still cheap in Nicaragua. Every day says Corn Islands. So Corn Islands is super resorty, little tiny space. It's cool. Like, we're going to go film there. At some point, my wife can't do the Corn Islands, so that's always a struggle going out there. But they're cool. Very few people want to move out there because you're talking really tiny, quite expensive, very poor, and crazy remote. So that is, you're getting isolated and giving up most of the things that people like in Nicaragua, right? Nicaragua is popular because of its safety. It's super low cost. It's very connected, really great infrastructure, really great internet. Start going out to remote Caribbean islands, pretty much all that goes away. Dale says, I thought they finished the road out to Bluefields. They did. There's a road, but it is crazy far on an isolated road to the middle of nowhere. Yemi says, is this your studio? It looks different. Yes, this is my studio when the power is out. It's still my studio, just the power is out. Milton says, speaking of apartments in Managua, are there any good apartments for sale these days? For sale? Like apartment buildings? Or do you mean like condos? So in English, in American English, we say apartments for sale when we mean it's the apartment building for sale, in which case probably, but I don't know of any. If you mean things that are like apartments that you buy, we call those condos, right? I know every country has different names for that. So there are condos for sale in different parts of Managua. It is not a lot. It is not a popular thing, but there are multiple condo complexes, and they do have condos for sale. I do see ads. I saw one in Los Robles yesterday, right in front of the bus stop. Still don't have power. Wow. So they exist, and they can be pretty nice and definitely affordable. So things to consider if that's what you're looking for. Tulsa says, could you get a 3-bedroom or 4 for around $120,000? Where do you mean? Like $120,000? None of the places we've been talking about are gonna be like this. Where give me more context. Like a city, a style, anything, Tulsa. Some kind of something to work with. I'm watching now. I'm like, what does he mean? Check my other things still. Okay, yep, my chat seems to still be working, no problems. No internet. As long as I've got electricity to keep the beer cold, some propane to cook with, and maybe a store within walking distance, then I'm in. Think Robinson Crusoe with power. I mean, yeah. Just something basic with AC, decent. Yeah, but where, Tulsa? Like, are you talking in a resort area, in like a gated community, like private, or you just mean like in one of the cities? Because that stuff will vary quite a bit. Because I want to reserve being shocked until we know where exactly you mean. AC is something normally you add, just to be clear. Basically, nothing is built with air conditioning, but that's because there's no reason to. I mean, if you're having your own thing built, of course, if you want air conditioning, you have it built in. But anyone building a place is going to reserve air conditioning decisions for after the fact because they're basically the same whether you do it at the time or not. All right, Tulsa said something, but then deleted it. Something really wild and crazy that now he doesn't want us to know. What about the Jinotega region? For a house, $120,000 will let you buy anything in the Jinotega region. Maybe the entire Jinotega region. Just go crazy. Jinotega is very nice. I like Jinotega a lot. It's beautiful. It's a bit remote. The weather is really nice. The biggest problems with Jinotega is you're pretty far from the big cities. You're not too far from Matagalpa, right? So you're fine. You can get into Matagalpa and do all your shopping and stuff. And obviously there's shopping in Jinotega. It's not a big deal. But Jinotega itself, it's going to be like, oh, I don't like this bar. Oh, no, that's not going to be for visiting. So Jinotega doesn't have a lot to do. Right? Like there's a couple cafes, there's a couple bars, there's a couple restaurants. You don't have a big selection. You don't have expats. I know every expat is like, it's the coldest city. That's where I want to go. And that makes sense. And I like it. It's a really nice city. And I assume you've watched my video on it, right? It's my #1 video. People love to look at Jinotega. When people actually go to Jinotega, the majority of them go, oh, I see. It's too small and too remote. That is a problem, right? It may not be a big problem, but it's not what they were hoping for. They're imagining León and Matagalpa and Esteli, these very large cities with lots of resources. León is 300,000, and we still go to Managua for most things. Jinotega is 90,000. That's less than a third the size of León. You feel that drop in size. Matagalpa, its metro area, is 500,000. So you feel that it's larger than the other cities, right? So Matagalpa and Esteli tend to be much more popular because there's big grocery stores, there's cafes, like there's variety of things to do without having to go to another city. Now, the mountain cities are relatively close to each other, so it isn't terrible to run between them, especially Jinotega and Matagalpa. There's even my favorite road in the country, connects the two, is so beautiful, but you're looking at leveraging multiple cities to try to put together a lifestyle of having enough to do. My town in Montana is 70,000 and it's too big. I think you might be surprised by how small 90,000 feels in Jinotega, but but generally Matagalpa is going to be better for visiting, for sure. That was the sound of just a cooling fan coming on. I was all like hopeful that was the air conditioning, but it's not. It is getting warm in here. Let me tell you, with the air conditioning off and all the equipment running, the heat's coming up just a little bit because there's no fans except for the one on the battery. So Tulsa said maybe in Managua, somewhere decent and not in a bad area. So obviously in Managua, there are like luxury big gated things and like really wild, cool, like Via Fontana, right? Yeah, those are going to be 120,000 is not going to get you in up there. Those are mansions, right? That's like the Beverly Hills kind of stuff. So yeah, there's areas of Managua where 120 is not going to get you a place. In the majority of Managua, you should not be mentioning that you have access to 120,000 when looking at a house that small. In a standard gated community, so we'll just use as an example, and this is on the lower end, so yes, it will be higher in other areas, but if you go to like Ciudad Sandino, where there is a plethora of new, beautiful gated communities, remember these are brand new, gated, with guards, brand new houses. All your neighbors are new. Watch some of my Ciudad Sandino videos. You'll see like 10-year-old communities. Imagine ones that are 1-year-old. You can just extrapolate, right? Beautiful hedges, small, conservative, right? We're not talking crazy here, but you'll say, oh, that's an attractive street. Oh, that's an attractive little house. Oh, I can live there, right? You're like, okay. Most of the houses that we show on that video are between $200 and $350 per month is what you would pay to buy them. Purchase prices are generally in the 20s and 30s, and that's going up to a 3-bedroom. Yes, nicer 3-bedrooms might be in the 40s. And yes, if you get out to like Ticuantepe, you're going to have a minimum of a $10,000 premium on those purchases. Oh, that was 40, now it's 50. But you're talking about a 3-bedroom for between 40 and 50 in a gated community. So if you're looking at some kind of reasonable, small, conservative size Nicaraguan standard style home in a nice community, you could be looking at, $50,000 or $60,000 for something really quite well appointed, and be in a nice area, right? Can you spend more? Of course, there's ways to spend more. And depending on where you go, right? You go into Bologna, you go into Los Robles, you're going to find like these, but they're probably not going to be 3 and 4 bedrooms, right? They're going to be 6, 7 bedrooms. It's going to be much larger. You're going to be like, that's not what I meant. Oh, but I can afford it. Well, maybe now I do. Okay. But when you're just saying like a normal 3 or 4 bedroom house, so 4 bedrooms aren't too common, certainly exist, but they're not. The 2 and 3 bedroom are the standards. 1, unheard of. 2, most common. 3, quite common. 4 starts to get more rare, but then it kind of comes up again, and you have like 5s and 6s all over the place because they have like secondary living areas. So my last place was 7. My current one is 9. One that I almost got was 8. A lot of places that we looked at are like 5s and 6s. I don't think I've ever looked at a 4. I've friends have 3s, right? That's pretty common. So, here in Leon, I think if you're getting into like the nice 3 bedrooms, you're like 90,000 in like the really high end communities. But it's, 120 will go really far, really, really far. Tulsa, I just need 4 if I move there and I have 5 kids. Like Cool Hand Luke in the hot box. Yeah, people are really shocked by the prices here because of the nonstop scams from San Juan del Sur trying to make it look like it's expensive. And you'll see people posting constantly like, oh, it's so expensive. Oh, houses move so fast. Oh, there's this, there's that. And in reality, the prices are just ridiculously low. If I found a 2-bedroom, 2-bath in my ideal location, I'm sold. 2-bath, this is the thing that's hard. Baths. So rarely are there very many baths. Like, obviously, they do have more. Like, my last place had 2. This one has, like, 5. But it's amazing. The standards are 2-bed, 1-bath, and 3-bed, 1-bath. And, like, seriously, I need more baths than bedrooms. That's the thing. Like, my wife and I, we can share a bedroom, but we need our own bathrooms. That's where we need more. So I have one here with my office, and then she has the one with the bedroom. But, like, we basically have our own baths here because I just use this one. Then we're not fighting over the sink and fighting over the, who's using the shower when or whatever. Tulsa says, yeah, I booked an Airbnb in San Juan for New Year's. It was way overpriced. Yeah, but it's not just that they're overpriced. It's that you could probably buy the house for the price of a few nights, right? It gets really weird. Like, things will be listed for really high prices, but if you know who to talk to, like one of our employees was going to get a place in San Juan del Sur. This is a couple of years ago, but the prices really haven't changed, right? There's not been any increase here. They were looking at a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, unfurnished, $260 a month, walking distance to the water. Farther away, not right by it, right? Not a luxury place, but a very nice area, $260. Joe says, Every day says it's just me, so make it one. Oh, I see. You can't find one bedrooms. They just don't do that every day. It's everyone. Basically, if you don't need multiple bedrooms, they assume you're going to live with family or get a tiny room somewhere. They don't you just don't bother getting a house when it's just you. So they just don't exist on the market. Joe says, you visited Argentina. Is most beautiful Nicaragua and different ethnic. Here are mostly European people. Yep. For example, my grandmother is French and grandfather is Spanish, and others from England and Ireland. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Joe. It is a completely different world. Nicaragua is almost entirely non-European. Both are beautiful, very different ways. So different places. It's interesting, the incredible diversity within Latin America. And Nicaragua and Argentina are about as far from each other as you can get in that way. Tulsa says, wow, yeah, everything was almost booked online, I'm assuming, for the holiday. Yeah, most of the time there's just so much empty. Actually, there's tons of Airbnbs that have been pulled off the market because no one can ever rent them. And so people aren't bothering because there's a cost to keeping it on the market. So we're told that there's lots and lots that are just empty because no one can sell them, no one will rent them, and they're just losing money. Every day says, I've heard I need to go 30 miles either way outside of San Juan del Sur to find a more relaxed beach experience. Well, so the real question is, why are you anywhere close to it at all if you want a relaxed beach experience? Like, what is driving you to even be within 30 miles? Gooch, never book online. That is for suckers. Well, for Airbnb and stuff, you definitely want to be booked ahead of time. It's very difficult to book right in town. Buddhist is here. Build your own, and you can have a bath for each room. Obviously, yep. Building your own is, once you live here for a while, it's very... We tend to build our own. Everyone does, because it's like, they don't build what we want here, and it's really cheap to build our own, even though you don't get the best value that way. Customize, and it has some value. Still with the power out. This is crazy. Joe says, my apology for my English language, really sorry. No worries, Joe. You can also write in Spanish. I have terrible Spanish, but I will do my best to translate. Every day says, I'll be traveling by bus, so I figure I'll need to pass through there at some point. No, you not really every day. So San Juan del Sur is not on any route. It is very much out of the way. It's a huge effort to get there. So if you're coming in from Costa Rica, which is the only time you would pass it, you will be past it so fast you won't realize it was there. And I mean that. I came in on the bus yesterday from Costa Rica. You cross the border, and then you're dealing with getting your phone on, you're doing some stuff, and before you know it, you're in Rivas, and you are far past San Juan del Sur and completely apart from that, right? So you have to make an effort to be in the San Juan del Sur area. And a lot of people love it. I'm not saying it's not a good thing for a lot of people. It's fantastic if it's what you want. But if it's not what you want, you should not be in any way targeting it, right? It's like Disney World. If you want to go to Disney World, you go to Disney World. If you don't want to go to Disney World, you don't go into the Disney area. That would be crazy. It's super expensive, higher crime, all kinds of problems. Just, that's where things go wrong, right? It's where just everything's harder. And there's no reason, if that's not the thing you want, to be anywhere close to it. So that is, Larry lost power too. Well, at least we know it's a big area, so they're working on it. You're out too. I need some new UPS things. Oh, okay. So Janet's downtown. She's out. Larry's on the far side of town. He's out. That's not good. But every day, if you're coming in not from Costa Rica, you will never even approach San Juan del Sur. And if you come in from Costa Rica, you will zip by. And if you're paying really close attention, you will see a statue of Vanderbilt, and that is an intersection that will lead you eventually to San Juan del Sur. But the bus will just, and you'll never think twice about it. You have to be a backpacker who is going out of their way to only stay in the enclave area. Nicaragua will do nothing to funnel you into San Juan del Sur. That is not what they want. They want you to explore the country and get to know it. But if you want to avoid everything else, you certainly can. But you'll have to go way past and then come way back in order to get there. And that's why I saw those backpackers doing that yesterday. That's one of the reasons that was so frustrating for me. I'm like, you're in real Nicaragua. You went all the way to Rivas. You've got access to, like, you're going to explore the culture. It's going to be super cheap, super safe. All they did was go straight there and then take a shuttle all the way back to where they had come from to go out to San Juan del Sur to avoid all the safety and low cost. And again, the view from San Juan is unparalleled. The little village kind of enclave thing, unparalleled. If it's the thing you want, it's going to be awesome. But if it's not exactly what you want, you'll never even know it existed. For most of us in Nicaragua, like, it's such an afterthought because it is so far off the path that it's its own world. The people who are there forget that the rest of us are out here, and we forget that they're there. Like, it's like, whoa, yeah, that's right. I forgot that's there. Like, that feels like another country. I was there in 2019. I spent like a whole bunch of time in San Juan del Sur. I forget that that's where I was. Like, oh yeah, I could drive there. Like, it's weird. Janet says, I've been calling Union Fenosa, but it never confirms I have the right NIS, and it hangs up after a minute and some seconds. So that's weird. I guess it's different for me. I know people there, Gooch Gooch says. Janet says, it just always says to call back if you ask for an agent. Everyday says, if I can avoid the big tourist towns, the happier I am. Yeah, no, here you have to target the big tourist towns. No one's gonna send you there. Disney, perfect example. Perfect image, backpacking to Disneyland. That's kind of what it's like. I can't believe the power's still out. No. It's amazing that the live stream keeps going. If the live stream suddenly cuts out, it's because we lost power. Lost the batteries. But I guess we'll just keep going. And thankfully, I charged my phone most of the way. So I've got quite a lot of charge on it. So we're doing well. Gooch Gooch says, San Juan del Sur, a crappy meal costs $16. In my town, I can get 2 lobster dinners and 6 beers for that. Yeah, some people said, like, if you really spend time in San Juan del Sur, you can track down, like, very reasonable food, but it takes a lot of effort. Oh, I hear the other room is dying. Oh no, they're in there watching TV and they're losing that. That's funny. I'm going to try to turn off the computer in there real quickly before it completely dies, but it's going to be gone any second. Let's see if I can hit the shutdown button. Go, 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 shutdown. Oh, I think I made it. At least that other one's down. Thank you for not having to. Thank you. Not having to schlep to San Juan del Sur saves me so much time. Yeah. Well, I mean, what were you picturing doing? Is I'm wondering. Oh, Janet just got power. Damn it, Janet. Okay. Extra points to whoever knows exactly what that was a reference to. But how did you get it and we didn't? It must be rolling. Hopefully, it's rolling through the system and we get it in a second. Because I could use some air conditioning. I'm getting a little bit warmer. All right, I'm going to tell people in the house that it just came on there. I just called it power. I lose ahorita Zaragoza. Any day coming, more American. Okay, we're going to read that in a second. Every day, just in case your battery dies. Oh, I think my battery lasts like 12 hours. So I don't think we're going to have a problem. The other rooms die, not this one. I'm just getting warm. But Janet says my boyfriend, when that movie was out, was named Brad. Are you serious? That's awesome. You're the only one who gets the points. No one else got the movie reference. So every day, what were you picturing for going to San Juan del Sur? Because it's the path. Is that? Nope. That was the other fan. The path, when you come up the highway, just goes straight up to Rivas. And you don't even have to stop in Rivas. It's going to take you straight to Managua or Leon if you're coming up on the Nica Expresso out of Costa Rica. So easy. Like, that is the thing to do. So, very, very easy. Jess is totally serious. Joe says, okay, now to Joe. Scott, any day coming, more Americans are coming to Argentina. This is a paradise. Yeah, Argentina, so many expats. So I was in Palermo, Joe. I stayed in Palermo, Hollywood. For those who are going to Buenos Aires, don't stay in Palermo, Hollywood. Stay in Palermo, Soho, or Chico, or in Almagro, those areas are way better. Hollywood was very boring. But I walked all over. We filmed a whole bunch. This is awesome. So there's an episode that isn't out yet, but my editor has seen it. So there's an episode where I go through and walk Palermo, Hollywood. It'll be out in a few days. And in that episode, I go through an antique furniture market. While I'm going through the market, I show a guy selling a rug, a Persian rug. It's up on the wall. The CEO of my company got that rug from that guy for her birthday. She realized that I had a video of it because her wife was playing an audio from the salesman telling them that they got the rug or whatever while she was watching the video and saw her rug on the screen. So she saw unrelated. She looked at the salesman and her rug and heard his voice say she got the rug, and then realized it was two completely independent things. One was her wife talking to the salesman. The other was me having filmed it 2 weeks ago, and she just happened to be watching it at the moment his voice played on the phone. And she's like, I'm looking at my rug on the vlog. And so it was just wild coincidence. And like, she didn't know I filmed there. She didn't know I'd gone to Hollywood and done it. Like, she had no connection between the two things at all. So that's just really funny. Anyway, but yes, we went to like cafes in like what seems like out of the way places in Buenos Aires. Every single person in the cafe spoke English. Not the people who work there, but all the guests, all the customers all spoke English. I'm like, wow. Now, of course, we eat and get coffee at slightly different times than Argentinians. So that was part of it, right? Like all the Americans and Canadians would go out at the same time, and then all the Argentinians would go out at different times, which actually really helps a lot of businesses in Buenos Aires because they're getting double. Like, it's like they're two restaurants in one. They serve all the Americans, then they serve all the Argentinians at these staggered hours, so it's kind of cool. Gooch says, some Nika restaurants are a decent value and good food. I try to stay away from the gringo-owned restaurants. Most are a poor imitation of Nicaraguan food. That is generally true. I like to think we are one of the exceptions. We did get ranked by the Department of Tourism as the best restaurant in the region, so hopefully counts for something. Janet says, we are one of the first areas after the center to come back on. Yeah, oh yeah, it's El Centro, then Zaragoza for sure. Totally serious, she says. Every day says, you're in the bunker. I am. Buddhist figured it out. It's Rocky Horror. Thank you. Tulsa says, hopefully San Juan for New Year's will be fun. Oh, for New Year's, it should be. San Juan is great. It's a nice place. It's just, you just got to know what you're getting into and what set your expectations correctly. And for visiting, it's fantastic, right? I did a week there. Like, that was what inspired me to move back to Nicaragua. I had lived here previously, lived in Granada, visited most of the country, including San Juan, but then brought Alan, who moved here, down, showed him San Juan. He thought San Juan was where he was going to want to live, checked it out, he fell in love, decided to move, and then ended up moving up here to Leon. But San Juan inspired a lot of us to come down. It had a lot of the right things. Then we discovered that other parts of Nicaragua had even more of what we wanted. And so, but it was great. And it's grown a lot. It keeps changing like everywhere else. Everyday says, I have only read that it's this great beach town. I've seen some YouTube videos, but it hasn't looked too exploited. Well, it's not. I mean, compared to Nicaragua, it's super exploited. We don't like it because it's super exploited. Compared to other countries, it's not exploited at all. All depends what you're looking at. This perspective, I guess. My dad says the Bills won. I turned the audio off for the game and listened to you. Worked well. Time to say goodnight. Oh, good night, Dad. Love you. But it says, stayed at Pelican Eyes years back. Not impressed. So, one, Pelican Eyes is mostly gone. The restaurant went out of business. The condos are still there, but they're mostly falling apart. They actually famously were a scam. They were a construction scam. They're made out of like paper mache, essentially. Like, they seriously falling apart. All right. La Marcelita says she doesn't want to come back because she doesn't want to leave her kids alone in the dark. If the power comes back, she'll come back. Her kids are just in the room with the beeping sound over there, like not far away. Gooch Gooch says, oh, North American food. Oh, most gringo-owned restaurants are doing poor imitations of North American food. I see. Yes, that is correct. That is definitely the case. My restaurants do not do North American food. That is a big difference. Tulsa says, you hear they brought the parole back. No, I did not hear that. It's back already, huh? Everyday says, okay, good example. Unfortunately, I don't know what that example was. Gooch Gooch says he is watching all the liar gringo videos trying to sell him something. Oh, it must be the San Juan del Sur ones. Yeah, I mean, every tourist who's filming something goes to San Juan del Sur. So that's where all the videos are. It's where all the information is. And that's why everybody goes there, because it's like, well, everybody goes there. But it's one of those, it's a feedback loop, which is actually the title of a video that comes out in like a week, the Expat Feedback Loop. That exactly addresses this. We're actually, even though I've been gone for 2 weeks, I made so many videos to make sure we were okay. I still have like 10 more in the queue out in front of us that are already posted, already have their thumbnails, already scheduled. Like, I was on this for this trip. Everyday says, not sure that I've been a victim of YouTube clickbait, but then again, you know, it is beautiful. It has some of the best sunsets, but it's not like, how do you put it? It is a completely different beach town. It is a bay town, right? It has a bay. The rest of the country has surf beaches. If you want a bay, San Juan del Sur is the best. It's kind of the only one. It's not actually, but it's the only big one. In the rest of the country, we have surf towns. So if you want to surf, you can't surf in San Juan del Sur. It's amazing how many people sell it as a surf town. And we're like, you do realize there is no surf, right? It's a protected bay. It's a bay with a small entrance. There's zero surf. Like, that's not a thing. There's just a bunch of, that's where they put, it's the harbor. It's where they put all the little tiny boats so they don't get taken by the surf. So it is weird that so many people like refer to it. They're like, oh, I want to stay in San Juan del Sur for the surfing. And we're like, no, you want to be anywhere but San Juan del Sur for the surfing. Popoyo, Transito, Benitez, got plenty of big surf towns. It's not one of them. Very weird. Janet says, Rocky Horror Picture Show is still shown weekly in Portland, Oregon, and the Clinton Street Theater. Yeah, I'm sure. Everyday says, got it. Still no power. They're taking their time out here in the poorer barrios. Yeah, it's you know, the thing about San Juan del Sur is if you really want to live in a resorty, enclavey kind of place, you need to go check it out. If you're like, well, I would enjoy that, but it's not where I want to live, but you're thinking about living in Nicaragua, not that you are, but in case you were, the thing that I always say is come to Nicaragua and experience Nicaragua. If you're going to live here, then visiting San Juan del Sur is easy and cheaper because you're not like stuck at the high cost place. So like when we want to go to San Juan del Sur, one, we know when it's slow and we know when it's cheap and we know when the restaurants we want to go to are open. Like we just know, like it's easy to find out. And we know which are the good places to stay. And if you want to know, I'll tell you where I stay. I only stay in one place because I've made the mistake of trying other places and it was pretty bad. Literally, it's the only place I can remember ever paying for a hotel and then not staying because the hotel was so bad. But I really like staying at where is it? I'm gonna find it in a second. I hate that I can't remember the names of everything. I'm getting too old. Where's the Pronto? Where's the Pronto? Where can it be? Everything changes in San Juan so quickly. Things just get bought, go out of business, get bought, go out of business. Everybody's convinced that it's like this great investment, and the rate at which things go out of business is so crazy because it's so expensive, and then it turns out there's so little business that they're like, wait, I thought I was going to have so many customers. And you're like, not really. Why Wow, I can't find the hotel that I use. That makes me very sad. That doesn't make any sense. This cannot be that hard. Wait, when do they add Mark Twain as a statue there? I swear that was not there before. That looks like the Pronto. Yeah, I wonder if the hotel that I like went out of business, but it was like a really nice place. Huh. That's I don't like that. Now I'm addicted to looking. It's not been that long since I was there. I can't find the Pronto either. Resort style lifestyle. Yeah, kind of. It's more like enclave style lifestyle. It's not very resorty. There's a little bit. Gooch says San Juan del Sur is a quaint little beach town, completely untouched by outside influences. You'll be able to speak the local language. It is mostly English with the odd person speaking Espanol. Blah, blah, blah. Tell us how you really feel, Gooch. So, hasta la vista, San Juan del Sur. Yeah. Where is... Okay, I'm going to search on... what did I say? Pronto, San Juan del Sur. There's the Pronto. Oh, I think they renamed the hotel. All right. Let's see. Oh no, that's definitely not it. That is what? There we go. There we go. I found it. Everyone, stand down. Emergency crisis averted. I found the hotel. It is still there. I can still go to San Juan del Sur. The Alcazar. That's where I stay. Maybe the owner of the hotel in San Juan del Sur was unjustly imprisoned and had to leave the country. Gooch says, I don't hate it. My best friend lives there. But it is what it is. He makes a living from the gringos. He operates a business there. He's Nicaraguan. Pronto is where the Eskimo was on the beach. Yes, I did know that. I've been going there for a long time, and we were all like, the Eskimo turned into a Pronto, but now it's like the busiest thing ever. Other beach town suggestions. All you need is electricity. Basically, it comes down to this. If you want the expats, you go to the Rivas beaches. If you don't go to the Rivas beaches, and then all the beaches are pretty good. Unless it's like really obviously a resort town. Like there's these like little fake places like Grand Pacifica. They're like artificial little things in the middle of nowhere that, oh no, my camera died. That's my camera frozen. You guys can still hear me. It is not me losing power. Something happened to my camera. So I'm off to deal with that. And the dog is under my feet and I can't really see it. So I'll keep talking. You guys hang on. I just got to shut off the camera. Oh, it can't shut off. That's not good. It crashed. Gotta pull the battery in the dark. I don't think it overheated. I think it just crashed. Wow. I mean, it's been running a long time, but... Man, I wish that air conditioning would come back. That would be nice. All good? You guys can see me again? I hope so. I'm actually not watching the monitor. I assume you can see me. Oh, yeah. So other beach towns. Basically from Huehuete north. Everything that isn't a little, enclave. And the enclaves are ridiculously obvious. Like Grand Pacifica. Like, you go to it and you're like, oh, that's not on a real road. It's not a real place. It doesn't have anything. There's just this one structure and it's this enclave. Oh, okay. No, we're back. We're back. I swear we're back. It's a great camera. Like, I can't... that's the first thing that's ever gone wrong with it. So, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with that camera. And I put it through its paces. There are very few people anywhere who run a Fuji camera as hard as I do. Like... Janet, you still have power? Sorry, just letting people know what's going on. Yes, I've read about some of the private enclaves. Yeah, they're generally pretty awful. You really want to avoid the enclaves. Like San Juan del Sur is enclave-y. It's different, right? There's reasons you might like it and reasons you might not. The full-on enclaves get super weird. Alan doesn't have power, Larry doesn't have power, but Janet does. We're all very jealous of the downtown people. Oh my gosh. Janet, Chichigalpa is out. Chinandega is out. El Viejo is out. That's way north of us. That's hours north of us. Tim, do you have power up there in Sauce? That is crazy. Everybody's out, but Janet has power. And it sucks because Marcella's apartment had the power out all day because they were replacing a pole. Unrelated to the storm or anything. It was just her pole had to be replaced. Okay. So, anyway, every day, everything from Huehuete north. Just so many beaches. And remote ones, less remote ones, closer to cities, farther from cities, old-fashioned, newer. It's all out there. Joe says, I'm Argentino, but I love so much the U.S. He's a ham radio operator, amateur radio, and speak with all 50 states. Incredible people, Americans. It's been my niece. My niece has been living in America for 25 years and works in the FBI. Wow, very cool. I used to ham radio is super interesting. I used to be very interested in that when I was younger. Of course, I was at that age where I could just start to get into it and have the money to get into it, and then the internet kind of started coming along, and I was like, oh. And then it was like the internet was like really cool because it was new. Janet says, I think we came on after the Central Park area and before La Barrio, which is why I moved here. Yeah, you always came on before La Barrio because I used to live in La Barrio. Patricia says, what are some of the examples of full-on enclaves? I thought San Juan del Sur was the big one. No. So San Juan del Sur is a community that operates like an enclave. It's not actually enclosed. Like Rancho Santana is an all-on enclave. Like you are whisked there from the airport. You will never see Nicaragua at all. I wouldn't be surprised if they took you in a van with blacked out windows, maybe with a bag over your head. Like, that's what it's like. Super luxurious. Everybody raves about it. There is nothing Nicaraguan about it at all. San Juan del Sur, you're still in town. You're still like, yeah, you go to the restaurants. It's full of people who speak English. There's tourists that comes through. Rancho Santana, like, there's basically no tourists. There's one or two like super rich people go in there. It is just people. They want every single meal catered in. They only shop inside the community. They only eat inside the community. They only drink inside the community. And there's nothing outside the community, right? There's that one. Grand Pacifica is the same, just on a much lower end. That it's a lot more affordable. But you're talking about places where you send people out to do your grocery shopping. You will never see Nicaragua ever. Those are the full enclaves. And you'll never hear Spanish. Like, just nothing. Jen says, I wonder what it hit. Yeah, that's crazy. Every day says, outstanding. Thank you, my friend. You're welcome. I hope that was me you were talking to. Gooch says, Patricia, San Juan del Sur is mostly Nicas living in the town, but around town is where all the gringos live. Yeah, there's still like quite a few Nicaraguans who live in San Juan del Sur, although the number is definitely gone way down, but the town has also expanded a lot too. It's like all these nice places around on the hills and then a bit of downtown, and all the businesses are foreign owned, but then there's Nicaraguans all over the place, and there's like these like poor barrios mixed in that are all Nicaraguan. And if you're on like the back streets in town, there's still very Nicaraguan stuff, although it's less every year for sure. But it is really shocking how much the amount that they're like, it's just millions of dollars and it's crazy expensive and it's like all this stuff. And then you get there and you're like, this does not have the bonuses of an enclave, just the negatives. Like it's weird in that way. La Paz Centro without power. Carretera Nueva, León is without power, so that's the whole way from Managua. Hay varios barrios donde hay luz has returned. Okay, a few barrios have gotten power back, we're hearing, but like Nicaragua Occidental is without power. Every day, ooh, a bag over my head. Itchathix, is that right? Itchathix. Itchathish. Is it Guatemalan? It's so strange to me to move to another country and then do everything you can to ignore it. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. So the reason that people do this, though, because let me tell you, I've put a lot of thought into this. I've lived in a lot of countries. And like I used to live not that far, and I mean, I don't know, 3 hours. Not that far from Marbella in southern Spain, which is exactly this in Spain, right? Only British people, everyone speaks English, nothing Spanish about it whatsoever. Everyone of us who live in Spain detest it. It's gross. It's embarrassing to even drive through it. Like if you're going to drive on the highway that goes past it, you mention when you're in the town before it and in the town after it. You don't ever want to be associated with it. It's literally embarrassing. Yet hundreds of thousands of British desire to be there for some reason that I don't understand. Like it's weird, but it's kind of like having, I don't know, a Louis Vuitton bag. I would be beyond embarrassed to have purchased something with Louis Vuitton on it, but loads of people desire it and will pay a fortune for it. Hopefully no one watching has those, but it is what it is, right? Like obviously I'm a guy, so I'm much less likely to want to have it, but I don't want those brands associated with me. I don't want to be associated with an enclave like that. San Juan del Sur is different. Like, it's not like Marbella. That's truly a full-on enclave, super embarrassing. San Juan del Sur, the thing that I don't like is if you have any association with it, people are like, oh, you didn't really do your research, right? And of course, some people did, and it's like, no, some people actually choose this, and people are like, I don't believe that you did, though, right? Like, that would be my daughter's face. No, I don't think you did, right? And so it's this, like, stigma. And if you're here in Nicaragua, and you want to do something, like you're in the mall, you're in Managua, you're doing stuff, and people are like, oh, you're an expat, you live here, and there's like a tiering system, right? And they'll say, where do you live? And you say, oh, I live in San Juan del Sur. Instantly, they're not going to talk to you. You're not interesting. You're just, oh, you don't like it here. You don't like us. We don't matter to you. You don't matter to us. Done. You say León, Managua, maybe Granada, most places, Matagalpa, whatever. People are like, oh, that's interesting. How long you been here? Do you plan to stay? They'll talk to you, but you're kind of, you're only so integrated. You say, oh, I'm in the Barrio Guadalupe. You're in Sutiaba. You're in La Providencia. You're in, you start mentioning those places, and they're just like, you're what now? Oh, and suddenly you're basically treated like a Nicaraguan, right? Because it's this really seriously tiered. How much did you try to integrate? How much research did you do? How much are you interested in the place you're in? It's super noticeable. And one of the reasons I love living in the barrio, when I lived in La Barrio, it was great. You walk places and people are like, where do you live? La Barrio. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're taking this pretty seriously. Then I moved to Sutiaba, and then I can be on the other side of the country, and people are like, where do you live? I'm like, I'm in Barrio Sutiaba. And they're just like, say no more. Like, you're Nicaraguan now, right? Like it's fantastic having just that. This is where I live. But yeah, street cred, exactly. Every day, it's a completely different thing. They're like, oh, you would totally live anywhere we would live. I'm like, absolutely. So it's those things matter to some degree. And so if you're in like Rancho Santana, people literally will be like, no. But the reason that people do go to those places, Marbella and those things, it's because they have no interest in being in another country, but their country doesn't offer taxes, cost of living, weather, or whatever that they want. So imagine, Rancho Santana is loaded with Americans and Canadians. Why? Why would they do that? Well, it's for people who love America and Canada from a social perspective, right? Not saying they're like nationalists or patriots or anything like that. Just, well, but I like living in Chicago, but boy, is it cold and expensive. Well, you have a point. Chicago's a decent place, but it's cold and expensive. So if they can move to Rancho Santana for the same amount of money they were spending in Chicago, they don't want to change their language. They don't want to hang out with different people. They don't want to change anything except the cost and the cold. Well, that's what that is for. And so that's why people have that. They're, because, and this is something that maybe you're American, so you get this, I don't know. But for Americans, it is literally easier to move to another country than it is to live in your own under most circumstances. Not any country. It's not easier to move to China, right? If you want to move to China, you're going to have to put in a little bit of effort. Just, it is what it is. And awesome, Larry, that you got power and Alan got power. All right, I'm letting Marcella know. One of the reasons, so for those who are wondering why we're having this conversation with this, like the power like this, they stagger the power coming back on so they don't blow out the connectors as it comes back on. So it's an intentional staggering as they bring the system up in these cases of extreme outages. So there is a legitimate reason why people go to super all-out enclaves. But those people have no reason to watch this channel and learn about Nicaragua, for example. They don't care about anything that happens in Nicaragua. It doesn't matter what is going on. They're 100% isolated from it, right? Unless there's like a law passed that says you can't, visit the country anymore. That's like the only thing that would affect them, and that's just not going to happen, right? Like that's such an extreme thing. Maybe new visitors can't come, but old ones being kicked out, nobody does that, right? Doesn't matter where you are. It's just not realistic unless there's a war on. So for those of us who have any interest in the country, in the culture, in the food, in the places, other than the weather. And so when someone is looking at an enclave, they're literally shopping by enclave. They're not shopping by Nicaragua or Honduras or El Salvador. They're shopping by Rancho Santana, Grand Pacific, or whatever. They're literally looking at a brochure and saying, does this have what I want at a price I can afford? And that's it. And it does make a bit of sense. It is just the absolute farthest thing from me and my audience. The chances that someone interested in that would be on this live stream is so low. Which is going to bring us to a point about the thing that Patricia brought up, which we'll talk about in a minute. Strange to me. Joe says, Scott, ahora este argentino te habla en castellano. ¿Me entiendes? Joe, it's hard, right? Castellano is not a problem, or castellano is not a problem, because I used to live in Spain, so that was fine. But the sh sound and the accent in Argentina is so hard. So when people write things, it's easy, but when people speak, it's hard. But here, Joe, in Nicaragua, where I live full time, we use vos. So I'm used to the conjugations of the verbs, and I'm used to vuestro and those things. No problem. And like I'm in the airport, and things are like sauce, blah blah blah, and I'm like conjugated vos verbs. Like this is, I'm not used to seeing them on signs because Nicaragua is such a spoken place, not a written place. But very very easy from that perspective. But the accent, so hard. And I have friends who live there full time, who've lived there for a long time, and they're from Mexico, and they're like, it's hard. Like native Spanish speakers who are super educated and eloquent still struggle a lot. Dale says, my sister lived in Spain close to Marbella and avoided it at all cost. Oh, it is just a train wreck. It is so bad. And like there's a place here that uses Marbella as its name. We would never go there because its name is Marbella. That's like, it's like literally naming your place Dumpster Fire. Hey, check out Dumpster Fire. That sounds like a nice place to go. No, it doesn't. It sounds like a dumpster fire. Everyday says, it's odd to travel so far to get away from home only to be sad when you don't find home. It is, but it isn't. I do understand the I don't want to leave home. So many people, especially Canadians, love Canada and hate the snow. What do you do? What are your options? Canada doesn't have a warm option. Nicaragua is Canada's warm option. So I get it. I just hate it, right? Like, I'm not going to move to Canada. I certainly am not going to move to a Canadian enclave in Nicaragua. Everyday says, it was that way when I lived in San Francisco ages ago. Every day there are those kind of people, and they irk me. I have a name for those people. Oh, no, I dread what it is. Dale says, I avoid those people and will do so when I move there next year. The nice thing, Dale, is you don't have to avoid them. They avoid us completely. We forget the enclaves are there. They're not visible from any roads. They're not on any paved roads. Like in Nicaragua's cases, they're completely out there. Like, you have to go through so much effort to end up at one of the enclaves. Some of them are only accessible by boat. Like, I kid you not. It's crazy. Now, when I lived in Panama, like, the biggest enclave was right on the Pan American Highway. So everyone drove through it, and you're like, suddenly, like, Wendy's and KFC all at once, and you're like, oh, right, we're in the enclave. We're in Coronado or whatever. And it was very different. But here you have to put in an effort and seek them out. For the rest of us, we completely forget about them. I'm not even sure how to get to most of them. That's power. Power's on. Which means we can turn on the lights. Hold on. Remember, they don't kick on their own. My camera will appreciate the air conditioning. Maybe that's why it froze. It got too warm. I swapped out the battery because the other battery was colder. Come on. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Oh, Joe. Is Joe still here? This is my new mate. From Argentina. Everyday says, it's like people visiting another planet. Or as you said, Disney World, yeah. Gooch says, exactly, they would have already spent $1 million and not a $250,000 house already and never heard of you. Right? Like, crazy. Imagine living in Nicaragua and not having heard of me. It's crazy. It must be nice to be so wealthy and so vacuous. That is, I feel bad because I think there's legitimate reasons why people want to do it. It's just so not me. I can't empathize with them. Right? But there's legitimate reasons why people do it. But Patricia brought up a story. So I'm going to be doing a video about this that actually digs into this. And the story is not completely done, so we don't know every detail yet. But I'm sure most of you are aware of the story that Patricia was alluding to of people going to prison in the enclave area. So, hold on, I lost my chat window. There it is. Hold on, I'm going to try to... Yeah, I got you, Gooch. You meant $1 million for a $250,000 house. For sure. Everyday says, how would you execute a 30-day visit, taking into account the desire to stay away from North Americanos? So, 30-day visit is not long enough that I would say do Managua. Don't necessarily avoid it. Like, if you need to do some shopping or something, certainly do Managua. But don't, make a point of visiting Managua thinking you're going to, grok it in that amount of time. It's just going to be a waste. I would say visit Leon. Don't scare her, she can't hear. Patricia, it's done. He's out. She's going to do one more episode and fill in specific gaps. Specifically, she got additional information about the original lawyers, which I'm really interested to hear. But I think the last episode was out this morning, right? I definitely listened to it today, but it may have come out yesterday while I was traveling. But I don't think it did. I asked someone, and they said no, it was... I think it was today. Anyway. Definitely visit Leon, because Leon and Matagalpa, and maybe drive around and see a few other things, like Hinotepe, like do some exploring around. But honestly, for 30 days, for me, I want to be based in just a couple places. Right? This is a mistake that now I understand. wanting to go do a lot of things because you only have so much time and you need to like build a picture of a place. If your goal is to scout out exactly where to move to, you do one thing. And if the goal is to understand Nicaragua and decide if Nicaragua is right for you, you do another. Assuming the latter, I would say spend maybe, Leon and Matagalpa, I think, are the best places to kind of get a feeling for the place. If you want to add a third place, probably Masaya. And do a little bit of driving around, but use them as a base. Don't like start staying in different places. Don't shift around. At most, 10 days in each one. If you're doing those, I would probably do like 5 days in Masaya with like 12 in the others. I don't know if that math adds up, but you know what I mean. And visit Granada, but make it a day trip from Masaya or whatever. Do it just you're on your way to the airport. Go there the day before, right? So you're staged close to the airport. Do dinner in Granada, be like, oh, this is cool, but it's going to be full of North Americans, but you can be like, okay, there's a lot of North Americans here, but I can see why I might use this when I get tired and need another restaurant, right? So there's that kind of stuff. But if you really don't want to be around North Americans, you'll just go to Managua, where you can go to 100 really cool restaurants and never see a North American, right? Like, you really can. People think there's so many expats here. I can spend unbelievable amounts of time doing so many things and never, ever see one. And someone tonight was like, where do you go to hang out with the expats in town? And I'm like, if it's not Friday night, I don't know. Like, I don't have an answer to that. There's some out there, but you're going to find them at random. I don't know. But tomorrow night, they'll be at Via Via. And some at Padrino. El Padrino. That's what I would do. And then, take your time, walk around, drive around. If you're going to rent a car, which I don't recommend, right? Have a driver, take you around places. I want to point out that I said people should have a driver before anything happened. I just want to point that out. We did give this advice. There's some advice we didn't give that we are going to be giving in the new Expat Skills series, things that I never thought I would have to say, but clearly I do. But that very specific one was a known warning that was very well known. Have a driver take you around, go to a bunch of different places, and get a feel around those areas. Don't worry about scouting out the whole country unless you really need to make some very final decisions very quickly, which I don't think you do. But the mountain feel and the Occidental feel, and then you'll automatically go through the capital at some point for airports and stuff, will give you a really good idea of what life in Nicaragua can be like for you. And that's what's going to matter, right? Does it build a picture of what you could make your life into? And I think spending a bit more time in one place allows you to be like, okay, I had to use the grocery store because I stayed in an Airbnb and I wanted to, like my last night in Argentina, did we go out to eat? No. We found some nice stuff at the grocery store that we can't get here, and we were like, let's get that again. That was really good. So we went to the grocery store and got something we really liked and just cooked it at home and had a nice evening at home. That when you're going to stay for 30 days, that's going to happen unless you move every day, and then you're just too tired and you can't. And you're going to be like, okay, now I know, okay, grocery store, I did this. Okay, I took 2 or 3 tries. Now I found yogurt I like. Okay, the first cheese I tried, that was no good. This cheese I like. You got to go to breakfast, and you have to start going to the same breakfast place at least a couple times and be like, I like this vibe that I can have. Not, okay, I went to this new place, I spent the whole time trying to figure out how to get the eggs I wanted, and then I ordered the wrong thing, and then I didn't even pay attention to where I was, right? You gotta make this vibe happen so that you can appreciate the place. Just like I was just in Buenos Aires, and we did one night in San Telmo. We did a whole video about why we did that, and then we did the rest of the time in an Airbnb in Hollywood. Hollywood is the wrong place, but I walked from Hollywood to all these other places, and now, I have a really good picture of when I go back, where am I going to go? El Magro, hands down, love it. That's where I'm going to go. It's also where one of my best friends lives, so be right next door to her. That's the logical place, right? But we didn't know Hollywood was the place with all the Airbnbs. Not the place to go. But we got a great feel. We have a really good idea what it's like grocery shopping in Argentina. We got it. We know what it's like exchanging money. A big pain, but we know what to do. We like all these things. We spent enough time, and it wasn't even that much time, but we feel decently comfortable doing stuff in Buenos Aires, except for a little bit of the public transportation we didn't have to do. Someone did it for us. So yeah, we could still learn a little bit more, but you get the point. Those are the places. I think with those two, you'll get these wildly different Nicaraguan experiences, but ones that are very indicative of what's available. And then when you're like, well, what about Esteli? Well, it won't be that much different than Matagalpa. Different, less hilly, but like I don't have to like show you less hilly for you to understand less hilly, right? Like, oh, I get it. Okay, and a little bit smaller population. Okay, I can picture that, right? So I think that's I think those are the places to go. Patricia said, she might go more into it and give more details if she feels comfortable. Well, I think the next one's already recorded. I think she's quite a bit ahead. Dale said, I started watching the woman whose husband got into a car crash and killed someone. Is that the story? Yes, that's what we're talking about, Dale. I couldn't find a whole lot of sympathy for them, but might try watching more. No, I think they need a lot of sympathy. Dale, I think it's legit that they need a lot of sympathy. But I think there's a really important point to be made from her story. And seriously, watch her whole story. The thing you need to be sympathetic for is far less the car crash. Like, once you watch enough of it, you're going to be like, oh, crap, that was awful. But not for the reasons that people think. I don't think people are actually paying attention to it. Everybody wants it to be a certain thing and is like glomming onto something that's inaccurate, not from her. She, other than maybe titles that are a little bit clickbaity, I think her story is very accurate, and she's very clear where she doesn't know bits. It's people reusing it as a platform to make false claims is what, if you read her comments, there's a lot of misinformation in her comments because, you know, there's all these, of course, right, there's entire agencies that look for this material and do that, right? And there's things that she's not aware of that fill in bits of the story. There's also tons that we don't know, right? So... but it's funny, Dale, that you mention that you're just starting to watch it because it was her videos that people were convinced I made a video about, but it was you I was answering. It had nothing to do with her. Gooch says, I probably shouldn't comment on that. I have a different opinion on that whole thing, and I also knew the guy he killed. Oh, my gosh. Gooch, maybe talk to me offline about that, but holy cow. Patricia says, will you bring me food if I end up in a Nicaraguan jail? I think you're probably safe, and I'll explain why in a minute. Gooch says, depend if you were remorseful. Gigi, someday I would like the other side of the story. For sure, that'd be great to get. Patricia says, yes, I'd like to hear the other side of the story too. We all would. I think the actual problem here is that there isn't another side of the story. It's that there's like 12 sides of the story. This is not a her side and someone else's side. This is like her perspective, her husband's perspective, and like all these other people's, everybody has a different, I don't know that anybody, having spent a bit of time here and having a bit of understanding of how some of these things work, there's some spots where she's like, the police knew this. I bet they didn't. I don't know that. They may have known. But there's a lot of places where she thinks other people are much more knowledgeable than they're likely to be. I bet you'll find there is a lot more to this story than anybody would ever be able to piece together unless you just got everyone in a room and they were all like, oh, that was me. No, that was him. Oh, that was... I bet. Right? Assuming everything she said was true and accurate, which no reason to doubt. I think the way that she presented it makes it sound like it was really complex for reasons she was missing, and for reasons she couldn't possibly know, and for reasons I may be completely wrong and guessing at. 10 days in 3 spots sounds right. Yeah, but I wouldn't do 10, 10, and 10. If Messiah is one of them, I would do it less. Give it a few days, but don't worry about the settling in quite so much. But again, don't do one night where you're like, oh, I spent all my time getting there, getting to the Airbnb, it's dark, I got to check out by time. No, you got to have at least 2 nights so you can like have a day of actually knowing the town. Gooch, well, he was drunk, speeding on a 125cc motorcycle that was shut off at the time. Enough said. Yeah, I mean, that's the takeaway, assuming that was correct, but I have no reason to think it wasn't. However, it wasn't super clear when they found that out and who they found it out from. She kind of said, but I don't know. Gooch says, if that was the case, it would have been a slam dunk case for them. The prosecution would not have proceeded with the case, and it would have been over. That is correct. I believe that is true, Gooch, 100%. But this is where the sympathy comes in. There is a reason why that's still important. Before we get to all that, Yemi says, are there places to go paragliding or ziplining in Nika? So absolutely ziplining. I know of multiple places that do that. I've not done it here. I don't know why. I would like to go ziplining. That sounds fun. Why do I not do that? That'd make great videos. Scott screaming on a zipline. You guys would watch that, right? Paragliding, I think they might do in San Juan del Sur. Honestly, I don't know. If anyone knows, let me know. Courtney says, GG, no lights. Holland ass, sad case for Allison and family, glad they're back in Canada. Yeah, no lights because the power was off. Did Gooch Gooch say that? Yeah, motorcycle was shut off, which was a pretty foolish thing to do. Fast in the dark in Nicaragua, you're going to slam into things. He could have slammed into a tree, a horse, ox-drawn cart for real. Like, I don't know where the accident took place. Gooch Gooch, do you know where the intersection was? Everyday says, excellent, I never liked math. Oh, Don's here. Yemi, there's ziplining in Mombacho near Granada and other places. Oh, Mombacho would be good. That'd be a good one to film. Everyday says ziplining. The one thing is, Costa Rica is like the world capital of ziplining. I'm totally making that up, but it feels that way. Nicaragua has like a little bit of ziplining. It's so like, oh, does Nicaragua also have whatever Costa Rica does? I guess, but like, if I was going to do serious ziplining, I feel like I might go to Costa Rica. Like, love Nicaragua, never going to move to Costa Rica, but there's a few things you go to Costa Rica for. Indian food and ziplining are definitely at the top of the list. Gooch Gooch, you're right about the fact that she put too much trust in the people who were scamming her. Even the ones that she thought were on her side were scamming. Yes, and I think that's what she's going to say in the next video. I'm really confident in this. I'm not going to go into all this right now because this is super complex. I wanted to bring out her last videos and be able to wrap up as much as possible. I did leave her a message today about something huge that I think she missed. And I think she got a hint of it, but doesn't realize all of it. And I actually have a book of notes. Hold on. So I'm ready enough for this that I actually have a notebook that I wrote things down. By the way, I have a unicorn kitten notebook. This is my actual notebook. Just so you know. She thought they saved her husband, but they just took the cut to, yes. Yeah, I agree. I'm very convinced, and I think if I get a chance to speak with Allison, which I hope to, I think, I know there's pieces that she's leaving out, right? So that's very difficult because there's things we don't know and there's things she does know. That may put a bunch of light on some of why she has confidence in some of these people and not others. But from everything in the videos, I see no reason to suspect that she ever had a legitimate lawyer ever. Everything points to all the lawyers were scamming her. That is the one thing that seems crystal clear. And there's really important warnings that a real lawyer should have given her that she didn't mention and doesn't seem to be aware of, which suggests she never had the right thing. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with the questions because once we start this, it's going to be like blah, a bunch of stuff. Personal question, how have you dealt with the drinking water situation and mosquitoes spread disease? So drinking water, the water is drinkable here, so there's nothing to deal with. Most of us do drink bottled water because it tastes better. Nicaragua does not focus on yummy water; it focuses on safe water. So I've never had to avoid water in Nicaragua ever. But when I drink it, and I drink water, right? Like I have 2 of these while I'm doing the video. I put down a level of water most people can't even imagine during a day. So I drink bottled water. I have a delivery truck that brings in huge things. I've done a couple of videos on it. Very cheap, super easy, delivered to the house, makes life easy. But if we run out, we just drink the tap. I did a video recently about the drinking water, and I showed me drinking the tap. Like I just poured it, drank it. Always drank the tap, no worries. But it doesn't taste the best. It will clog your coffee maker, right? It does have little bits of stuff in it. They're not unhealthy. They're just, stuff. So, yeah, I don't want to, it's fine. Put it through the filter. So that's what we do. It really is the simplest thing. It's not Mexico. You don't have to worry about the water in that way. But like most of the world, sometimes bottled tastes better. It depends where you are too. Some of the cities are better than others. But not a big concern, but I do drink bottled. Mosquito spread disease. So mosquito diseases here are dealt with very strongly by the government. It's not a big thing to worry about. Like it's a big deal and the government worries about it. But as an individual, I don't have to really worry about anything. So yeah, I've had dengue. It was a bad weekend. Does it kill you? Not really. Nothing much does. It's we're not in a yellow fever zone. Then I would be terrified, right? Yellow fever, that's scary. Nothing we have here is scary, just annoying. So, as a regular healthy person, it doesn't cross my mind that there are disease worries here any different than anywhere else. He says as he has COVID and coughs nonstop. Excuse for disease. Good juice. Myself, I have never been able to speed on a motorcycle that was shut off. I was able to speed on bicycles. I used to be a serious bicyclist. It can be done. Patricia says it's scary that there's so many scammers. Kind of. And we're going to get to that in a second. Every day, safe water. Yep. Gooch, gooch. Correct. All the lawyers were junk. Definitely. All for reasons that we did warn about. Every single thing that went wrong except for one. There are two things. One we've already warned about on videos, but it was after. She did not get the warning from us, unfortunately. And the other is an upcoming, in a few weeks, expat skills video. You're all going to know exactly what one it is when it comes out. It's going to be like, oh, we learned this lesson that I thought everyone already knew. It's one of those, how are there adults that don't know this? But there are. And so it's one of those things. In the expat skills, I don't want people to miss this like they did, so I'm going to have an expat skills on it in the future. I know the expat skills videos aren't super exciting, but they're meant to be a cohesive guide, so someone wanting to become an expat doesn't have to pay the scammer weird people in Ecuador to sell them basic information. We're trying to put it into a cohesive list so someone can sit down and say, I want to become an expat. What do I need to think about, do, prep, worry about, whatever, and go boom, 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 boom. And we're going to maintain it obviously for free and make it all possible. Okay. Gooch Gooch, I don't drink the seawater or the water that comes from my septic tank. Good tips. Courtney says, we'll never know what really happened. That is totally true. Just beware. Just been educated or just be educated? I think just be educated. Beware and be educated. And that's a huge piece. Yemi says, thanks to Don. Gooch Gooch says, I guess I'm a weirdo this way, but I live in a country. I learned the laws of the country. Yeah, that's a big one. Every day, awesome. That'll save me getting shots. I don't know what shots you would get, honestly, here. Like, is there a dengue shot? I believe there is. I don't worry about it. I do have a yellow fever shot. And I did get it here. It's cheap here and easy to get. But you don't need it for here. I get it because I do travel through South America, and I really don't want yellow fever. Almost everything that's here, people are like, dengue's going around. I'm like, I don't care. Right? But chikungunya, I don't care. Right? If I get sick, it sucks. And then it's over, and I don't care. Right? But yellow, you worry about. So that I have a shot for because I go to places like the Amazon basin. Okay. First thing first is there is something that can protect you against the scenario. Two things that will protect you against the scenario that Allison and her family went through. The first is really non-obvious, I think, and that is if you don't have a major, terrible medical condition like Allison has, then you aren't going to have this scenario. The thing that went most wrong for Allison was a medical condition that she lost control of. I mean, by no fault of her own whatsoever. This was super shitty and nothing she did wrong, and there's no way she could prevent it that we know of in medical knowledge. She got screwed by her medical condition, and that made all this happen. Not all of it, but all the important parts. That's where it came from. And that's important to understand that, and I'm sure she understands this, but may not have really articulated it in a understanding that there's essentially no chance that this terrible scenario would have happened had she not had this much worse medical condition happening at the same time. Because if you actually look at who had it worse during this event, her husband was the lucky one, being just in jail and not getting to shower for 2 months when she was on the verge of death for not quite as long, but now is still in terrible shape, but much better, thankfully. But this was awful, right? It does not, Patricia, for exactly that reason. Did you catch that she said the disease she has, the condition she has, I don't know if it's actually a disease, the condition she has is essentially a North American disease. It is a condition that is induced by chemically or genetically modified food in the United States and Canada, and basically nowhere else in the world has it. And so there's no treatments for it outside of that zone, because simply by not living there, it doesn't happen. It would be like, if there was no cancer in Argentina, Argentina wouldn't have a cancer treatment center because there's no cancer. So because Nicaragua doesn't have her disease, they don't have her treatments. And so that's something to be aware of. If you have something that only exists in one region, that other regions aren't likely to have it, have treatments for it. And they were just like, we are going to do what we can, but we can't do what the U.S. can do. And so she's or what Canada can do in this case. So she's in a very unique situation that forced her to have to go back to Canada for her medical condition. There is no reason that she had to go back to Canada other than that. Of course, people get scared, and there's, I think, a ton of misinformation or misunderstanding. I don't know this from things she said. I want to be really... hold on a second. Sorry, major work stuff going on suddenly as I'm talking that I need to somewhat focus on. I think from the tone that there was, and definitely from the comments, right, but they're not from Allison, I think there's a bit of misunderstanding, and she definitely didn't point out some really important things. So a lot of people are commenting, this is a terrible judicial system. But where did you get that from? There was no judicial process here. The judicial system was never involved, or not really, and for reasons that were voluntary, very clearly voluntary. All things that she said, but it hasn't been pointed out. So someone watching this gets a very ooh, this was terrible. And it was absolutely horrible. And it was not that they did things wrong, and it's not that they, did something bad, and it's not that they screwed up. It's that a whole bunch of terrible things happened to them that coincided, and they compiled in a way that was really bad. But like her leaving the country immediately, she was leaving already. Because she had to for her medical conditions, her treatments. And now that they've had this outbreak or flare-up, she's in a really bad medical position at the moment. They could potentially return, and I think the reasons that she's not divulging a bunch of information, partially I understand, is because there are people that she does need to protect, it seems, and that makes sense. But there's a bunch of people she doesn't need to protect, and that she is. That suggests that she wants to come back and not even have those people brought into the limelight. So I think that is the thing. Really quick, I'm going to respond to this thing that Don said. Don Timoteo says, funny about the seawater, there is a thing in Nicaragua where the locals drink seawater for health. I have a Nica friend who does it. I try to tell him, but he doesn't listen. So yes, one, Nicaraguans are, much like Americans, very susceptible to insane madness fads. However, I've never heard of a Nicaraguan who does that, Don, but I do know a group of gringos who pay Nicaraguans to go out and get them seawater from deep in the sea instead of at the surface, and they drink it. So it's not just the Nicaraguans in Nicaragua. That I know firsthand. Gooch Gooch says, I use it to cook with, to make soup. I just let it evaporate from my table salt every day. Thank you for all your help. I was looking forward to catching up on your videos. Great live chat. But good night every day. Gooch Gooch says, Patricia, they settled the case civilly, not criminally. The option exists. They just paid to try to expedite his release. I don't know that they paid to expedite. I think there's a bit we don't know there. Okay, so the reason why none of the people watching this video need, so the second reason, right? The first one, yeah, you don't have her disease, you're probably good. Maybe you have her disease, I don't know, but I don't think so. The second thing is you're watching this video. That means, essentially guaranteed, you are taking an interest in being an expat and in Nicaragua. It's not 100% guaranteed. Maybe you just really enjoy the live chat and the camaraderie, and you're not really looking at those things. I get it. But basically, there's no way that you're not taking some amount of interest. There's also no way that you're watching this video and, well, at least the ones who are live, and without resources. Because you have the other people in this chat and me. Well, I guess I'm in this chat, so I'm one of those people. You automatically have access to resources that Allison did not. That's really important because that's our number one thing. And that's what we talked about in the video that came out a week ago was moving to a new country. You tend to, by nature, right, cut off all the things that you don't think about. When you grew up, let's say Canada, you just inherently know a bunch of things. Things that they don't teach you in school, but you know. Like, you know you can't speed long before you take a driver's test. You know that you can't steal, but they don't teach you that in school. You learn it from, people yelling at you when you're a little kid or whatever. You build up an idea of what's right and wrong and how things work. So, for example, if I need to deal with the police, like something goes wrong and I need to call the police in the United States, I know exactly how to do that. I was never taught how to do that. It's just so much of stuff that goes on. You see an ad on TV, like an ad that teaches you, oh, you have a problem, call the police, call 911. This is how it works. And you build up this knowledge of like, oh, and someone I know did that and this happened. And there's just a bunch of these things. And you go, I know how life works. I don't need to be taught anything in the US. I can essentially function in society just from that. Plus, I grew up in the United States. I have family there. Someone grows up in a country without family, but very few people. But they still have these built-in like things you learn from living there. I have access to family and friends in the United States. I have loads and loads of resources. I also have a lifetime of having things like lawyers and stuff. So if anything needs me to protect myself, to know how to react, to know what to do next, I have so many resources in a country I don't even live in anymore. I can call family, friends, my lawyers, plural, business partners, acquaintances, and I know where to look online for stuff. I know how to search for things. I have all these resources that are all part of my American framework of just living in that country, growing up in that country. When I moved to Nicaragua, I gave all that up. I don't have family here. I didn't have friends. I do now. I didn't have all these like pieces. I certainly didn't have lawyers, all those things. When I moved to a new country, though, you feel that gap to some degree. Unless you move to an enclave, you may not feel it. You may feel like, I'm still in Canada or whatever. I don't need to do anything special because I'm in an enclave and everything works the way that it always did, right? Why wouldn't it? And for the most part, that works fine. But for those of us who didn't live in an enclave, then we end up with like I don't know how to pay my electric bill. Like that sounds ridiculous, but the first time you get an electric bill, you don't know how you're going to get that bill. You don't know where it's going to go. You don't know what to do when you get it. There's so much confusion. You need people to help you with like everything. Hey, Backyard Bandit, I saw you say, welcome back to Nicaragua. Thank you. I am back. You didn't have to delete that. That makes sense. I just got back last night. I'm just hitting 24 hours. Sorry, guys, I can barely breathe. So, some of the first things we built up was how to deal with all these things. First of all, first thing you do is you get a lawyer because you need them for everything. And this is going to be one of the skills we're going to teach. This is one of the ones we've left out. I thought people knew as an adult you always have a lawyer. I've always had a lawyer as an adult. In the United States, you got to have one. The littlest thing, you got to have someone that you can call for information, run ideas by, verify things. You don't have to use them often. You don't have to pay very much. You got to know who your lawyer is, though. I have a team of lawyers in the United States. I only talk to them once every couple of years, but they know who I am. They know what I do. They have my information. I can call them. I need a will. I need a thing. I need a boom, done, right? They know exactly. Something happens to me, they can call my wife. They know exactly how to contact us. Everything's going on. You got to have lawyers. It's just part of life, right? As an adult, anywhere in the world. Move to a new country, first thing you do, right? start learning how to do things in society, start making connections, not to protect yourself because you're social and humans need other humans, right? But finding a good lawyer, super important. But naturally, you're going to go through a number of milestones when you move to a country that will encourage you to get a lawyer, right? You're going to rent an apartment, maybe buy a house, maybe start a business. I don't recommend that, but you might. You're going to probably get residency, or at least find out information about residency. Each of those things should involve a lawyer. They don't need to involve anyone else, but they do need to involve a lawyer. And so you have all these opportunities in life where you should be, as an expat, leveraging your moment where you should never do any of those things. Like renting an apartment sounds like, well, in the States you would, or Canada, right? Well, I live there. I would not have a lawyer for renting an apartment. Sure, but you should, right? Even in the US and Canada, especially in the US and Canada, more than anywhere else in the world, these are litigious societies where tricking people with paperwork is a real thing. This is a very dangerous spot. Having a lawyer that you pay a very small amount of money to just look over and make sure you're not getting screwed on paperwork matters. Here, you don't need it as much, but they're also way cheaper. And it's really importantly an opportunity to evaluate your lawyer, because you're going to want to use a lawyer for all kinds of things as you go through living in a place, right? Anything happens. Even just, I don't know how to pay this bill. You don't know who to call. Your lawyer is who you call, right? This is who you can pay to get the information you need. But because you're definitely going to need legitimate information and current information on immigration. Yeah, I'm going to do my best to let you guys know what the situation is. I'm not an official authority. I don't have special insider access. Okay, sometimes I do, but not generally to most things, right? And normally I'm asking a lawyer. But you need to have a lawyer that has all your information. And if you need to do something that's a little bit, whatever, like, oh, yeah, maybe no one's going to, what are the actual risks? It's a lawyer who's going to tell you, right? That's who's going to do those things. By the way, my video connection that shows me what's going on with the video is still so far behind that the power hasn't come back on yet. It's like worthless. Like I can see myself checking to see if the power's back on, and it's not back on yet. That's crazy. So your lawyer is going to be this. So as you're renting an apartment, and you say, well, but I could do that without a lawyer. Why spend the money? Because that's an opportunity to evaluate a lawyer, right? That is a perfect opportunity to have that lawyer step in and be like, okay, that went well. They didn't overcharge me. Everything was smooth. And afterwards, you're like, okay, everything was good, right? Just like I dealt with a lot of people, they tried to screw me over, and it's like, aha, we got to this point, then they showed their true colors. Now I get to move on, right? I had a group of lawyers that I worked with originally. They were okay. They didn't screw me over. They didn't do anything bad, but they were a little bit too expensive. They were a little bit too far away. They were a little bit not really on top of things. If I had to stick with them, that'd be okay. But over time, found better lawyers, moved to better people. Now I have fantastic teams of people who do all kinds of things, right? Because I took the time to grow my team, and now the people that I rely on for things, they got my back, I got theirs. We talk to each other all the time. We have communications. We have this framework, right, for living in another country, which is super important. So much more important when you live in a new country, because you don't have the family and the friends and the growing up in that place. You rely on the what would be fringe things in your home country much more than you rely on what would normally be your core. And so when you move to a new country, that's one of the most important things you do is you build this framework of social knowledge, because you don't have the tribal knowledge that you'd be used to. And that's something that people don't articulate very often. And I think of it as, I've been in business since I was 22. So to me, the world is always like, these are things you just have to do. It's easy to forget that people aren't thinking of the world this way and aren't analyzing, oh, I gave up all of my familial connections and all of my childhood friends. Like, I can call on friends I haven't talked to in 20 years if I needed to, and they would instantly be there and help me out and give me nothing else, information, if not, a place to stay or whatever. So super important. So that's the first thing. I'll also, all of us, right, in the way we talk, generally we're going to be integrating into whatever place we go to. Maybe not entirely. Maybe I'm an extreme case here, but we're going to be, to some degree, integrating and getting to know people. In Allison's case, from what we can tell, one, we know she lived in San Juan del Sur, which already we warn about. There are more dangers about this. And yes, I know someone asked me to articulate more about why it's dangerous in San Juan del Sur compared to other places, not just from the higher crime rate, but from the framework around criminal prosecution and handling there. So that is something we're going to do in a future video. But needless to say, it's an enclave-like community. It tends to have worse behavior, and it tends to get treated more harshly naturally because it isn't an integrated part of the country. No one looks on it super favorably. And so if you're going to run into problems, it's likely going to happen. Or it's not more likely to happen there. It is more likely to happen there on a per capita basis than anywhere else. So just by being in San Juan del Sur, you're upping your risk, right? So we already warned about not driving a car. We know that this is what happens when you have a grievous harm in an accident, is that people are held until things are figured out. If you're of any risk, a lot of people would be let out, and there's every possibility he would not have stayed in had he done the things he was supposed to. Supposed to is a tough word. The things he had an opportunity to do. They also lived in an enclave, and it seems from the way she described it in her first video that they really didn't have any connections. They didn't really know their neighbors. They didn't have friends and family. They knew some people. It seemed like a lot of the people they got to know during this process, and people came out of the woodwork to help them, and that's fantastic, and there's an amazing community pulled together to some degree for them. But it's also clear that tons of their neighbors didn't see them as neighbors and turned on them. That was very clear in her early videos, that she got a lot of peer pressure and a lot of exactly what we describe. The expat pyramid scam was leveraged against her instantly, and that in a moment of panic when she didn't have anyone to turn to, and as a married couple with kids, it's really easy to be like, well, we do this together, we're in this together. It's, my wife and I could very easily be like, oh, we spend all of our time together, we know we can do this, we don't need other people, because you go home and it's just you and you're talking about things. But if you're on your own, you'd be like, no, I can't do it, I have no one to rely on, I gotta have friends, right? So because they didn't have, it seems, this framework, they didn't really have this trusted network of, okay, I don't have a lawyer, I don't have family, I don't have, who do I call who does have those things that could instantly have my back, right? So they were lacking basically the knowledge and the contacts that you would generally expect. And again, none of this is wrong. This is not something they did wrong. This is reasons why you will not have to worry about these things. Is they did not have the social connections, the lawyers, and the other things that you would expect to have after your first, say, 30 to 90 days in a new country. Yes, in your first few days, you're much more likely to be at risk. Don't drive right in your first few days. Act like a tourist. Solve those things. Be aware if you're going to drive that you're taking on these huge risks. Be okay with those risks if that's what's going to happen, right? Do you have absolutely nobody to help you with anything? Then don't add extra risks. That's not a great time to do it. Okay. Really quick, Gooch, they paid but not to expedite. They paid a crazy amount of money. That was such a problem. It sounds like the court wanted to hide it. There's something fishy there about the court wanting to hide it. They did pay an outrageous amount of money, but that is because I think they set themselves up to get scammed, but they definitely were not paying bribes. It was not expedition. But we'll get to that. And there's a bunch of things, right? They were residents. How did they not have a lawyer? I understand you can get residency without a lawyer. Why would someone do that, right? I understand if you are absolutely abject poor, you have no spare money, and you have to take the risks that your residency won't go through and that you won't try out a lawyer. Somebody is that destitute, and and that's unfortunate. They're also not able to drive a car. You can't afford a car. If you can afford a car, you should have had a lawyer for your residency. It's that simple. You have your kids in a new country, you need to have a lawyer. Protect the people around you. Some of those things, I'm like, I can't imagine putting my kids in a position where I don't have a lawyer to protect them ever, anywhere, right? So that is a little bit much. There's all these pieces that are why was there residency? They bought a house without a lawyer. What is the one rule? Only work with a lawyer, right? That's the same rule everywhere in the world. That's not not true in Canada. That's not true in the United States. It's not true in Nicaragua. In the U.S. and Canada, you can also work with a real estate agent if you want. Definitely not advised, especially now. And in the U.S., it's like really well known that you do not work with a real estate agent. But in Nicaragua, that's like crazy. Like you don't ever speak to someone except your lawyer. Where were their lawyers for these different processes? After 3 years, they were residents who owned a house and a car and didn't have any experience with a lawyer. So a lot going wrong here. Again, not wrong. They didn't do something bad, right? They gave up, it seems, from what we can tell, they voluntarily avoided all of the opportunities where you would naturally have provided protection. One of the things, and I'm going to mention this, because all this I'm going to go into more detail and more concise on a separate video that's dedicated to this. But one of the fears of this is that we do risk Monday morning quarterbacking, meaning we saw the end of the story. And so we're looking at what could they have done differently. But we do need to go back and say, how do you protect yourself and not have this be something you even worry about? And honestly, it's not something you have to worry about. It would take so much. Their story is shocking as she describes the position they were in. How did they not know? How did they not have these resources? How could that happen to someone? I understand, like, how you fall through the cracks to that degree, like that it's possible, but wow, right? And for someone who has a YouTube channel that like big, like they seem like having connections would be kind of second nature, but not to everyone. So the first thing that went wrong is they didn't call, like they left the scene without a lawyer. You need to have a lawyer there right at the accident. That should be your first call, right? Instantly, right? They should be there with the police. Like all that should be happening right then. And I definitely could have one of 3 lawyers minimum on site in minutes anywhere. Now that's extreme, but it's a pretty important thing because you don't know when you're going to need a lawyer, right? We came through customs and they looked in our luggage and saw a bunch of cookies. And my wife had a panic and started calling the lawyer while they were looking at cookies. I'm like, they're just looking at the cookies. You don't need to engage anybody about anything. You don't need to warn them that we're having our cookies looked at. Like, they're just making sure that they're cookies. Like, they're all wrapped in metal. Like, obviously they need to look at them. This is not something that requires. But she's like, her reaction, like, let's just make sure a lawyer is aware where we are, what's going on. So when something goes wrong, we say, oh, something went wrong. And they already know we're standing in line with a bunch of cookies. I don't know. There's a point where it doesn't make sense. But you want them, if something's going to happen with a aduana, you're shipping a box and it doesn't make it. Who deals with stuff, right? Every little thing. So they didn't have a lawyer. Had they had a lawyer at the accident, there's every possibility, I'm not saying it's likely, but there is every possibility that he would not have gone to jail in the first place because the lawyer may have worked out something right on the spot. Oh my gosh, clearly this wasn't his fault. We're going to voluntarily not ask for the family to be sued because he's going to not go to jail right now, right? And the cops may be like, yeah, we don't want to put up with that. Right, there's all kinds of things that may have been like, nope, yeah, just let him go home, give us his address, and we'll be good to go. But they didn't have a lawyer there. So what are the cops going to do? Like, they've got nothing to work with, and they've got a dead guy. Well, at the time, he wasn't dead yet, but they were going to. Then there's negotiation things that have to happen. There's something missing here. At no point in the story, let me be clear, at no point in the story, even when it wraps up, did they ever determine, unless she forgot to say it, but she was very explicit relatively recently, so maybe I missed it, but at no point did they actually determine that that was the family. That very first piece of my lawyer needs to talk to the police, find out who the family is, and negotiate immediately, not only didn't happen in the right time frame, I'm not sure it ever happened. I'm not confident that it ever happened. Somebody was negotiated with. Multiple people were negotiated with. We don't have any evidence that she stated in the things that I watched that actually said that they were given that confidence that that was the family. It was hearsay. So they didn't negotiate in time, and then we don't know if they ever negotiated with the right people. And maybe they'll get clarified. Maybe that just forgot to be said, and like, oh yeah, no, it was the right people. Here's when, and the police said. But so the thing that happened here is at this point, yes, under many circumstances, any one of us might have to go to jail temporarily if this happened. But there would be an expectation of a negotiation immediately. Your lawyer would handle everything. They would know exactly what to do, who to talk to, who to get the pressure from. And if they didn't get a verification of that family, they'd be like, he's out now. And he would have been out now. There is no question in my mind. Had they actually had a lawyer, he'd have been out within 48 hours because it was the family that didn't negotiate. But because a family claimed to be the family and they didn't respond and do any of the stuff they were supposed to do, it left them exposed to the family making this claim. But notice that it wasn't really the police that were holding him. It was the family. It was this, oh, we didn't do the things we were supposed to do. Well, now we don't know what to do. He kind of fell into a gray area. What do you do? There was no process because they then, because of her medical condition, and again, this is where they got really screwed, so even good advice wouldn't help her at this point. And I'm leaving out, they got obviously screwed by one way or another. The lawyers weren't real lawyers because she did, maybe one of them was somewhere, but we don't think so. She didn't have a trusted lawyer ahead of time, and she didn't have people with trusted lawyers that she could trust. Right? So like I've got friends here who don't have a lawyer that they trust. But if they were in an emergency, they would call me and I would get them a lawyer that they can definitely trust. Right? That's a difference. They didn't have this second degree framework of friends and family that you would expect. Like I know lots and lots of people here, they would have those things. And that's why, and Patricia just said, I probably wouldn't be thinking clearly if I had just been in a serious accident. You're right, Patricia. That is why. Everyone should have a lawyer that they trust on speed dial, on your phone, lawyer as the name, always. Because you won't be thinking clearly at the time of an accident. That's why it is a part of important adulting, especially when you're an expat, that you have that resource ready. Because you have to assume you're not going to be thinking clearly. People who don't have a lawyer ready are assuming that tragedy can strike and they could be incapacitated and that somehow they're still going to find and evaluate and hire a lawyer under those conditions. And what if she'd have been in the car with him and injured, right? Then he wouldn't have even had her to go try to contact a lawyer, right? If I'm in this same situation and I have nobody around, I can hand my phone to the police and say, it says lawyer, please call her, right? And then the police would be like, yep, okay, here's what, we're just going to wait here till she gets here, right? That's what would happen if I had nobody, right? So, right, yeah, and Courtney says, fear makes poor decisions. And absolutely, that's what's going on here. So that's why we're going to work on these expat skills to make sure that people aren't in this position where they're going to make these bad decisions. It's super clear that she was in a panic, she was scared, and more importantly, she was dangerously ill, like life-threatening ill. I don't know how many people caught this. She was on the verge of death. Right? So she was in no position to be making these. So the things that happened after the accident occurred, everything was already in motion because of the decisions they had made over the 3 years previous. I think that they did a lot of really foolish things for the 3 years before that. Once the accident happened, once the story starts, there's no way to, partially because we're only hearing her side of the story, but I don't, from her side of the story, feel this like, oh, but there's this other side of the story. I'm sure there is something to know. There's interesting bits, but I don't think there's some counter that's going to be like, oh, and she did this wrong and that wrong. I don't think we're going to find that. We could, right? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying I don't feel that way. She feels incredibly genuine, really, really screwed. I don't like how much she's hiding of the story because I think it's like Lucille Ball with like this, I have to hide this thing for no reason. I don't think that helps and it makes it seem disingenuous. I don't think that's actually what's happening. I think she's being very genuine and is for some reason scared of something in Canada, which one of the reasons I don't want to go to Canada. I'm scared of things in Canada, so I understand. But I don't know why she's living there because it's a scary place these days. But, and clearly she's scared of it, right? That's important. So because they didn't do these things at the beginning, they went into this limbo zone where the things that should have gotten him released, which there were like 4 opportunities to get him released in the first 48 hours. None of those happened. Then, because of her medical condition, they, not the family, but they opted to panic beg. And I understand, fear, medical, this was not because they were making bad decisions. This is because they were in a bad situation. They were already screwed at this point. They decided that the best course of action, and they may be right even now, even with Monday morning quarterbacking, she may still have made the right decisions after the accident happened, right? We don't know. We have no way to second guess that. That decision to desperately try to negotiate left them, one, in indefinite limbo with no means for the judiciary to step in without forcing a case that they didn't want to have. So this limbo state was basically a gift from the judicial system that they could have moved forward with prosecution, but they asked them not to, and the judicial system must have been like, well, he's going to sit in jail. Okay, if that's what you want. And then the family, probably knowing that she was in this position, because we already know that her neighbors were trying to scam her by selling information to this family. We don't even know if it's the real family, right? So there was all kinds of people setting her up. They didn't know who they could trust. They didn't know who was, screwing them over. They mentioned that the people said they had a lot of money. They may also have been mentioning that they had medical conditions. There's things that they may not have known that were still going on in the background. I'm just hypothesizing. That's viable, right? So the family may have known very easily she was in a desperate position, and they could take advantage of that because she was panicking and not willing or not wanting very strongly to end up in a litigation situation. So their incredible desire for very, very logical, awful reasons put them in they were afraid to go to court, even though they almost certainly were going to win had they gone to court. So because of this, he ended up in limbo, and they ended up in this really terrible negotiations that went to just absolutely insane numbers. Because had it happened to one of us, we would say, you know what? Let's go to court. Let's do this, okay? You're going to get nothing. That's how this is going to go. And they go, no, but now I want to negotiate. You say, no, let's go to court. I want to go to court. And then I'm going to sue you for trying to get money from me when I was assaulted, right? That may not fly in Nicaragua, but it's an option, right? There was a lot of opportunity that they couldn't leverage because of her medical condition. One of the things that she mentioned is they went to the embassy. Now, her lawyers should have warned her about this. So going to your embassy should be a very carefully calculated decision. Now, just telling your embassy, I think is foolish, right? North American embassies famously do not represent their populace. They put you in extreme risk even before you go to a new country. So you need to be very careful when enacting your embassy. But in most cases, it is okay to simply inform your embassy of what's going on. But be careful asking for them to intervene. Because if you think about it, imagine if you had an immigrant who did something in your country, say you're from the US or Canada, you have an immigrant from, let's say, Nicaragua, and they do some grievous harm or are suspected of doing some grievous harm in their country. You have a legal proceeding that would probably protect them, but they've opted out of it. They're attempting to do something a little bit weird, but it's okay. You're going to let them do it. It's not wrong. It's just weird. And they're, for some reason, really scared of going to court. Okay. Then, instead of them coming to court or dealing with things through the proper channels, they go to their embassy and they have their diplomats contact your diplomats and try to work around the legal system. This would not sound good if you're an American or a Canadian and you found out that immigrants were trying to avoid prosecution under the legal system by having pressure applied from their foreign governments. Now, as an American or Canadian, in most cases, you'd be like, okay, that's never going to work, so I don't really care. When you're a Nicaraguan and you spent most of the last 2 generations under military occupation of those powers, and those powers specifically do not recognize the current government of this country and are constantly threatening its sovereignty, then you have a country that looks at the actions of the embassy as very, very threatening or insulting, and often as an attempt to subvert its sovereignty. And they risk that, for example, if they let someone out because the Canadian embassy pressures them to do so, that Canada may turn around and say, oh, they don't respect the rule of law, no one should go here, it's not safe. Right, so they're in a very precarious position because they do not. So first of all, Nicaragua and Canada are not friendly countries. So the Canadian embassy getting involved does not necessarily look like, oh, our great partners in the north just want to make sure things are smooth. It looks like someone threatening them. And so, one, it probably would do nothing to aid the case, especially in one like this where they didn't even go to court. What are they asking for? They're literally asking for them to look the other way. That's super corrupt. So Canada should not have been asking for that, and it's right that Nicaragua completely ignored them, as it turns out they did. But if word gets down, as it probably did, to like the police, that such a tactic was attempted, they would now see them as outright criminals, and you would expect them to potentially treat them really badly. And that's exactly what happened. I don't know that that is the cause of why the police turned on them, but the set of events would, one, make you expect that's what would happen. That's the logical chain of events, and her lawyers should have warned her about that, as the embassy should have as well, that she was trying to subvert a legal process through inappropriate foreign pressure, and that if it backfired, which it was essentially guaranteed to do so, because he's not like a diplomat, it was just a guy who had a car accident, that it may go really badly for them. And really, the way they were treated is about the best case scenario, I would imagine. You don't just casually try to apply foreign pressure to a legal system as a great way to be seen as automatically guilty. And that is something that no one mentioned to her as far as I know, and she does not mention at all that it is something that they decided to overlook when enacting the Canadian embassy for no really clear reason. They also had a lot of people writing to government officials in Canada. Again, any one of those people may have done something that made the situation worse. We know that none of them made it better, at least according to her story. At no point do we feel confident they got an actual lawyer. I suspect that the story where the person she met said, oh, you're welcome because my lawyers actually got him out, very likely is true. Any competent lawyer would probably have gotten him out quite quickly. That did not seem like a difficult case. I'm not a lawyer, but this did not seem complicated. It really highlights the general dangers of living in the enclave or enclave-like areas. And I understand it, we're actually in an enclave, like a gated all expat community inside the San Juan del Sur zone. I may be wrong about that. That was the impression I got. And so this is one of those dangers, right? Not just are you not getting the exposure to the law that you should and how things work in society, and you're not getting the connections that you normally would get, just friends and family in the community who can tell you and help you about with things and tell you who's a good lawyer and who's not. And they didn't just not ever use a lawyer like they should have. They also were in an area full of apparently super toxic people. Not all of them. Some great people stepped forward to help them, but a whole bunch of their neighbors turned on them and saw it as an opportunity. And these are things that people who have to live with their neighbors for forever don't tend to do. You don't find this in the barrio, but in an enclave, it's expected. And so that was not just there's the lacking good things that can happen in an enclave, but there's also a bunch of really bad things came from the enclave. And that's something that she mentions, but I don't think she highlights it enough that basically anyone who lived in regular Nicaragua would just automatically have been protected against a lot of this right from the beginning. And then the one thing that she was told a bit was that there are no judges. Clearly, that should have instantly flagged to everyone that was false. There was a bunch of stuff where people were like claiming they're going to move to like faraway places that make no sense. And I talked to her about that, and she's like, yeah, a lot of people even at the time came forward and said like that logically doesn't. There's no possibility. But there's things like being told that there's no judge were things that she everyone knew she didn't have the resources to verify. And it's one of those stories that does get repeated to people in Nicaragua. But there are judges. There is a shortage, but that doesn't mean that there's no judges. It means that there aren't as many as they would like to have. Some courts, for example, should have 3, but they only have 1, so cases can drag on a little bit longer. But that is not that you don't have a judge. And if the judicial system was involved, they very likely would have wanted to get him out of prison, or out of jail as quickly as possible, because he's using resources and just a big pain, and it doesn't look good for anybody that this was happening, because as we saw, it's very easy to spin it and make people take it as the judiciary doesn't work, when the judiciary was never involved, as far as we can tell. So they had every reason to want to get him out as well. They knew he probably wasn't guilty, but their hands were tied because of the decisions being made by them, primarily. Now, at the end of the day, there's a bunch of things we don't know, but the important ones are, with zero effort, all of you should be automatically protected from nearly every aspect of this, and with a little bit of effort, basically in doing the things that we will put into the skills videos of why you need to have a lawyer and use them when it's not critical so that you're ready when it is critical, will essentially completely protect you. So I'm going to read your guys' comments now, but that is kind of where I am at this point in the video. Like, I think they made a lot of good decisions and were really, really in a terrible situation. The whole thing was awful. And of course, while this is happening, they didn't know if he was ever going to get out, which makes we know they're already out and in Canada. So how bad can it be? It can only be so bad. If they'd have known he'd have been out in 76 days, they'd have gone, oh, this is going to suck. And then they'd have been fine. It wouldn't have been this, mental torture. It wouldn't have been this panic. Her medical thing probably wouldn't have flared up, or real minor. She could have flown back to Canada, dealt with it, flown back, all kinds of things. But not knowing, they had to deal with the what ifs. And those what ifs, while super unlikely, included what if the family requires more than they could possibly afford? What if that was really the family? What if he was found guilty? There's a bunch of possibilities. It doesn't seem like any of those could have happened. They could have, right? And so they were scared of those things. And so they had to make some decisions that we wouldn't make because we knew he got out in the end. So we would do things a little bit differently given that information. All right. Gooch, they settled the case civilly, not criminally. That option exists. They just paid, so didn't expedite though. And did they pay? It seems like they paid a lot. We never get a ballpark. I don't know why she doesn't tell the numbers. That part is really weird. If you're saying you made a payment, you might as well say what it was. All right, unless I don't understand. Gooch says it is similar to a deferred prosecution in Canadian law. By making restitution, you can avoid prosecution. Yep. Gooch says, yes, but paid a crazy amount to my understanding. That is what it seems to be. Patricia says, I've never had a lawyer and I'm antisocial. You definitely need a lawyer, Patricia. That is an important part of life, even at home, but once you move somewhere, you have to have a lawyer. And they're cheap and easy, and they will be one of the most important people in your life. Dale, me either, Patricia, except when I was young and in trouble with the cops. Gooch says, in Nicaragua, lawyers are used for a lot more things than in the USA and Canada. That is absolutely true. You do use them for just everything. Because, every time I get an apartment, every time I deal with anything like that, I'm like, oh, send it to my lawyer. It's also, for a lot of people who don't have permanent addresses, that's the address we use. There's a ton of things we use our lawyer for. Dale says, yeah, that's what I've gotten from watching Scott for a few months now, Gooch. Yeah, we use a lawyer more than most people do. Let's be clear. But you do want one for a lot of things. Gooch says, buy and sell a used car or motor requires a lawyer. I don't think it actually requires a lawyer, but it's certainly you will want one. Dale says, I'm hoping to get a decent recommendation for a lawyer in Leon when I move there in a year. There's some good ones here. Gooch says, be very wary of recommendations. Lots of them are skewed, for sure. Dale says, well, yeah, from maybe Scott. Especially if it's an English-speaking lawyer that caters to expats. I can tell you my lawyer does not speak English and has no expats. Dale says, any other expats, I would dismiss their recommendations. There's one that will be called the best lawyer in Nicaragua. Oh my gosh, yeah. We've all seen him. I'd avoid that one immediately, Dale says. If they have more than the most rudimentary English, I'm not dealing with them. Yeah, I know some good ones who have passing English, but not gonna talk to you on the phone English. Yep, he charges about 5 times the going rates. I don't think he is completely terrible. He just takes what he can get. From things that people who claim to be his clients have told me, and at least one person that I do know personally was his client, he's a scam. Completely not a legitimate lawyer. Didn't do the job, doesn't know what he's doing, flat out stealing from his customers. Cooch says, no, not bribes, but they chose to pay restitution to avoid prosecution. Yeah, but I don't think that expedited. I think it actually made it take longer. And that is completely legal. It expedites the process. I guess that's the part. It should expedite the process. I don't think they did it correctly, so it didn't expedite the process. It's supposed to be you do it immediately and you have leverage. Okay, we have 48 hours. I'm going to make a deal with you or you get nothing. And the time clicks down, right? And you're like, look, you want $5,000? I'll give you $4,000. And they say, not a penny under $4,500. And you go, you know what? Done. And it's going to be signed right now. I'm going to give you the money and we're done. Everything, and it's official. But they didn't do that. And so once they were bargaining after the time had run down, I think it just expedited the process. But we don't know that, right? They were lied to and told there were no judges, and they believed it. Like, she repeated that as if it was true a lot. I think they really convinced her of that, and that may have been multiple lawyers working together to create false information. Oh, and that's one of the things I didn't mention. She used resources from San Juan del Sur, which we keep saying in video after video. One of the first things you do, obviously, you don't use the best lawyer in Nicaragua. You never get your resources from San Juan del Sur. It doesn't mean there aren't good ones there. It means you are taking so much risk. By getting your resources from there, you immediately go elsewhere to get better chances, right? She didn't do that. She also didn't call the lawyer when her husband said to. She delayed. He knew he needed a lawyer, and she second-guessed getting a lawyer. That is not a good spot to second-guess. I understand she was in a panic, but much more of a panic because the first thing you want is a lawyer to go, like, I got this. He'd be like, okay, you're on it. Like, I don't have to do anything now, or not very much. Gooch says he could have been out of jail in a few days. I expect he would have been out of jail. He'd never gone, right? Or like gone to jail while they discussed it and never spent the night. That is my guess. I probably wouldn't be thinking clearly. Yep, fear makes bad decisions. Dale says, do you have to pay a recurring retainer for a lawyer, or you just top off the retainer when you use them? Normally, you just, yes, take them out for beers and dinner once in a while. That is true. You pay for services rendered. Yeah, generally you don't need to have someone on. Retainer is good. That way they've got, a few hours or whatever is there, and you need something done. You don't have cash readily. Oh, you already paid for that, right? They know, and you get the system going. And you want to have that rapport, right? They know what you need. They know who you are. They, know your situation. Like, she's having to explain what their residency status is. She's having to explain how long they've been there and how much Spanish they speak. My lawyer knows my residency status and how much Spanish I speak and all kinds of things. Although one of my funny stories, I was with one of my lawyers in someplace. I don't speak great Spanish. You guys have heard me on the show. Like, my Spanish is weak. And we're somewhere and they're like, this big legal document has to be verified or something. And someone hands it to me and I'm just sitting there reading it. And our lawyer's like, who's going to translate it for him? And they're like, why would someone translate for him? And she's like, he doesn't speak Spanish. And everyone looks at her and they're like, he definitely speaks Spanish. And he can read legal Spanish, no problem. Like, I read a lot more Spanish than my wife reads. She just speaks a lot more. And so I'm just going through legal documents to do, and she just like, what? It was like, blew her mind. I could just read legal documents. But dealing with a lawyer really isn't hard here. That's one of the great things, is that it's not expensive. It is not. It can be hard to locate them the first time, right? To find one that you really like. But that's why you do it with all these little things, and maybe try a few, and maybe you need different lawyers for different things, which I have, right? So there are scenarios where I use one lawyer, scenarios, and I have a master lawyer who then enacts other lawyers, and they already work together, so they can be like, oh, I need you for this. Boom, here's it, and they all know me, they all know each other, everybody works together. Like, it really works well. And in my case, I also have, my lawyer has a team, because it's, a real law firm, and there are things that definitely don't require a lawyer, but I need help. And not just for me, right? Like, I'm just saying that I use additional resources from my lawyer because they have a framework of people for things like banking. So sometimes I need like banking stuff done. I can call my lawyer. I don't have to pay for legal services. I just pay for their legal-ish services because I need, like, for example, a bank account managed for something, right? And they'll send someone who's not a lawyer, but is a competent, trained, educated person who knows how the world works and is Nicaraguan and can go do things for me and make my life way easier, right? So not everyone needs that, but that's something that a lawyer can provide potentially, and that's a logical place for them to exist. It's also possible that you would find something like that with an accountant, but most expats are not going to have any need for an accountant ever. You may never interface with one in a new country, whereas a lawyer you really should always have, because lawyers protect you against the unknown. Accountants only protect you when you have certain types of financial transactions. Gooch Gooch says generally the value of a life according to insurance coverage in Nicaragua is $2,500 US. Wow, that is. I'm sure that's when it's accidental. But the reason that it's that is because that is a year's salary in cash up front. So that's kind of how they look at it. So it's, yeah, they were probably looking at numbers like 25,000, but who knows, right? We're totally guessing. And it's also a good reason that you want to have, and this is just a skill, right, is having access to money, but not too much access to money, right? Having the ability to reach a bank account that could get you a large sum of money is good. But you don't want it where it's like easily accessible. You don't want, a court to be like, you have to show us your bank account, and then your bank account has $1 million in it, and they're like, you can afford this, right? You want them to be, oh, you have access to $3,000? Well, that's not enough. You're going to have to find 4. All right, I'm going to find 4. If that's what I have to do, I'm going to borrow. I'm going to talk to people. Give me a day. I'll see what I can do. I'm sure I can pay that back over time, right? Don't have $1 million sitting there. I don't know anyone who could, but no one should ever have $1 million that could be in a bank account. Like, that's ridiculous. But you don't want every single penny instantly visible. Should you ever need to expose anything, be smart. Have ways to connect bank accounts, shift things around, and limit your exposure. That's just smart. And don't have neighbors who lie about how much money you have. That doesn't help anybody. Now, what's amazing is the amount of money that they've raised. The last time I saw their GoFundMe was something in the 61,000 range, but I think it's quite a bit larger now. And so it's like, I think they ended up making, I can only imagine, a significant amount of money on the affair, which it was awful, but and they have all this medical stuff. What is? No, I don't know what her address is. So that's where the negotiations would be starting at roughly, and could go a bit either way depending on the situation. Right, for sure. Yeah, obviously. It's a negotiation. Some people are going to be like, oh, we're totally happy with less if that's what you can pay. And some are going to be like, especially if you're an expat, that's the biggest thing. You are obviously going to pay a little bit more, right? It is what it is. And you're much more likely to be in those kinds of accidents, right? Expats drive bigger cars. Loads of Nicaraguans are going slow in old vehicles or in motorcycles, right? And so that stuff makes it far less likely for them to be in those kinds of accidents where they're the ones that ended up needing to deal with it in that way, right? Always a risk. It's definitely something every time we go, especially at night driving, we're always aware of. Like, it's so just risky. There's so much to go wrong because it's so dangerous driving at night. So that is kind of my assessment of it. It's a terrible situation. I'm glad that they're back in Canada and doing well. It seems like her treatment is getting better, but this crippled their life plans. Now, I don't know why realistically they decided to move back. Right, that's to me a little bit weird because honestly, it looks really suspicious. That's just reality, right? They had a car accident. They never went to court. he didn't. Yes, yeah, the gringos are normally the speeders. I don't know if that's actually true. They kept him in jail while they negotiated, and then when the negotiation was over, it was never clear if it was done properly. There were a lot of there was no procedure for that. That's unfortunate, but if you do the same thing in any country, those things are going to happen. Well, you want us to hold him in jail while we figure something out? I guess we can. When does he get released? No one knows. All the triggers are gone. All the natural, this is how things happen. So they created, and I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm just saying they made the situation that has a lot of dangers. Oh, Gooch, you don't live where I do. Man, there's definitely some motos that go a fraction of the speed limit, which is super dangerous because they do it without their lights. You hit them at night as if they're just standing in the middle of the road. But we have so many motos that go 100 through here all the time. It is so dangerous. And let me tell you, when we had the power line down and I had to run out and stop traffic, I had so many people on motos try to go around me, just gun it. They were going to get decapitated if I didn't basically grab them going on the motos. People are so insanely reckless on those motorcycles. It is a problem. Dale says, I hate driving here in the U.S. I'm glad my car died a year ago and have no plans to buy one again. Happy on my bicycle. Yeah, I need to drive here, but I definitely like not doing it. But as I was saying, it's very suspicious for sure that they decided to leave the country so quickly. Because the feeling that this series of videos gives, and maybe they didn't mean to do this, but it really has this feeling of so much time in jail, this terrible thing happened, the system was terrible. None of that happened in the video, right? It's all, they set themselves up to be, you could be anywhere in the world. If you had that little information and lived in Canada and did everything wrong, bad things would happen in Canada too, and terrible things would happen in the U.S. You would never get out in the U.S., right? Something really bad would happen there. And imagine being a minority immigrant in the U.S. and someone died in an accident, and then you didn't do the things you were supposed to do legally, and you didn't have a lawyer, and then your lawyer when you did finally get a lawyer, it wasn't a real lawyer, and they set you up and tried to make it a lot worse, and all your neighbors lied to the government or lied to people about you to make it you could end up disappearing. People are that would never happen in the U.S. Are you kidding me? I would be terrified to have that happen in the U.S. Yes, the jails are presumably nicer in the U.S. for that portion of it, but the actual process, the actual risks, way higher, right? No way. Given the things that actually happened. It's easy to be well, I can imagine a million scenarios in the United States where it wouldn't go like that. Well, yeah, there's a million in Nicaragua that wouldn't either. This wasn't the judicial system. This was so many things going wrong. And so at the end, they're fleeing the country. I totally understand. It's probably because of her medical condition. That's not how it feels, right? It's everybody had to go. Everyone had to get out. They were selling their house, never considering staying. She and her husband never had more than a few minutes to talk about this. They had to be we're getting out. We're just getting out. But based on what? Right? What made them want to leave? Up until then, they had said they were super happy in the country. They had no problems. They clearly had no problems with the country here. All their problems were with their neighbors, their decisions of what terrible place to live, what terrible people to live around, apparently. Right, according to her story. These are all things that they could correct in country, but instead are going back to the place that for 3 years they've been saying wasn't as good as where they were. It doesn't really add up. I understand that there's a lot of emotions going on, and the medical thing is huge. And maybe it's all the medical, and that just wasn't made clear enough, to me at least. But the responses that they're getting, it is clear that this is being treated as the clickbaity titles suggest, that they want people to feel like Nicaragua took advantage of them. And that is very clearly from her description, not what happened. And there is obviously a lot of pressure coming from the US and Canada to post these kinds of stories with a tone that makes it sound like, oh, this could happen to you. This was something to be afraid of. And people repost it. I got sent this so many times. Have you seen this? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did you watch it? Just watch it. And you go, oh, well, that's super unfortunate. They got screwed by life and poor life decisions and just being generally naive people, it seems like. Nice people who didn't do anything wrong, but life doesn't reward you for not knowing what to do. At some point, you have to be an adult and take responsibility. And if you're going to have kids, you need, they're lucky nothing bad happened to their kids because they've been living here for 3 years, clearly without the kind of adulting that adults need to do when they have children. Right? As a parent, I would be really, really reckless if I brought my kids to a place and I didn't try to gain the resources necessary to teach them how to live in that place. They were raising children who presumably had no concept of the country that they lived in. Right? That stuff is scary. Right? They could end up with generational children who are basically like fresh off the boat expats. But if their kids were young, which I think they are, they could have eventually ended up like long-term, not familiar with their home country people who now live in a country they know nothing about. And that's a dangerous situation. People need to, being an adult requires some amount of responsibility for knowing what to do and how to do it, just in general. So that's where the negotiations are. I find that the gringos, most of the people on motos consider on the speed limit. I hate driving. I try not to ride at night. I stay overnight and do in the AM if I get into the situation. Oh, Gooch, you have a bike, right? I believe we said that before. So the takeaway, right? It's a terrible situation. If you want to support her, definitely go support her. They have terrible life now, right? They're living in Canada. So now they have high rent, terrible health care, but at least it's health care for the problem that she has. But now she's back on the food that created the problem in the first place. It's Dale says, yeah, all the news here about Nicaragua is so negative. I'm glad I don't have a tiny bit of critical thinking skill and can see through most of it, or at least I hope I can. Yeah, and that's all that media stuff in Canada and in the U.S. I do have. That makes so much more sense. All of that anti-Nicaragua media that the U.S. and Canada are so quick to run, that's one of the reasons why going to your embassy as a first thing is not, don't do that casually. And that, what critical thinking went into that? At no point did they stop and say, does this make sense? It was just, is it worth the effort? They seem to be concerned, maybe I'm wrong about this, right? They seemed to be concerned about the Canadian embassy, but not about how Nicaragua would see it. It was very much like, well, I'm just going to have Canada. My dad's going to beat up your dad. That's how it sounds, right? I come from a big, powerful country, and so, a little thing happened to me. I didn't deal with it well, and so I'm going to call in the big guns of a threatening foreign empire who has not nearly in any way whatsoever treated Nicaragua like the U.S. has, but it's all one place here. It's all just called North America. Two, they are in many ways the same place. Like, they don't get separate identities, unfortunately. And three, is currently openly adversarial with Nicaragua officially. And you put that together, just calling that is something that should be thought through carefully. And maybe it was. Maybe they talked about it at length, and now that's not something that they're really concerned about, so they're just quickly telling the story. But I don't think it is. From the tone, from the way she presented it, I don't think that she's aware of just how risky that may have been. And again, enclave livers, right? If you're if we were to extrapolate, and this is a very dangerous thing to do, if we were to extrapolate based on, we saw how little they know of their neighbors, they don't really know Nicaraguan culture and traditions and how things work, and they haven't had a lawyer, it's a fair guess, but only a guess, that they also don't know Nicaraguan history and politics and don't know the interplay between Nicaragua and Canada currently. Most people don't. And so they may have been blissfully unaware that they were coming from an antagonistic country and they were enacting their home country in an antagonistic mode towards the place that they were living in. Gooch Gooch says, my first trip to Nicaragua, I drove to an airport in the U.S. to fly to L.A., then to Nicaragua. The Canadian government and the U.S. government both scolded me. Yeah, that is not uncommon. We have someone who is trying to fly in from Africa, and he's telling me, the story doesn't seem right? But supposedly, according to what he's saying, Europe will not let him pass. Because Nicaragua is his destination, he keeps getting denied transit through Europe, which is a level of blockade that we've been unaware of. Right, we're aware of the American-Canadian blockade to keep Nicaraguans from being able to easily transit in and out of the zone. It's not a complete blockade, but we refer to the flights through Cuba as the blockade runner because there's essentially a travel embargo against Nicaragua. Again, it's a soft embargo, so that means that it is possible to transit through, but it is difficult and expensive. Basically, Nicaraguans' biggest challenge as a country and as individuals is obviously jobs and income levels, right? Nicaragua has a high standard of living, high quality of life, high safety. They don't have high income. And when you live in the country, it's not that big of a deal. When you need to interact internationally, the low buying power of Nicaraguan wages is very evident. And so they depend on low-cost flights and bus transit and stuff to get to other countries. Well, most of the low-cost transits in the region all pass through the United States, and the U.S. essentially just blanket bans Nicaraguan transit through the U.S. And even places that do allow it pretty easily, like Costa Rica, still charge $30 every time you enter or leave the country, which is not exorbitant, but it is much more than they charge Americans transiting Costa Rica. And so that's, it makes it just every little bit makes it so much harder for a Nicaraguan to do the same thing that an American does. So my Nicaraguan friends, if Marcella wants to go fly to Lima, Peru, which Peru is perfectly happy to have her, and I want to fly to Lima, Peru. We have very different options for going there. It is much cheaper and easier and more flexible for me to do so than her, even though we're transiting the same countries in the same space. It's a different world, and so those are things that people don't really realize. There's always this, there's no embargo. They can come and go. Can they? How? Right? When nearly all the options are blocked and those that are open are super expensive, it's easy to say there's options, but most of the flights that will get them out of the region are going through Panama or Mexico, and the cost to do so, even though their visas there are generally pretty easy or non-existent, Panama just lets them through, generally the cost of those flights may add a year's income or half a year's income to the cost of the flight. That's a big deal, right? They may have to pay 6 times what I have to pay to fly out of the country. And I'm only going to fly when I can afford to do so. My income is much higher and I pay much less. My income may be 6 times their income, and they may have to pay 6 times what I do for a difference of 36 times. Imagine if your flights were 36 times as expensive for you to go somewhere. Would you go somewhere? At some point, it becomes a financial embargo. Plus, if they get stuck somewhere, they don't have all the options to come back. Right, so if Panama decides to not let them transit back, they can get trapped outside the country, and similar. Gooch Gooch says it is near impossibility for a Nicaraguan to travel to Canada. Yeah, it's true. There's so little means because there's no direct flights. Now they can, in theory, fly out of Costa Rica, but they have to get a visa to Costa Rica. Then they have to get a more expensive flight, and then they have to fly even farther. Like, there's so many things. Yeah, just someone sent me a note as to why Europe may be enacting an embargo on America's behalf, which is very possible. It's just really highlights that even people who are looking to vacation or move to Nicaragua may be blocked halfway around the world as a favor to the U.S. government, and not blocked by being Nicaraguan, being blocked by intending to live in Nicaragua. Just the intent to live in Nicaragua, we're told, is enough for entire regions of the world to block your transit as someone who should have transit based on their visa from another country. The government won't generally issue a Nicaraguan a visa. Yeah, same with the U.S. Very, very hard. Dale says, yeah, that's such BS. And one reason I want to move there so I can spend my U.S. retirement money there. If nothing else, it's my FU to the government. Yep, there's a lot of people living here, either because they want to live and they can get actual good health care here and often can't somewhere else, or there is a bit of, as we say, voting with our wallets or voting with our residency. It's the only vote we get, right? Americans don't get any other vote. Yeah, we're allowed to cast one, but they don't use it for anything. But voting with your residency is a real impact. It's a real statement. Right? I remember in 2017, I was like, I'm moving out of the country, and people were like, everyone says that. I don't believe it, and I'm like, I got my tickets. Like, bye. I thought that was very funny to try to call my bluff on that. Like, my bluff. I've moved out of the country before. Like, this is no big deal. But people are often unaware of the power of voting with their residency and just how important that is, that it is one thing that you generally have control over. You don't have perfect control. You can't just say, I'm moving to China and go, right? China's got to say, okay. And they often will, right? China's very open. They're like, cool, you want to live here? Neat, right? Like, we like it. Hope you like it. So that's cool. But you do have to ask. You have to get some permission. You got to do some work. And they won't take just absolutely anybody, but they will generally let you in. So you have to, you have to get someone to agree to take you, but there's always someone who will take you. And the statement to your own country that I'm finding alternatives to everything is strong, right? There really is. I mean, I understand some of us just want to live where it's warm. Some of us just want to live where the Gallo Pinto is on point. Like, try to get this good Gallo Pinto in the U.S. You can't do it. I don't care if you're in Dallas. You're not going to get Gallo Pinto like we get here. It's just not going to happen. Oh, some people move for that. So, and let me tell you, once you've had Nicaraguan squeaky cheese, nothing's the same after that. Not necessarily good. I like it. My wife will not eat it. It depends. But it's a different experience, right? Some people are moving for that. But there's a lot of people who are just looking to send a message, and it's the one message that you get. And it's a strong message, right? I'm leaving family and friends and history and my framework of support and all those things behind because I think it's that important. And some people are like, and I've seen a lot of this from Canada, it is your duty to stay behind and do anything that the government tells you to do. And if the majority votes for this, this is what we do, as if the majority vote matters. I don't know about Canada. I don't know. It's a monarchy. Like, what are you talking about? But the idea that not only do you have to go along with what the majority wants to do, but the majority gets stronger because you stay there, right? So if the majority in Canada, in this example, decides to do what, we're going to cut down all the trees. We don't like trees anymore. Canada's cutting down all the trees. And you say, I'm not voting for that. And they say, well, tough. You have to stay here. You can vote against it, no problem. But the majority are going to vote for it. So not only do you vote against it, but it doesn't matter because you're on the minority. I understand that's how democracy works. But that you're here, we're going to force your resources to be used to do something that you don't want, or in this case, find abhorrent, right? Destroying the wilderness. By leaving, it's the one thing you can do to at least not just stop voting, because especially in the US, your vote will get used against you. Right? It's not just that, like, for example, I live in Texas. So if I vote differently than the state of Texas does, not only do they not count our votes at all, but my vote is turned into the opposition vote. And this is true for right? If you're the opposite and you're in New York, and the same thing happens, right? But it's a really terrible system. Not only does your vote not end up doing what you want it to do, they act like you voted the other way. Think about that, right? Like you are forced into making it look like you wanted the opposite. That's horrible. But if you move, you take that forced vote away, which does very little. They're going to do what they want to do anyway. The vote doesn't matter, right? It's like, whose line is it anyway? The points are made up and the votes don't matter. But at least in the US, they count the votes and at least supposedly tell you what the people wanted before they go off and do whatever it is they want to do anyway. But yeah. I've been voting with my wallet for years. Now I also vote with my eyeballs through my watching habits. Well, I appreciate that. Dale says, I've had a punk rock attitude for decades. I don't even listen to the music anymore. What's my opinion on the East Coast gallo pinto? I don't think do they even eat it there? I haven't had it. It doesn't sound like it would be a good thing. I did not have gallo pinto when I was in Belize either. Seems very sus. Oh, coconut milk in it. That could be good. I can't remember having had it. Now everybody's quiet. We did a deep dive. We got very serious. I think people are going to bed. It's only 11:25. It's a little bit early for us. I'm going to play some video games with my kids tonight. That is the plan after here. Do fritangas have vegetarian options? Basically, no. Generally, a fritanga is going to have gallo pinto, rice and beans. And generally, they're going to have queso frito, fried cheese. And it's not uncommon to have like some kind of desserty thing, or it's kind of like a pancake or a crepe wrapped with some cheese. That's not bad. But that's generally, sometimes once in a while you'll find like some potato thing. But generally the fritangas are the toughest place for a vegetarian. You might be able to get like a little snack or something, but for the most part, you're going to find that vegetarian is super, super hard in that scenario. And what you do get, which is different than vegetarian, but is going to be very unhealthy, right? Whatever it is, it's going to be greasy and fried. And so unfortunately, I basically never go to the fritangas just because of that. It's such a challenge to figure out what I could potentially eat. And I used to live across the street from one, and it was like, there's so much food right there that's so cheap, and it would be so convenient. And I'm sure they were super bummed, because if I eat meat, I would just walk over and get dinner, 3-4 nights a week. And we would buy tons of it, because we had all these people. And even as it was, I would walk over and be like, what's going on tonight? I'd go over, man, I have one can of beer, and I just burp nonstop. And I'd get a whole bunch of gallo pinto, I would get potatoes, I would get like every single thing that they had. And then they have tajadas, right, which are just like chips. And so that stuff, would do a lot of, and just bring it home and be like, okay, here's all the snacks they had across the street. And it cost $3, and everybody would have some, and everybody would be like, yeah, this is great. But it would be so little for us to actually eat, and so heavy because it was so much fat in the grease. It's hard to do. My doggy is still here on the floor. A vegan would have an even more difficult time. A vegan would be very tough because everything is eggs and cheese. Once in a while, the Fritangas have eggs. I forgot about that. Basically, if you get lucky, a Fritanga might have a breakfast option across the board. So sometimes you can do the whole like you're doing a breakfast, but even at night. And that's nice. That works out well at times. What about in Argentina for vegetarians? Actually, that was really easy. There's vegan restaurants everywhere. The Argentinian restaurants in Spain would put raw meat on salad. It was ridiculous. That sounds awful. There was so much vegetarian in Argentina. That was one thing that was really great. Like vegetarian restaurants, vegetarian options at most restaurants that we went to, clearly marked, lots of gluten-free as well. Like the grocery store, even like the little corner grocery stores that don't have that much, they had a whole bunch of meat substitute type things. I hate the term meat substitute. It is substituting where you put meat in other things. Like, I don't want meat in this burger-like sandwich, but something's got to go there, so it's a substitute for meat. I get that. People often treat it as like, well, if you want meat, why don't you eat meat? I don't want meat. I want a meat substitute. That's what I want. I want to have a sandwich without meat, but I don't want just bread. Right? I want a meat substitute because meat is what people assume goes there. You can think of meat as a vegetable substitute if it makes you feel better. But that's what I like. So they had like a lot of veggie patties, veggie nuggets, that kind of stuff that was quite impressive. Not as good as being in the U.S., but we were only at like the corner store and not like a big grocery store. So it was a bit. That was nice. We did a lot of vegan eating just because we could. I'm not vegan, but I've lived for months on rice and beans, and fried cheese sounds great. Couple eggs, I'd be set. I was in Costa Rica, and I was at Vista Del Mar, which is a restaurant that overlooks the sea, and it's nice. It's a decent place, has a buffet. It's just the bus stops there, right? But we were there for breakfast, and they only had so much. At lunch, they have a bit more for vegetarians, but for breakfast, it was very lean. But they had gallo pinto, was not bad, and they had this cheese that was queso frito, but totally different than we do in Nicaragua. It was really thin slices. I prefer the Nicaraguan. It was very mild though, and really buttery. It was pretty good. I was quite happy. Gooch Gooch, I say that I am primarily vegan, but I was told that isn't a thing. It's 2024. I self-identify as primarily vegan. Yeah, I was told I wasn't a vegetarian. I've been a vegetarian for like 1,000 years, and then in the last few years, because I've been a vegetarian for 23 years, and it really hasn't changed in that time. But it used to be, oh, you're a vegetarian, and that was all I had to say, and it explained everything. And now I say I'm a vegetarian, and everyone's like, you're not a vegetarian. And vegetarian means, and no one even knows what a vegetarian is, because then they go into like, they basically explain vegan. I'm like, that's what vegan's for. And they're like, you're actually, and they have all these words. And I'm like, that's why we had the word vegetarian, because it meant all those things. I understand that language changes over time, but it shouldn't change this fast. This is just people who don't check the definitions of things. And I'm sure that's what happened for thousands of years. Everybody would just like cloud computing. No one knows what that means. Everyone uses it. Virtualization. Now AI. There's no artificial intelligence in these AI products. Not one lick of it. Not the slightest bit. And people are like, AI. Gotta have AI in everything. What are you even saying? It's all the same stuff we had before. Like, yeah, it's faster now because computers got faster. And yeah, there's some cool tech has come out. But it's not artificial intelligence. What the heck? Boy, it's quiet as we come towards midnight. So I wish I knew how far behind my video is that I'm watching. We are up to 426 views, though. That is not so bad. We're doing all right. From a views perspective, for sure. Oh, not what I meant to do. Our record, I think, is we did one of these. We got like 600 on a row. But this is, after being off for a couple weeks, coming in and getting over 400 is good. Like it's solid. It's just regurgitating information on the internet. That seems what they can't do. Yeah. Well, yeah, what they call it now. Yeah, I think a lot of the problem is, because I think about these things, right? Growing up, this is my coming up on midnight rant about education as a child. We were always told all these things like, no. Well, sort of. Yeah, gooch. 426 different people. But not all at once. It's the total number of people who've watched it over the course of the evening. But yeah, it should be roughly 426 individual people. So when I was a kid, and we were probably all kids, we were taught that scholarly work was done by going to the library, taking out books on the thing you needed to do, or reading newspaper articles, but whatever it was, there's a couple things. One, it had to be published. If a publisher put it out, it was considered truth. You didn't have to evaluate it further. It was the ultimate in capitalism defines truth. I didn't think about it. Actually, I did. Even as a small child, I was like, how does this count as a reference? I didn't verify anything about it. It's just a random book. What makes it any more true than me just making shit up? Because I could just make something up and print it in a book. That would make it a reference for people. That doesn't make any sense. Yet that's what our teachers believed. Truly, they taught this. It was super, literally, it was the act of capitalism. A corporation putting out a article, newspaper, magazine, whatever, to find truth. And we didn't have to question further. And then it was, what did you do with that information? Well, you simply took it, and you weren't allowed to repeat it, because that's plagiarism. So instead, what you were supposed to do is reword it. You weren't supposed to take that information and use it as the basis for critical thought. No. That was absolutely never what you were supposed to do. It was always just write this in a different way. And if possible, take multiple sources and maybe put them together so you're not just retelling one story. And that was it. Just repeat what other people have written. That was it. And now, since we defined academia as repeating what other people have written, that's plagiarism, people. We've now empowered search engines to dig through things that people have already written, do exactly what we were taught to do in school, and now people don't like how exposed that has made the academic process of the past. But that's the actual thing that people are upset with. So many people are saying, oh, but this AI, it's just repeating what other people have said. Therefore, it's plagiarism. Like, you do realize you just defined the entire academic process of everything up until now. as plagiarism. And we're defining everything as automatable. Everything they taught us to do had no value. And now it's starting to be exposed that, oh, yeah, just rewriting articles other people have written doesn't actually have value. That's not actually a good thing. Just look at the books published to promote different foods. Super crazy. Oh, yeah. And yet, all completely legitimate in the educational setting, which is, it's kind of like journalism, right? There was a time when journalism was like, find the truth. And then it became repeat what you're told, right? And yeah, you have to repeat exactly what you're told. And you have to say who said it. But no matter how obvious they are that they're just lying and making stuff up, you're supposed to just repeat it and say they said it. That's it. Well, what's the point of journalism? You don't need journalists if you're just going to repeat what people say. Right? Well, what happened here? Yeah, geez, I'm up there. I'm trying to fix this microphone has a bump on it, and it drives me crazy. And I just realized that it's in the video, and it's like, what are you doing? Yeah, Dale says, yep, that's how most of my schooling was, just compile and reword. Yep, they taught us a skill that obviously computers were going to be able to do that. I understand maybe they didn't understand how quickly computers are going to be able to do that. But dear Lord, how much of our education, okay, write in cursive, I was taught, right? I am not that old. I was taught that everything was going to be writing in cursive, typing on manual typewriters, and never thinking critically, no brain power, just repeat what paid publishers had put. That was it. That was the whole thing. And I grew up in an era where I was using computers before any of that stuff. So it was all, you'll never have computers when you're an adult. But I have them now. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and and don't forget, we had to learn the Dewey Decimal System. And we had to learn how to organize books in libraries. And we had to learn how to use the card catalog. Like, so much effort was put into that system. I've never used a card catalog. Not once in my life. I've not used the Dewey Decimal System. Not once in my life. And I have been a college educator. I have done the equivalent of a PhD. I am very academically minded. I went to university early. I wrote the only thesis ever made into my school's curriculum. I never used any of that stuff. None of it. Yes, and then you were punished for critical thinking. That, I feel like the only punishment that really stood out to me for that was that it had no reward. It took time and effort. And if you thought critically about critical thinking, you'd say, oh, there's no upside to it. It didn't go anywhere. But then I could make my teachers embarrassed and look stupid, and that was a lot of reward for me, so I did that a lot. People hate this story. I had a completely incompetent physics teacher in high school, and we were really kind of annoyed, or offended, I guess, that she was our physics teacher because she was so bad. And it was like, it really was like blowing us off. Like, it wasn't worth teaching students. And mostly it was, she was sleeping with the right people, and everybody knew it. Everybody knew who she was sleeping with and why she got the job. And it was so he didn't quit because he was the head of the science department. And so they gave her this throwaway job that she wasn't qualified to do. She wasn't qualified to take physics. And I mean that. I'm not exaggerating here. She wasn't qualified. Our school would not have let her into the class as a student, but they did let her in as a teacher. And she couldn't do calculus. And so those of us who were upper math students did all of our work. She was like, you don't have to do any calculus in this physics class. You can do it all with algebra. And most of the class didn't take calculus. But those of us who did all the work independently in calculus, so she couldn't grade it or read it. And so it was really clear from like day one that we knew the material better than her. And she would make really obvious mistakes and like calculate, like if you drop an apple, it flies. And instead of saying, oh, I did something wrong, apples don't fly, she's like, oh, if you drop an apple, it goes up. Completely believing that her result reflected reality. And it didn't occur to her that that didn't work. And it was just, and they did a thing where they took a standardized test at the beginning of the year so you could see how much you progressed by the end of the year. And the class, on average, the entire class got dumber as far as physics goes. The standardized test score dropped throughout the school year because she taught so much wrong that people who kind of were able to critically work out answers at the beginning of the year had lost the ability by the end of the year. Except for those of us who did it in calculus, because we basically never heard a word she said. That was great. Dale says, I used to piss off my teachers, especially the social studies ones, when I went out and got different viewpoints from alternative sources. Yep, that's a good one. My high school thesis got my principal fired. I like that one. My thing was political education in the school system, and we used as a basis for it sexism in education, and it didn't go well for him. And we submitted it to the State Board of Regents. So he was on record with 17 schools all reporting things that he had done. And it went on to the Board of Cooperative Education Services and went on to the State Board of Regents that oversees the state university and all the public education boards in the system. And he had to not only leave the school, but leave the public education space and went to work at a private school where they didn't have any standards. Oh, thank you, New York, for allowing private schools with no standards. Dale says, yeah, Singer Scott used to love to annoy the bad teachers. They made us write lines. I built a pen that could fill a whole page with the effort of writing one line. We used to have that with chalk for things. I never knew what that was for. Oh, I guess drawing lines on the board, probably. I love to take the unpopular opinion and argue the point regardless of if I believed it or not. That was totally me. I used to do that all the time. I would just argue anything. I remember one time my teacher was like, I can't remember, he was like, I argued this whole thing, and then I'm like, no, it's totally not true. And he's like, why did you argue it? I said, I wanted to prove that you didn't know your point. You were just arguing to argue, but you didn't know why you believed what you believed. So I was exposing that you didn't know. But you were right, but you don't know why. Birds of a feather. We should all be in Nicaragua together. Nicaragua is the unpopular viewpoint. It really does attract a certain crowd who are just, willing to think critically, obviously, but also kind of naturally gravitate to the, well, if everyone's doing this thing, that's probably not the thing I want to do. Which makes a lot of sense. There's very few things that the majority do that actually make sense. It's one of my life rules, right? If everyone's doing it, yeah, it might be okay, but you really want to think twice about that. It probably suggests you didn't think really closely about what you were about to do. Rebel without a cause. It's kind of true. Sometimes rebellion is its own cause. Actually, I saw a thing recently from not really a researcher, just some philosopher or something, saying, there's a certain percentage of the population that rebels against authority, but it's actually a small percentage. There's a lot of people. Oh, and they're discussing, what's the term? Anyway, people who are non-normal mentally, and saying, because right, I'm partially autistic, so or I'm on the spectrum, so people like me. What is the term for that? Anyway, non-normative, and saying that actually it's really important, and probably it evolved as a thing that we need in society, because if you don't have people who directly feel reward from pursuing truth for its own sake, pursuing accuracy, and questioning blind authority, you get absolute control over everyone else, right? Even people who are like, no, that can't be true. But I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to. It's not worth it. It's right. There's a lot of people who are like, nope, that's a terrible idea, but they'll go along with it, whatever it is. Like I'm just saying, because the alternative is so displeasurable to them. But there is a group of us who actually get pleasure, or like our brains say this is a good thing. It rewards us. You've done the right thing. That kind of pleasure from simply standing up and pointing out the truth, or pointing out where there's a lack of truth, or point out where people are being misled, or saying, oh, why are we just doing what this person said? Who made them king, right? Oh, nobody. Oh, no, they just claimed authority and you were lazy. Maybe we should rethink that. Without that, society would have ended long ago. It was an interesting thought experiment on that, and it's true. Gooch Gooch, I would have been 5 when the revolution was won. Oh, I would have been 3. I didn't really see the revolution, but I definitely remember like it happening. Gooch Gooch says, I remember watching the revolution when I was a kid. I was very small then. Refuse and resist has been my motto for decades. Itchithics, to some extent, to just leave your home country requires some predisposition towards being a contrarian. Absolutely. I think that's kind of what I was getting at. It's totally true. It's so many people like, you're not supposed to leave. And I'm like, why? I was born here at random. Like, it's nothing personal or whatever, right? Like, it's obviously not personal towards me. It's not personal towards the country I'm leaving. It's the idea that there's no logic whatsoever to the idea that I should be stuck in the place where I was born. Why? What? That's insane. Okay, like you're born there, so it's what you know. Makes sense. You're born there, it's what's easy. Yep, makes sense. You're born there, you should be allowed to stay because you don't know anything else. All right, I can buy it. But that you should be a prisoner of the place you are born, that we are all property of and prisoners in our birth countries, is a bizarre mental place, but it is the most common thought. People won't articulate it in that way, but they will react based on that belief in a lot of cases, that you shouldn't have and it's amazing because when you look at governments and passports and residency and all these things, most countries have, the vast majority have this really strong, like, you have the right to travel, you have the right to come here, you have the right to go away, like, it's really strong in most countries. And it's very rare that there's a large amount of control. So sometimes, like, well, we can't have these people because we were at war with them or something, so you can't just let them in. So there's a little bit of that. But generally, like even now, with the incredible adversarial levels between the U.S. and, say, Russia, I pretty much have the ability to move to Venezuela or China or Russia. Yeah, it would take more paperwork. It would be a pain. But even as an American, I could probably pull those off. And those countries would be like, yeah, we're not at war with you personally. Why would we stop you from coming? It's your free movement as a human. And you're like, well, that's a great point. But yeah, I find the idea that countries own their citizens by nature of their birth and all of their children for all time into immortality is just so weird. And you're like, what do you base this thought on? I can't even find the kernel of logic that could be used to extrapolate this from something. I'm so lost as to why people would feel that way, that other than that their government wants them to. But how could they let themselves think about themselves so negatively, so universally? Just Gooch Gooch says, I never considered that before. No, it really is. It truly is a contrarian position. A lot of people do it for non-contrarian reasons, right? A lot of people do it for safety or cost of living, and it's just, oh, here's an option that a lot of people don't consider. I'm just thinking outside the box, and that's not contrarian. But there's also a lot of us who are like, I've been told I need to stay here, so I'm pretty sure the correct answer is to go. And that's where a lot of us get this from. And I've said this in videos before, that the one country that I guarantee I was never going to live in was the country I was born in. And I don't mean that to mean that I was never going to live in America. Wherever I was born, if I was born in Nicaragua, the chances that I would live here as an adult, very low. But because I was born in America, it's America that I have very little chance of living in as an adult, because there's all these things you only get from moving to a new country. There's also this really important thing, and this is the thing that blows my mind. People think you should always, most people think you should always live where you are randomly born, with nothing to tie you to it. But they don't think you should live where you identify, where you feel at home, where you fit in best. That's not something that people think you should do. And that's like, what could possibly define the right place for you to live other than that? How did you arrive at any other conclusion? What? But that's where we are. Like, that's, absolutely nuts. That's what they need to teach people. Move to where it makes sense for you, and the world will be a happier place. Everyone will be happier. Dale says, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. It is true. Without people leaving their country, the Americas and Australia would be so different. Yeah. Gooch, I actually have tried to stop trying to fix the wrongs to some extent. I now encourage people to keep spewing their BS. I ask questions and praise them for being brilliant. I encourage them to. Wait, he's been encouraging me. Crap! Gooch, tell others as well. I get more enjoyment out of it than being right. I tell them they're idiots and drop them. That's Dale. Yeah, I've learned that the toxicity of trying to correct people who are obviously intending to be wrong isn't worth it. And, it's unfortunate. But one of the advantages to a platform like YouTube is that we're under no obligation to like keep people around who are being super toxic. And I'm like, you know what? At first, I'm like, everyone needs a voice. It all matters. And then later, I'm like, you know what? So much of the BS is intentional lies. Like, I don't believe in freedom of speech for lies. I don't believe in freedom of speech for harm. And I don't believe that it's right to want freedom of speech to do evil. And that's the contrarian view. That good is good for its own sake. It doesn't have to be anything else. Good is good, bad is bad. And people don't like that because the people in power are often bad. So what they want you to think, for those who know the D&D spectrum, they want you to care, Matrix, they want you to care about lawfulness and mistake it for goodness. Because they control what is lawful and unlawful, but they don't control what is good and bad. So once people start worrying about what's good, it becomes obvious that they are bad. Bitcoin is the only real currency. It is. I mean, it's the only one that's going to make it into the future, right? Now that the dollar is worth nothing. I've actually heard that since they haven't implemented Bitcoin in Nicaragua yet, you may have heard this, but since the dollar has collapsed and you can't buy anything with it because it went to only 1% of its value, which is 0%, that was a quote, that now, since we don't have access to Bitcoin in Nicaragua, but we do have such a surplus of high-quality, locally made ice cream that they're actually trading in ice cream futures as the currency here in Nicaragua now. That's how they're handling it. The problem is that so many people, because there's such a surplus of high-quality ice cream, and now that it's representing as a currency, that people have been crossing the borders accidentally with greater than $10,000 US value of ice cream, because one ice cream cone, while it has very little ice cream, when you divide that by the zero value of the US dollar, becomes greater than the obvious 10,000 US dollar value, which is zero because the US dollar is worth zero. Yes, that was the quote. Therefore, one ice cream cone would violate international money laundering laws. All things extrapolated from crazy things said on the live stream. Yeah. I was thinking about that show as well. I wish that guy was commenting again. He was so brave, so beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. You know what's really funny is I left Nicaragua and I went to Argentina and we couldn't get money, and immediately someone posted, well, what you need is Bitcoin. And it's so hard to not be like, no. But he was right. In Argentina, that is what I needed. That would work because they do have Bitcoin ATMs, and I can move money into it in my home country, my banking country. I could actually use Bitcoin in theory for things, and it would actually work. And so I was like, nope. Real comment, actual meaningful comment. It was just, I couldn't believe that was the comment. Yeah. I'm like, no, I don't want that to be the answer. That's not really true. I want the right answer to be the answer. Whatever it is, the truth is good for its own sake, not just because it's the answer that makes you feel good. I was once called a smartass. I told the teacher that I could sit on an ice cream cone and tell what flavor it was. Okie dokie. Oh, Bitcoin. The best is Bitcoin will fix everything in Nicaragua. But you missed the point where we have it, right? We have it. Oh, but only if you had it. I just said we did. And I also said we don't have frozen yogurt. And then, of course, someone did find a frozen yogurt restaurant, but we've never seen it open. I'm not saying it's never open. I'm just saying I haven't seen it yet. Oh, my doggy's still walking around. You're such a good girl. You put up with the longest live streams, and you just hang out. But the storm went away, and now you're a happy dog. Yeah, you're a happy dog. You're so good. Yes, you're the baby. You're the baby. She came over for some love. I'm scratching her back. She missed me. 2 weeks away. She was not a happy dog. She was very excited when we got home. Boy, my hair is getting thin. I just saw it. I guess it's not really that. It's that it's gray on the sides. So it looks like there's nothing when I'm looking at the monitor, but there's not a lot. Frozen yogurt is awesome. It is. I wish we could get some. That would be nice. Although a lot of frozen yogurt actually has too much sugar. Ice cream is actually healthier in a lot of cases. Yes, there's probiotics in the frozen yogurt, but you can supplement those. Oh, Janet's back. I missed my first class tonight because my clock wasn't reset when the power came on. Waiting for the next one. Oh, no! So, Janet, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but we do have these things called phones now, and they get their time from the towers. Just saying, that's an option. Like how so many things are mislabeled in Nicaragua. What are some examples? I don't feel like I've seen that many. People say things are something else a lot, but I haven't seen too much mislabeling, I don't think. Janet, I may have a smartwatch for you that I can dig up. I'm not sure, but I think there's one in the house. But it's kind of bulky. I haven't seen an alarm clock in 15 years. You know what? I was at a hotel recently, and they had an alarm clock I really liked. It showed, I don't like alarms, but I like the clock. It showed the time on 3 sides. So you sat it between 2 beds, and no matter where you were in the room, in either bed or walking around the room, it was completely visible. And the thing was basically Bluetooth, so you could play music off your phone, obviously, and loaded with charging ports, so you could do like everything. Oh, food products have different names in different towns. That's different than mislabeling because they're actually different names in different towns. Like, that's just what it is. Dale says, isn't your local ice cream mislabeled? Does it have actual cream? No, Dale, it's actually labeled as not being ice cream. So no, it's not mislabeled. It's very clear that it doesn't have ice cream in it. But it's not mislabeled. People claim it is ice cream. And to be clear, one guy in Miami really claimed it was ice cream. Here, it says that it's not ice cream all over it. So, yes, Eskimo. So let me explain this because it's weird, right? So, Eskimo is not the name of an ice cream. It seems that way because of the way it is labeled. Eskimo is part of the product labeling. The name of the ice cream is Alaska. Let's be clear, it's not ice cream. The name of the frozen treat is Alaska. Alaska makes, why it's called Alaska, well, no, we're going to know in a second why it's called Alaska. In English, there is a term for frozen treats that are like ice cream, but are made from vegetable or animal fat that is not dairy, meaning lard, butter, vegetable oils, those things. Okay? So the term for a frozen treat made from vegetable oil is Eskimo ice cream. That is its proper name in all of the English-speaking world. So Eskimo ice cream made by Alaska, which we call Eskimo because that's the logo they put on everything, is Eskimo ice cream, which is another way of saying not ice cream. So just like Impossible Burgers aren't really burgers, they're Impossible Burgers. Or Beyond Burgers aren't really burgers, they're Beyond Burgers. Or in Argentina, not burgers are, brace yourself, not burgers. Right? All of those things have burger in the name, but they're not saying that they're burgers. They're saying that they're an alternative to a burger because of their name. And Eskimo ice cream is not ice cream. It's a vegetable oil product. And so that is what it is labeled, both in that it never says ice cream, it says Eskimo ice cream, and in its description, it says a whipped vegetable oil product, or frozen vegetable oil product, or whatever. It is really clearly labeled as not ice cream, but because ice cream's in the name of something that isn't ice cream, it would be the same as someone looking at Morningstar chicken nuggets and saying it's chicken, and just repeating that, and everybody repeating it to the point where people believe it's chicken. And they don't realize that Morningstar chicken nuggets is something else. And look it up, they spell it with one letter different. But as Gooch Gooch was saying, Raspados? No, not Raspados. Repochetas have a different makeup in each town, and so it's not that they're mislabeled, it's that every town has a different thing. Just like a taco in Mexico is very different than a taco in the US or a taco in Nicaragua or other places, right? Tacos vary very much in different places, and it's not that one is right and one is wrong, it's that different places use that term differently. And so that's how it is with repochetas. I'm trying to find the etymology of taco. Tacos only, the word taco only seems to come from 1901. How is that possible? That is absolutely crazy. No wonder it seemed like tacos came into existence when I was a child. They actually did. That is nuts. And the original definition was a fried tortilla, like the American style. What? So weird. So weird. It is similar to the soap in Fight Club. That is true, except made from vegetables and not people. But you could make it from people. It would work. I don't think there's very many liposuction clinics here in Nicaragua. This is getting back to the animal parts on the dogs discussion. The child in no, the first person used it in 1901. It didn't start being used in normal usage. It didn't show up until like the mid 1970s, and like the usage of it, even by 1980, was only like 1/7 as much as it is now, right? Right. So, for example, Soylent Green is a great example. If someone said you have to eat your greens, they would mean collard greens. So mustard or similar things, radish. But Soylent Green, even though it has green in the name, would not be one of your greens because it's people, not greens. Hard to find the history of the word taco in Spanish. And I need to check what is up with my kids. Soylent Green, yeah, that's true. Are you saying it's true that Soylent Green is people? Like, I'm pretty sure. Soylent Green is people and the cake is a lie. That's true, Gooch, but I vote with my eyeballs, so I won't watch a Charlton Heston movie. That was a great movie, it was. So what you can do here, Dale, is pirate all your movies, and then you're voting with your piracy. Just like... right, someone just recently said Disney has created the absolute justification for all piracy in there, that by accepting the terms of their usage of their service, that you waive your protections against wrongful death. And they're like, this has blown away all possible excuses for protecting copyright over piracy. Piracy is the good people. Copyrights are for evil. 1936 cookbook, Nuevo en Sencillo Arte de Cocina, Repostera y Refrescos by Antonio Carrillo. Is that the first use of taco? I have Stremio and a VPN, so I'm ahead of you. Taco de tortilla, and Wikipedia has a link to the book. Oh. Well, sure, if you're just going to go to Wikipedia and look it up. Come on, put in some effort. Search directly. Use AI. AI. Etymology. Oh, yeah, there's a whole etymology thing right there. Boy, that is easy. According to Real Academia Española. They have to explain who that is. Great. The meaning of the Spanish word taco is a Mexican innovation, but the word taco is used in other contexts. I mean, wedge, wad, plug, billiard cue. Yeah, we know that one. Blowpipe, ramrod, short, stocky person, short, thick piece of wood. The etymology origin is Germanic and has cognates in other European language, including the French word take and the English word tack. What? They took the word from English. That's crazy. but no one really knows. I love how no one really knows where words come from, even recent ones. Technology has come a long way. You could superimpose a picture of Justin Bieber's face on Charleston Heston. Oh, I'm getting tired. It's not good. Yeah, so the book from 1836 was already using taco as if it was a normal word that people understood. Smithsonian Magazine, where did taco come from? Do we trust a government resource? Oh. Is this? Okay, Real Academia. Taco. Pedazo de madera, metal o otra materia, corto y grueso, que se encaja en algún hueco. Interesante. Still on Argentina time. Oh, I am a little bit. That is true. I've only had one night here. Yep, it would be after 3 in the morning in Argentina. That is true. All right, guys. For those who are wondering. Oh. Hey, I've got a question for you. I'm looking for some sources of Nicaraguan Spanish to listen to. Can you recommend any YouTube channels or other sources? Nicaragua has the exact time as where I am from in Canada. You must be in like Alberta. So, Nicaraguan Spanish. That is an excellent question. I mean, there's the standard ones like Canal Ocho, like all the different TV stations here. Just do Nicaragua TV. Most of them are on YouTube, so you can directly get those pretty easily. That's not bad. And there's a few Nicaraguan YouTubers. Of course, it's late and I can't think of one. Saskatchewan. I don't really know what channel would have really good, clear Spanish, because that's really what you want. But if you look, there's a lot of Nicaraguan stuff out there. Like, we tend to do a bit of YouTube from here. Like, that was surprising how little. Like, being in Argentina, I was kind of a celebrity everywhere I went. Not because people knew me or knew my show, obviously, but because I had a camera and was willing to carry it around. It was such a novelty. I got stopped on the train. People took pictures with me. Like, it was nuts. And I never really experienced anything like that. In the U.S. and Nicaragua, I get identified. And so, oh, yeah. Viaje con Belkis. I've seen theirs. And like the biggest YouTube vlogger in Spanish, she's not Nicaraguan, so you don't want to watch her because she's Cubana. So her accent will be totally different. It was just I've been recognized lots of places here, but there it's just having the camera. It was such a big thing, right? Just it was like, wow, someone's doing this. Like, we've heard about YouTube, but we've never seen someone actually doing it. I'm like, what? Like why aren't people in Buenos Aires doing this everywhere? Like, it's a big, huge, beautiful city with lots of stuff to show, parks and fountains and all these things. Apparently, there's a lot of laws though. Like, a lot of people are like, why is this you can't do and that you can't do and this you can't? And it's like, that is tough, right? Like, so apparently they have both some legal framework issues and a lot of camera theft is how it was said. I find Nicaraguan bush Spanish easier to understand because it's slower and less vocabulary. It's kind of true. Wait till you see it written and realize that it's written different every single time. What was the thing I saw written today? Oh my gosh, I was like, what is this? And then And then the thing is that they often turn multiple words into one, like in German, and they change the spelling of words compared to the official Spanish, and they go off of phonetics. And so B's and V's are just randomly interchanged, and Y's and double L's are randomly interchanged, and then words are randomly run together. And so, like, you would find right, that could be a way to say, oh, how nice. And it's like, when you see that, when you're just reading it, you're like, what am I reading? What is this? And then you're like, oh, it's actually what we think of as that, which is really easy when you say it out loud and realize that's the sounds. But what? What? And then when you have to deal with the Voss stuff, right? So it's harder to recognize the verbs, harder to figure out what they're supposed to be. Some of the things run together, and you're just like, it does potentially get challenging. It is like word puzzles. All right, guys, I gotta call it a night. I need to go hang out with my kids. It is. Did they send me a note? ACS Nicaragua. What about ACS Nicaragua? Oh, channel. That's a channel. Yes, ACS Nicaragua. I don't know how much they speak on there off the top of my head. But yeah, word puzzles in Nicaraguan Spanish. So as we wrap up for the night, just so you guys are wondering, we're at 6 3/4 hours. We've had 460 views for the night. And I don't know what our highest number of concurrent viewers was. I don't know where that shows up. But not 40, but getting up towards 40. We never had a ton all at once, but pretty good evening here. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Don't forget, we're going to be kicking off this whole membership thing. So if you didn't catch that discussion at the beginning, go back and watch the live stream. Make sure you watch today's video. And if you've already watched it, let it play in the background so I get more views on it, so it gets more attention and gets more views. It's views get views. It's weird, but it works. And pay attention for the membership thing. For those who are interested and willing and have ideas, jump on there. That would be awesome. Thank you, everyone. And hopefully no problems doing this next week. And I will see all of you later. Have a good night, guys.